Chapter 1432. The magnanimity of the first elder. Tens of thousands of years of prosperity had allowed the Zhang clan to grow to a scale that was even larger than that of the capitals of conferred empires. Even though the dual-spirit heaven-dominating formation had been constructed against the mountain and covered a vast area, it only guarded the entrance to the city. Nevertheless, the prowess of the formation was not to be underestimated. It was only under its protection that the Zhang clan was able to remain standing for so many years, overcoming multiple crises without anyone successfully shaking its core. Thus, everyone thought that as long as the formation erected by the old ancestors stood, the city would be unshakable. Yet, who could have known that a mere Grand Dominion realm pinnacle fellow would actually be able to render it on the verge of collapsing with just a stomp of his feet? "Stop it!" Zhang Wuchen yelled in agitation. However, it was already too late. With one last violent tremble, the formation finally reached its very limit and burst apart, bringing down innumerable buildings along with it. A cloud of dust swept across the area, and countless shadows flitted out from the many buildings in a hurry, staring dumbfounded at the devastation before them, completely oblivious to what was happening. Pada! Zhang Wuchen suddenly felt strength receding from his entire body, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. In this moment, he finally understood why the young man asked if he was able to speak on the behalf of the Zhang clan. It seemed like he had known that this would happen right from the start. The collapse of their defense formation and the destruction of innumerable buildings. Even if he was the third elder of the Zhang clan, this was not something that he could take responsibility for. It would be no joke to say that this was a tight slap to the Zhang clan's face, an irredeemable botch on its reputation. At the same time, Jin Qinsheng could not help but flinch at the destruction before him as well. It was true that he hated the Xing Sword Saint for stealing the person he loved, and he desired nothing more than to embarrass the Zhang clan. However, to destroy the other party's defense formation before even officially entering the city and even bring about the collapse of so many buildings, raising such a huge commotion. Even he was unable to avoid feeling frightened jitters in his heart. He could not help but wonder if it was really the right choice for him to have invited the young man along. Zhang Xian was also a little startled by the happenings before him, but unlike the rest of the crowd, he quickly nodded in realization. He had never seen any grade 9 formations in action before, so he did not have a clear gauge of their strength. He had not thought that the collapse of the formation would actually bring about such a powerful explosion. But, so what? What was done was done. In the first place, his goal was to wreak havoc in the Zhang clan, and since the so-called third elder had said that the Zhang clan would not take any responsibility for whatever happened in the formation, there was no reason for him not to pull his punches. He should just let himself loose. If he could not force the so-called young prodigy out to face him, he would not be called Zhang Xian. Third elder. What's happened? A powerful gust of wind blew over, and following which, a figure suddenly appeared right before the scene of devastation. His face twitched upon seeing the extent of the destruction before him, and he hurriedly turned to question Zhang Wuchen. First elder. I was collecting the storage rings here when a person who is supposedly the senior of the Sanctum of Sages Jin Qinsheng suddenly insisted on challenging the formation trial, and the next thing I knew, this had already happened. Zhang Wuchen swiftly went through the events that had just occurred. This was caused by someone who challenged the formation trial? The first elder was also visibly stunned by the matter. He quickly turned his sights over to Zhang Xian, only to see the young man looking back at him with a nonchalant expression. There was not the slightest hint of nervousness or fear that would usually be on the face of one who had done wrong. A frown emerged on his forehead as he asked, "May I know who you are?" "I am Zhang Xian, Jin Qinsheng Sr. I came to the Zhang clan this time around to test the Zhang clan's famed swordsmanship," Zhang Xian replied calmly. Zhang Xian? The first elder muttered the name beneath his breath before waving his hand lightly. He turned to another elder and said, "Wuzhen, bring Zhang Xian and Sword Saint Jin Qinsheng to our guest rooms to rest." "What? But first elder." Hearing the first elder instructing Zhang Wuzhen to bring the culprit behind the destruction to their guest rooms, completely paying no heed to the collapsed formation and buildings, Zhang Wuchen could not help but panic. "Enough. Since our esteemed guest has cleared the formation trial in accordance to the rules, Regardless of the outcome, we'll have to accept it, the first elder lectured. The first elder had an impassive expression on his face that made it extremely difficult to read his mood, so it was hard to figure out whether he had truly chosen to let this matter go or was simply suppressing his rage. Zhang Wuchen clenched his fists tightly for a moment before eventually relenting with a nod.
Yes.
As indignant as he felt, there was nothing he could do either. In the Zhang clan, the word of the first elder was the law. No one would dare to question his command. On top of that, the clan head had needed to leave a while ago on urgent business, so the one who truly called the shots in the Zhang clan at the moment was the first elder. First elder, it'll take us several months in order to reconstruct the destroyed formation. One of the elders could not help but ask, in the meantime, what do we do about the storage rings of the guests? The formation was used in order to determine whether the guests had brought any spatial artifacts along with them. Now that it had been destroyed, it would be hard for them to check the guests who arrived subsequently. What should they do? All those who have traveled far and wide to come to the Zhang clan are our esteemed guests. The collection of the storage ring is more of a formality from our old ancestor rather than a safety concern, and all this while, I have thought that it was rather inappropriate to treat our guests so rudely. Because it has been part of our tradition for so many years, I didn't want to abruptly bring up this matter and cause contention within the clan. However, since our young friend over here has helped us destroy it, this could be a blessing in disguise. There's no need to rebuild the formation. Please return the storage rings that all of you have collected so far to the guests, the first elder said with a smile. Return the storage rings?
But,
not expecting the first elder to make such a call, the elder's face warped in horror. Considering how many outsiders there were visiting the Zhang clan, would they not be in deep trouble if even one of them bore malicious intentions toward them? There's no need to worry. Since our Zhang clan is famed as the #1 sage clan in the master-teacher continent, I believe that no one will overstep their boundaries here either. The first elder flung his sleeves majestically, revealing deep confidence and pride. Yes, I understand. Feeling the powerful aura that the first elder was emanating, the elder hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding. As expected of the first elder of the Zhang clan, he does have the magnanimity of a large clan. Zhang Xian nodded. He had thought that he would be criticized for his actions, but it seemed like the other party had no intentions of doing so. Not only that, he even made use of this opportunity to implement such a change. Through doing so, not only would he be able to preserve the reputation of the Zhang clan as the #1 sage clan on the master-teacher continent at the same time, the world would also be awed by his magnanimity. This was truly two birds in a stone. On top of that, it would also reinforce the strong image of the Zhang clan, thus instilling deference in others. It seems like the Zhang clan isn't all that bad. The young prodigy of the Zhang clan could learn a thing or two from his elders, Zhang Xian remarked internally. The young prodigy of the Zhang clan was engaged to Luo Ruoxin, but not once had he appeared before Luo Ruoxin or done anything for her at all. This had reinforced the reprehensible image of the young prodigy in Zhang Xian's mind, which also led him to feel that the Zhang clan was a den of despicable individuals. After all, they allowed the young prodigy to act as he pleased, showing completely no regard for others at all. However, after seeing how the first elder dealt with the situation, he suddenly felt that his perception might have been mistaken. Perhaps, the Zhang clan was not completely irredeemable. Maybe, the young prodigy was just an exception. The elder whom the first elder had instructed earlier, Zhang Wuzhen, walked up to Zhang Xian and Jian Qinsheng and said, "This way, please." Seventh elder, Zhang Wuzhen. "Thank you." Nodding, Jian Qinsheng quickly followed behind the other party, and Zhang Xian followed suit. After the three of them left, Zhang Wuchen walked over to the first elder and asked doubtfully, "The formation is a symbol of the Zhang clan's many years of history. Are you really going to let it go? Just like that? What else are you going to do? Are you going to teach him a lesson?" The first elder shot a glance over. Zhang Wuchen's face flushed crimson upon hearing those words. As a clan of master teachers, our Zhang clan must pay careful attention to rules and propriety. If we don't even follow our own rules, how can we expect others to follow them? Since Zhang Xian was able to overcome our formation with his own ability, we have no choice but to let it go. No, not only should we let it go, I also want you to make this matter known to every single member of our Zhang clan so that they can learn from it, the first elder said. Chapter 1433, Is It Not Him? Make this matter known to every member of our Zhang clan? Zhang Wuchen was taken aback for a moment before his eyes narrowed in realization. You mean to incite our clan members? As the entrance formation to the Zhang clan, the dual spirit heaven-dominating formation could be said to be a symbol of the Zhang clan's dignity. If it was made known that it had been destroyed by a 20-year-old lad, the other clan members would surely be trembling with rage. Hearing those words, the first elder chuckled softly as he remarked with a deep look in his eyes, "The Zhang clan has been in a high position for far too long. It's about time to stir the pot a little so as to get them riled up. Only when every single individual of the Zhang clan is powerful can the Zhang clan truly prosper and incite fear in others. In comparison to that, the destruction of the formation is nothing at all." I understand. Realizing the first elder's intentions, Zhang Wuchen nodded in awe. As expected of the first elder, every single move that he made was profound and meaningful, bringing the greatest benefit to the Zhang clan. The seeming infallibility of the defense formation had left the members of the Zhang clan feeling so safe that they were beginning to lose their wariness. However, this was only a false sense of security, and this could pose a great danger to the Zhang clan. If enemies were to assault the Zhang clan, they would surely strive to swiftly uncover and exploit the flaws in the defense formation like Zhang Xian did. It would have been sheer foolishness if the members of the Zhang clan were to stand idly and leave their fates up to the resilience of the defense formation. On the contrary, without the formation, the members would be forced to constantly keep their guard up, ready for a battle at any time. It was exactly such an environment that would place the Zhang clan in a much safer position. In a sense, this was similar to learning how to swim. If one relied on swimming floats all the time, there was no guarantee that they would be there when one truly needed them. It was only by taking away the floats that would one be able to truly learn to swim. If the Zhang clan hoped to retain its position as the #1 sage clan in the master-teacher continent, it would do much better investing in its talents than its defense formations and whatnot. In crucial situations, it was always the people who made the difference. Go and have it done. Seeing that Zhang Wuchen understood what he was getting at, the first elder also chose not to explain any further. He was silent for a brief moment before adding, "Also, I want you to look into Zhang Xian's background." "Yes, first elder." Zhang Wuchen nodded before turning around and leaving. Not too long later, he returned with a jade token in hand. As the #1 sage clan in the master-teacher continent, their intelligence network was not to be underestimated. It was a walk in the park for them to uncover Zhang Xian's profile, which was well detailed in the master-teacher pavilion's records. A new student of the Sanctum of Sages this year, and he successfully cleared the Tower of Master Teachers within 15 minutes. On top of that, he pummeled Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng and his brothers with Luo Xianqing. Wherever he steps, destruction follows. Reading the details on the records, the first elder's lower jaw nearly fell to the ground. Even the most talented genius of their Zhang clan was incapable of such a fate. So how did the young man manage to pull it off? Yang Shi's student. Yang Shi has been in our Zhang clan for more than half a year now, so when did he take in this student of his? The first elder frowned in thought. Even though Yang Shi's whereabouts remained a huge mystery to the world, as the first elder of the Zhang clan, he was still privy to some inside information. Yang Shi had been in seclusion in their Zhang clan for half a year, and he had not left since then. Just when did the other party take in such a formidable student whose talent outshone even that of the geniuses of the Zhang clan? Yang Shi does have a student, and if I'm not mistaken, his name should be Feng Zi, Zhang Wuchen said. I know of Feng Zi. I have met him once. He's indeed quite a talented young lad, but even so, his aptitude is only slightly above that of Zhang Chun and the others. If Yang Shi truly had such a talented disciple, why haven't I heard of him before? The first elder was deeply perplexed. Yang Xian had close relations with their Zhang clan, and if he truly had such a talented disciple, there was no reason the Zhang clan would be completely unaware of it. Possessing unparalleled talent and having the surname of Zhang, could he possibly be? Suddenly recalling a matter, an excited glint flashed through Zhang Wuchen's eyes. Impossible. The first elder interjected affirmatively. I saw his soul lantern extinguishing with my own eyes a year ago. There's no way he could still be alive. But the clan head and sword, Saint Ming, have been reluctant to believe that news, and they are still searching for him even now. In fact, isn't the reason they left in such a hurry earlier because they obtained some news concerning him? Zhang Wuchen said hesitantly. Even if they aren't able to divine the future, experts of their level still possess intuition far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. They are able to sense things just by their gut feeling, and given how certain they are that he isn't dead, there might be a good chance that he's really alive. Hearing those words, the first elder pondered for a moment before replying. The bond of blood is an inexplicable relationship. It is true that cultivators of their caliber are able to perceive the status of those who are closely related to them, but I was the one who was monitoring his soul lantern, and there's no doubt that it has extinguished. Considering that he was just an ordinary mortal, there's just no way he could have survived. At which point, the first elder released a deep sigh filled with lamentation, and he stared at the sky above, deep in thought. A moment later, he muttered quietly, I guess there's no harm trying. Turning his gaze back to Zhang Wuchen, he continued, check where Zhang Xian is from and whether he has any family members or not. Understood. Zhang Wuchen clasped his fist politely before leaving. This time, he was gone for a while longer. It took roughly 4 hours before he finally returned. Reporting to the first elder, Zhang Shi comes from a remote kingdom in the Qingyuan Empire, where not a single master teacher exists. Furthermore, according to the records of the Master Teacher Pavilion, it appears that he's an orphan without any kin, and he happens to be 20 this year. Remote kingdom? Ancient domains? Could it be? The first elder widened his eyes in astonishment, not daring to believe what he had just heard. But that shouldn't be possible. He shook his head vehemently as he paced around the room. A moment later, he suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhang Wuchen and instructed, Wuchen, I want you to find a way to get Zhang Xian into the blood reservoir and see if there's any resonance. The blood reservoir is a place where the offspring of the Zhang clan are able to awaken their bloodline, but you should also know the circumstances surrounding that person. Even if he isn't dead, it's impossible for any resonance to occur between him and the blood reservoir, Zhang Wuchen said in incomprehension. I know that, but he's not a person whom we can gauge by normal standards. He's the most talented person our clan has seen in the past several dozen millenniums. His very presence in the blood reservoir should be able to trigger some kind of phenomenon. As long as there's the slightest reaction, we should be able to confirm his identity, the first elder replied. I see. Consider it done. Zhang Wuchen nodded. Make sure to conduct this in utmost secrecy. Don't let anyone learn of it, and this is including Zhang Xian. Observe him from the shadows, and report any movements he makes to me, the first elder said. Zhang Wuchen nodded once more before taking his leave. The first elder watched intently as Zhang Wuchen's figure disappeared into the distance. An unreadable light flickered in the first elder's eyes as he seemed to muse over something of vast importance, and a moment later, he began making his way toward the depths of the Zhang clan. Not too long later, he arrived before a door. It was an average-sized round door, and it was seamlessly shut with the rest of the chamber. From the outside, it would appear that there was nothing extraordinary about this chamber, but when one tried to extend one's spiritual perception in, one would realize that it was completely impossible to perceive what was inside. It was as if the interior of the chamber was completely isolated from the rest of the world. The first elder paced outside the stone chamber for a while. He considered knocking on the door, but eventually, he held himself back. According to what Yang Shi said, he should be coming out in a few days' time. It would be unwise to interrupt him at this crucial moment. If something were to go wrong with his cultivation, not even I would be able to bear the consequences, the first elder thought as he retracted his hand, shaking his head quietly. Yang Shi was currently in seclusion within the stone chamber before him. The first elder intended to come over to see if Yang Shi was out of his seclusion so that he could inquire about Zhang Xian's background, but seeing that the doors were still tightly shut, he eventually gave up on the idea. Yang Shi's seclusion this time around was simply too important, such that even despite the first elder of the Zhang clan, he did not dare interrupt the other party abruptly. Otherwise, if the other party's efforts ended in failure due to him, he would become a sinner of mankind. However, it was fortunate that Yang Shi had said before that his seclusion would only last half a year at most, so the other party should be coming out very soon. With such thoughts in mind, the first elder turned around and slowly walked out. Meanwhile, after receiving the orders from the first elder, Zhang Wuchen immediately headed for the guest rooms. After that speculation surfaced in his mind, he could not help but wonder about the capabilities that Zhang Xian wielded. Flitting swiftly ahead, before he reached his destination, he encountered the flustered seventh elder anxiously heading his way. As soon as the latter noticed him, the latter exclaimed in desperation, "Third elder, a disaster has happened." Zhang Wuchen's heart skipped a beat as an ominous sensation loomed above his heart. What happened? Chapter 1434 Greetings. I am Kong Shi. I don't know how to explain the situation to you. Third elder, follow me. You'll know once you see it for yourself. Elder Wuzhen struggled internally to find a way to describe what he had just seen, and eventually, he chose to simply bring the other party to the disaster instead. Swiftly dashing forward, the two of them soon arrived at the guest rooms. As the number one sage clan of the Master Teacher continent, the Zhang clan would welcome many challengers and visitors alike every year into their city. The so-called guest rooms were actually an entire district covering a huge area, allowing them to accommodate many guests concurrently. Right after arriving in the square just outside the guest rooms, Zhang Wuchen could not help but notice something that was simply too visibly different from before. He halted in his footsteps and pointed in a certain direction. Where did the sculptures go? What should have been erected in the square was a row of sculptures of the notable ancestors of the Zhang clan. Every single one of them had achieved incredible feats in their lifetime, making great contributions to mankind. As such, sculptures had been created of them so that generation after generation of the Zhang clan's offspring would honor their deeds. The reason the sculptures had been placed in the square near the guest rooms was to show off the massive contributions that the Zhang clan had made to mankind, and that they had played a huge role in ensuring the continued peace of the Master Teacher Pavilion throughout the many years. Strength was not the only reason the Zhang clan had been able to rise to become the number one sage clan. More importantly, it was their willingness to charge into the depths of danger and sacrifice themselves for the sake of mankind that had enabled them to rise to their current standing. The deference that the guests had toward the Zhang clan was not just due to their strength. It was due to their accomplishments and contributions too. And yet, all of the sculptures that represented that had actually vanished without a trace, leaving behind a massive hole in the ground. What in the world had happened? This is the very matter that I wanted to tell you. With a face that was twisted like a bitter gourd, Elder Wuzhen looked as if there were a million words that he wanted to say but did not know where to start. After a long moment of contemplation, he eventually gestured forward and said, "Forget it. I think you should just take a look for yourself." Seeing Elder Wuzhen's reaction, Zhang Wuchen felt even more perplexed. He quickly walked forward, and a short distance away from the square, he heard a hoarse and rather rigid voice. This voice did not sound as if it had come from a human. Rather, it seemed like it was produced by some kind of mechanical system, and it felt extremely unnatural. Books and plays sway the heart, settle on the road that paves straight ahead. Kindness and evil come in circles. Alas, the path to virtue remains tough indeed. The hoarse voice continued. I am Zhang Lingran, the 157th generation of offspring of the Zhang clan. I lived in the era more than 20,000 years ago, and my greatest achievement was charging into the subterranean gallery alone to slay 3 otherworldly demon emperors, thus foiling their plan to invade the Master Teacher continent. I have also slain 4 Saint Nine Dan beasts with a single slash of my sword, and fought with the malevolent eminence for 7 days straight before eventually defeating him. Since everyone is interested to hear, why don't I share those incidents in greater detail with you? Zhang Lingran? Ancestor Lingran? Hearing that voice, Zhang Wuchen's lips immediately twitched in astonishment. He quickly walked over, and at the bend, he saw a bunch of guests surrounding a sculpture. As if someone had breathed life into it, the sculpture began sharing the various ups and downs in his life, and his lively expression had the crowd around him completely captivated. From time to time, thunderous applause would echo from them. This, Zhang Wuchen's eyebrows leaped around the place, and he nearly fell to the ground. The reason there was a plaque placed next to each of the sculptures was to inform the onlookers of the outstanding contributions that they had made in their lifetime. But to think that they would actually come to life and recite those contributions themselves. Suppressing the urge to go on a frenzy, Zhang Wuchen stared intently at the sculpture of ancestor Lingran. The latter's hands and legs were flying around the place, gesturing desperately like a storyteller as if he was afraid that the crowd would not be able to understand his descriptions. Unfortunately, this also meant that the lofty aura he had assumed just a moment ago had vanished without a trace. I am Zhang Xiaosuo, the 212th generation of offspring of the Zhang clan. I was once the deputy clan head of the Zhang clan, and the battle techniques I have created have spread far and wide across the master-teacher continent, practiced by countless cultivators even to this day. I am Zhang Mafeng, the 225th generation of offspring of the Zhang clan. I left many astounding records in the sanctum of Sa. Hey, don't run away. You'd better stop right now and listen to my story, or else I'm going to beat you up. Moving ahead, Zhang Wuchen saw two more sculptures. One of them was explaining his affairs to the audience around him, just as ancestor Lingran was doing, whereas the other one was chasing a guest furiously, just a short step away from tearing the other party's ears to force him to listen to him. What the heck is going on? Zhang Wuchen scratched his head in complete bewilderment. Proceeding ahead, he saw one of the ancestral sculptures sitting on one of the guests, reciting his story with a ferocious look on his face. Unable to stand it any longer, he turned around and demanded an explanation from Elder Wuzhen. These ancestral sculptures were physical representations of the outstanding accomplishments and contributions achieved by the Zhang clan over the years, and they formed the basis of the Zhang clan's prestige and reputation. It was one thing for them to come to life, but to be bragging about their own accomplishments. Not to mention, they were even pummeling those who were unwilling to listen to their story. Earlier, I brought Zhang Shi here to introduce the various glorious accomplishments achieved by our ancestors, Elder Wuzhen said with a pale face. Perhaps out of astonishment, he was stuttering a little. Then, this just somehow happened. How could this just happen somehow? Zhang Wuchen bellowed furiously. I want you to recount everything that happened earlier to me thoroughly. Don't even leave the slightest detail out. Why, yes. After I introduced him to the sculptures, I suddenly recalled some matters and lamented at how our heritage is slowly fading away. None of those of the younger generation are interested in learning about the affairs of the ancestors, and they have barely any respect or admiration for them, Elder Wuzhen explained slowly. Those of the younger generation were much more impetuous than their predecessors. He had brought many guests to visit the sculptures, but very few of them would choose to stop by the sculptures and patiently read the various accomplishments achieved by the Zhang clan's ancestors. Most of them felt that there was no purpose in listening to the deeds of the dead. This had left Elder Wuzhen deeply displeased for a very long period of time, which eventually led to him complaining about the matter to Zhang Xian. After saying those words, Zhang Shi said that he had a way to reverse such a situation. So, he began touching each of the sculptures in order to enchant them, Elder Wuzhen said with a deeply stifled face. Looking back, it seemed like he was the trigger behind this incident. If not for his lamentation, the other party would not have made such a move. It truly was a calamity. After those sculptures were enchanted, they had begun stopping the guests to explain their deeds to them. And what was worse was that the guests were forced to listen. The entire area had descended into chaos. This, Zhang Wuchen nearly spurted blood. The sculptures had been left here in order to let the guests know of the various accomplishments and sacrifices that the Zhang clan had made for mankind, but for them to be pulling the ears of others and reciting their tales gleefully. How is that different from boasting? Wait a moment. There should be quite a number of sculptures in the square, right? Do you mean to tell me that he enchanted all of them in a single breath? Zhang Wuchen suddenly realized that, and his eyes widened in disbelief. There had to be at least 100 predecessors who had their sculptures, names, and accomplishments left in the square, so it would have been impossible for even a 9-star spirit awakener to enchant all of them. Yet, it seemed like he had succeeded in enchanting all of them. To make things even more exaggerated, every single one of them was actually capable of independent thought. Indeed, and that's not all. Elder Wuzhen suddenly recalled a certain matter, and a shudder ran through his body. That's not all. Zhang Wuchen felt as if his mind was going to explode from the sheer scale of trouble this was. He quickly followed behind Elder Wuzhen to a certain area, and the latter suddenly stopped and gestured in front. Regarding that, it's right ahead. I simply don't dare to comment too lightly on this matter, so you should take a look for yourself. With eyes filled with doubt, Zhang Wuchen walked forward, and shortly after passing by a bend, before he could even scan his surroundings, a deep and heavy voice suddenly sounded in the air. Greetings, I am Kong Shi. Putong. Zhang Wuchen fell onto the floor. Chapter 1435 Fearsome Spirits. As a clan of master teachers, on top of their ancestors, it was natural that they would also pay respects to Kong Shi as well. Earlier, Zhang Wuchen had been so shocked to see all of the sculptures coming to life that he had not even contemplated this possibility. Or rather, such a thing was simply too ridiculous for him to believe to be true. So, the sheer horror he felt upon hearing that voice nearly jolted his primordial spirit into dissipation. He anxiously turned his head, and his heart nearly stopped. He saw Kong Shi's sculpture standing before a group of guests, introducing himself warm-heartedly. Zhang Wuchen felt hoarseness at the back of his throat, and he widened his eyes in shock as he asked, "He enchanted Kong Shi's sculpture as well?" In this very instant, he saw the entire world spinning around him. That was Kong Shi, the man whom no human on the Master-Teacher Pavilion did not respect. Even if it was just a sculpture of him, no one would even dream of desecrating it in the slightest. And yet, to actually enchant it, it's not just Kong Shi, Elder Wuzhen said as he pointed in another direction. Zhang Wuchen quickly turned his head over and saw the founding father of the Zhang clan seated on the ground, lecturing a group of guests. The founding father clearly grew more and more passionate as he spoke, to the point where there was absolutely no doubt that saliva would have splattered out of his mouth had he possessed any in the first place. Ridiculous. This is completely ridiculous. Zhang Wuchen bellowed in frenzy. The reason the sculptures were erected in the square was to display the Zhang clan's strength and contributions to the rest of the world. While the sculptures were indeed speaking of true incidents, still, this was simply too embarrassing. This was not just a showcase anymore, but cheap bragging. And most importantly of all, why in the world did that fellow enchant Kong Shi's sculpture too? Was there a single person in the Master-Teacher continent who did not know of Kong Shi's existence? Was there any need to introduce him at all? The predecessors of the Zhang clan were awe-inspiring figures who induced respect in those standing before them. But in that very moment, with them reciting their accomplishments blatantly in such a manner, they seemed more like proud kids showing off their accomplishments. Where was the honor in this? What would become of their reputation? Destroying the formation as soon as he arrived, and playing with the ancestral sculptures in the guest area and making them out to be fools. That fellow is clearly here to wreak havoc. Zhang Wuchen was so angry that he was on the verge of exploding. While most guests were there to challenge the Zhang clan, the deference in their eyes was clear. It was almost if they were entering the royal palace to meet the emperor. This was because, regardless of whether they were able to triumph over the offspring of the Zhang clan or not, there was still no denying the strength and influence that they wielded in the Master-Teacher continent. Yet, not only was that fellow devoid of the slightest respect for the Zhang clan, he even brought mayhem over, causing the situation to spiral out of control. That darn ****. There's no way he could be that person. There's just no way that he could be. Zhang Wuchen shook his head relentlessly. Those of the Zhang clan had always been upright and honorable individuals, so how could that person possibly pull off something like that? Therefore, there was just no way on earth that he could be that person. And as long as he was not that person, he would be able to teach the other party a lesson, carving deep in his mind that the Zhang clan was not to be humiliated by anyone. Get the spirit awakeners of our clan over and have them destroy the spirits in the sculptures. After some time, Zhang Wuchen finally calmed down, and he swiftly issued a set of instruction to resolve the situation. Naturally, Since it was possible to enchant spirits into objects and artifacts, it was possible to destroy the spirits as well. However, it would be best to have spirit awakeners do the job, or else there was a good chance that they could accidentally damage the sculpture. Elder Wuzhen hurriedly nodded before relaying the instruction to another member of the Zhang clan. Soon, 2 elders rushed over to the scene in a hurry. 3rd Elder, 7th Elder. The 2 elders greeted. Elder Wu and Elder Imo, we'll be troubling you on this matter. Zhang Wuchen clasped his fist. The reason the geniuses of the Zhang clan were skilled in most of the major occupations was because they had recruited plenty of experts from each of those occupations. Both Elder Wu and Elder Imo were 9-star Spirit Awakeners, and they were famed figures even in the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters. Don't worry, 3rd Elder. This is no major issue. Elder Wu chuckled as he stroked his beard leisurely, emanating an air of confidence. I'll have the spirits in the sculptures destroyed right now, and have the sculptures returned to where they should be. The 3rd Elder nodded. Even though he was extremely assured by the prowess of the 2 elders, he still felt that he should oversee the situation by the side. After all, these sculptures had been passed down through the generations by the predecessors. There was simply no replacement for them. Let's deal with this one first. Elder Wu took a look around the place before walking over to Zhang Lingren's sculpture. His primordial spirit dove out of his glabella and dived into the sculpture. Who? Zhang Lingren's sculpture immediately stopped speaking, and it froze motionlessly on the spot, as if the spirit within it had been completely destroyed. All right, it's done. Returning his primordial spirit to his body, Elder Wu chuckled softly. Spirit enchantment was an extremely delicate process, such that even 9-star Spirit Awakeners would have to proceed with it carefully, especially when dealing with important artifacts. However, if it was just destroying spirits, they could do it with ease. Seeing how simple the process was, the 3rd Elder heaved a sigh of relief. Since the sculptures of the predecessors would not be damaged in the process, it should be safe to leave them be. As long as the spirits were destroyed swiftly, the damage to Zhang clan's reputation would be kept to the bare minimum. I'll be troubling the both of you with this matter then, the 3rd Elder said once more politely. This is no trouble at all. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I'll have all of the spirits destroyed swiftly, too. Elder Wu waved his hand casually, and he began making his way over to the other enchanted sculptures. However, halfway through his motion, he suddenly caught sight of the frozen Elder Imo in his peripheral vision. Glancing over, he saw that the latter's eyes were widened in horror. Perplexed, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Your head," Elder Imo exclaimed anxiously. "My head?" Bewildered by that remark, Elder Wu swiftly scanned his body with his spiritual perception, and the next instant, his knees caved in, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He found that innumerable cacti and flowers had sprouted on his head, and they were growing bigger and bigger by the moment at an ever-increasing rate. Coming to realize what was going on, Elder Imo exclaimed in agitation, "You didn't manage to destroy the spirit completely earlier. It managed to dive into your primordial spirit, and it's planning on vying with you for the control of your body." Previously, Elder Wu had sent his primordial spirit into the sculpture to destroy the spirit within it, and he thought that he had succeeded. Little did he know that not only was the spirit not destroyed, it had even made use of this opportunity to sneak a seed of itself into his primordial spirit to take root. Just that single moment of carelessness was more than sufficient to place Elder Wu in the precarious situation that he currently was in. Of course, with Elder Wu's strength, it would be impossible for the spirit, which was much weaker relatively to him, to successfully possess his body. Nevertheless, it was still embarrassing for him to walk around with a head covered with cacti and flowers. This would be more than enough to provide him with an entire lifetime worth of shame. Damn it! Coming to realize what had happened as well, Elder Wu's body trembled in fury. As if responding to his rage, the cacti on his head also quivered nonstop. He swiftly scanned his primordial spirit, and a moment later, he said, "This spirit has taken root in my Tianhai acupoint, so I won't be able to deal with it alone. I need you to help me destroy it using your Qingjin's ethereal destruction art." "Very well." Elder Imo nodded. He walked up to Elder Wu, and taking in a deep breath, he sent a rapid wave of soul energy into the latter's Tianhai acupoint. Pada, with a sound reminiscent of a needle popping a balloon, it sounded like something had been destroyed. Elder Wu swiftly inspected his primordial spirit before heaving a sigh of relief. Phew, it seems like it has been completely destroyed this time around. Before he could finish his words, he caught sight of a cactus sprouting on Elder Mo's head. Lush like a bright green hat, it covered the entirety of Elder Mo's head. Why you? Elder Mo was also shocked beyond words. All he had done was use his soul energy to vanquish the spirit. Fearing that the spirit would plague him, he had even made sure to retract his soul energy immediately upon contact. How in the world did he fall for the spirit's assault, too? What in the name of heavens is going on here? Elder Mo was really on the verge of tears. While other spirit awakeners were able to easily destroy any spirit just by suppressing it with their primordial spirit, they had actually ended up being possessed by it instead. As 9-star spirit awakeners, this was a situation that never should have happened to them. Yet, both of them had actually fallen for the same thing. Just who in the world was the culprit that had enchanted such an irksome and troublesome spirit? Just as the duo was completely crazed by the situation before them, not knowing what they should do, the cacti on their heads suddenly shuddered a little before voicing out a series of words that vaguely sounded like human speech. I am Zhongling Ran. Is there anything I can help you with? Elder Wu. Elder Mo. Zhang Wuchen. Chapter 1436 Zhang Ziqing. It took a very long time before Elder Mo finally managed to eliminate the cactus fully from his head. The two 9-star spirit awakeners stared at the many sculptures not too far away, and apprehension and fear inconspicuously flickered across their eyes. They had complete confidence in their spirit enchantment ability, but they had never met with something as bizarre as this before. There were many different spirit enchantment techniques in the world, so there were significant variations to the spirits that each spirit awakeners could create. Each of these variations had their own strengths and flaws, but when it came to the spirits in the sculptures before them, it was hard for even them to believe it, but it seemed like the spirits were completely flawless. No matter what kind of means they used against the spirit would be able to put up its guard against it and even retaliate. It was to the point where they almost felt utterly helpless before it. Is there any other way to resolve this issue? After waiting for almost an hour but having none of the spirits of the sculptures destroyed, Zhang Wuchen couldn't sit still anymore. Hearing those words, Elder Wu's face immediately flushed red in embarrassment. He awkwardly turned to Zhang Wuchen and clasped his fist. Third Elder, I'm afraid that the both of us aren't skilled enough to resolve this situation. Pardon me if I may ask, but in which master spirit awakener's hands were these sculptures enchanted? They were enchanted by a sword practitioner from the Sanctum of Sages, Zhang Xian. Zhang Wuchen replied awkwardly. Zhang Xian? Elder Wu and Elder Mo traded glances, and they could see the confusion in each other's eyes. They did know a thing or two about the few extraordinarily talented spirit awakeners in the world, but never had they heard of this name before. Furthermore, a sword practitioner? What the heck was that? His spirit enchantment differs vastly from the style that we have learned, so I'm afraid that there's very little that we can do to help. If I may suggest, Third Elder, why don't you look for the person in question? Most likely, he's the only one who will be able to stop all of these sculptures. Elder Wu hesitated for a moment before saying, considering how even 9-star spirit awakeners like them were helpless before these sculptures, most likely, only the person in question would have the capability to stop the sculptures. Hearing those words, the third elder couldn't help but rub his glabella. To think that the lofty Zhang clan would be unable to resolve the problem brought about by a young lad. If it were to be made known to outsiders that they had to plead with the other party to resolve the situation, it would surely impair the Zhang clan's reputation. But from the current look of things, they would only be in a worse position if they were to allow the sculptures to continue messing around. Wuzhen, lead the way. Sighing deeply in resignation, Zhang Wuchen waved his hand and said, knowing how serious the matter was, Elder Wu hurriedly led the way forward. The third elder quickly followed too, and after a moment of hesitation, Elder Wu and Elder Imo decided to follow too. They were interested to see the man who was able to enchant a spirit so powerful that even was able to render them completely helpless against it. Zhang Shi and Jian Qinsheng have come here to challenge the Zhang clan swordsmanship, so they are staying in the competitors' residences, Elder Wuzhen explained while making his way over. There were countless visitors who would come to the Zhang clan every single day. Some came to challenge the Zhang clan, whereas others came to pay a visit. In order to better differentiate between the types of visitors, the locations of their accommodations were divided by the intentions behind their visit. Considering how Jian Qinsheng had a private grudge with their clan head, it went without saying that the place he resided in was the challenger's accommodation. There were also many other experts living in those accommodations, and their field of specialties ranged from swordsmanship, spearmanship, and saber arts to fist arts, palm arts, so on and so forth. You name it, there they would be. Of course, there were also plenty of occupational experts too. Quick, let's go over and take a look. Someone is challenging Zhang Ziqing. Zhang Ziqing? You mean the talented young lady who's renowned as the #1 genius painter in the Zhang clan? Indeed. She started learning painting when she was just 3. By 7, she has reached infused intentions, breathtaking verisimilitude by 9, spirit wisdom by 12, suspended imagery by 15, and while she's only 18 this year, and she's already capable of painting at the level of evocative vividness. Even the head of the painting guild is filled with praises for her. He views her as the #1 genius in painting in the past several thousand years. Not only so, there are hardly any peers who could compete with her in zither and chess either. Just who could be so blind as to challenge her? I'm not too sure either, but it seems to be a guest named Zhang Xian. From what I heard, that fellow saw that there were several people vying for her paintings, so he walked up to take a closer look. It seemed like he said some awful-sounding words that caused Zhang Ziqing's rage to flurry, thus eventually leading to the challenge. Awful-sounding words? I'm not too sure about it either, but that fellow seemed to have said that her foundations in painting were pathetic, and he even offered to teach her. Given that Zhang Ziqing is the #1 genius of the Painter Guild, one of the famed prodigies of the Zhang clan, it's only natural that she would be enraged by those words. As Zhang Wuchen headed forward, he could hear the surrounding crowd discussing heatedly. Let's head over to take a look. They had come here to find Zhang Xian, but who could have thought that the young man would get himself embroiled in another mess before the matter regarding the sculptures could even be settled yet? Following the footsteps of the crowd, they soon found Zhang Xian standing in the midst of a square. Jian Qinsheng was standing by the side with his hand on his forehead, revealing a look of distress. The other star of the show, Zhang Ziqing, was glaring at Zhang Xian with a face reddened in fury, and her body was trembling non-stop. You wish to compete with me in the field of drawing? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up nonchalantly as he asked, What are the stakes? If there are no stakes, I have no interest in wasting my time with a nameless nobody. He had heard that there were many people vying for the work for this young lady, so he came here in hopes of seeing a work that could astound him. However, after taking a closer look, he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. It was indeed amazing that the young lady of her age was able to draw out a evocative vividness painting, but at the same time, it was precisely due to her young age and lack of experience that caused her conceptualization to be extremely immature, resulting in her expression of emotions being rather forced and awkward even. In a way, this was similar to how most beautiful poems from his previous world that were able to last through the ages were those that were crafted from the poet's own experiences and emotions. Only through personal experience would one really be able to create a work so vivid that others would be able to image and conceptualize, granting it great meaning and thus longevity through the ages. On the other hand, those who drew solely through imagination would risk their feelings and imagery being underdeveloped, and as a result, it was inevitable that their conceptualization would be slightly lacking. Had it been anyone else, given Zhang Xian's low-profile personality, he wouldn't even have bothered to waste his words. It was in view that the other party was a genius of the Zhang clan that he couldn't resist giving a few feedbacks. But who could have thought that the other party would suddenly rage at him like that? You. Zhang Ziqing stared at Zhang Xian so intensely that it almost felt like her eyes could kill. The young man before her was simply too maddening. It was one thing for him to say that her painting was a complete nonsense, but to claim that she was a nameless nobody on top of that. Know that I, Zhang Ziqing, am a famous figure even in the Painter Guild. I'm a person whom no one in the upper society didn't know of. Just who do you think you Zhang Xian are? To declare that you wouldn't compete with me without anything on the stake. Are you even qualified to be saying such words? Fine, I'll place a stake. This picture is known as the Winter Snow Treading Portrait. This is a masterpiece I have drawn last year in winter. As long as you can triumph over me, I can give it to you for free. As angry as Zhang Ziqing was, she could tell that the young man might really walk away if she were to refuse to make a bet. Thus, she flicked her wrist, and a scroll appeared in her hands. Unrolling it freely, a world of drifting snow and utmost coldness materialized before her eyes. It felt as if one would sink into that endless world of chill with just a single look. Seeing her taking out that painting, the crowd released shock exclamations before looks of envy appeared of their faces. For Ziqing to be provoked into taking out that painting, it seems like she's really angry this time around, Zhang Wuchen remarked while stroking his beard. Indeed, that is the single painting that Ziqing fancies the most, and she has always regarded it as her prized possession. There was once a master of the Painter Guild offered 50 pinnacle spirit stones for it, but even so, she still refused to sell it. Elder Wuzhen nodded. The painting was the work Zhang Ziqing produced under her best state, and it was unknown when she would be able to create a masterpiece of this caliber once more. As such, she treasured this painting as if it was her child, and even the elders of the Zhang clan didn't get too many chances to see it. Yet, to think that she would take it out as a stake for this challenge, it seemed like she was really provoked this time around. You sure is a stingy fellow. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was still wondering what Zhang Ziqing would put on the line when he saw that it was only a painting, and he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Don't you think it's embarrassing for a genius of the Zhang clan like you to try to hoodwink me with such an inferior painting? Let's just do this instead. If you were to lose to you, you have to give me 1 pinnacle spirit stone. 1 pinnacle spirit stone? Those words made Zhang Ziqing subconsciously clench her fists tightly together. Spitting through gritted teeth, she asked, "Are you certain?" Zhang Xian nodded nonchalantly. To him, the possession of the greatest value was spirit stones. As for a mere painting, he could always draw it out himself whenever he wanted it, so it held little value to him. Chapter 1437 Wu Dao Mirror. Seeing how that fellow was unable to see through the value of her work and simply deemed it as an inferior good, Zhang Ziqing harumphed angrily. Fine, 1 pinnacle spirit stones then. If you lose, I won't demand anything but a formal apology. Apologize? That's impossible. Zhang Xian shook his head. I have never lost in a challenge before. If you wish to challenge me, hurry up and get along with it. I still have much more important things to handle, so I don't have much time to spare you. You. Fine. Zhang Ziqing took in a deep breath and suppressed her emotions before looking at Zhang Xian once more. Just like how it's impossible to objectively determine which martial art is superior, it's also extremely difficult to discern between the quality of paintings of the same level. After all, everyone's preferences are shaped by their experiences and personality, so naturally, what appeals to each person can be vastly different. In order to ensure the fairness of our challenge, I have an artifact here known as the Wu Dao Mirror, and it's able to accurately determine the superiority and inferiority of a painting without the slightest discrepancy. As she said those words, she whipped out a round copper mirror, and it immediately floated quietly in the air. Wu Dao Mirror? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Indeed, this is an artifact created by the founder of the Painter Guild, Founder Wu Dao. It's capable of discerning the true level of a painting accurately. Even though the artifact I have over here is just an imitation, it's still more than enough to discern paintings of our level. Seeing how the young man did not know this at all, Zhang Ziqing's displeasure and scorn visibly deepened. The Wu Dao Mirror was an artifact that had been created by the founder of the Painter Guild, and it was capable of discerning the level of any painting in the world. Of course, the original artifact was stored within the guild, So the one in Zhang Ziqing's possession was just an imitation created by an expert. Nevertheless, it was still more than capable of impeccably discerning paintings of the 8th level. Can you allow me to take a closer look at the artifact? Zhang Xian asked. Here you go. Knowing that the other party would surely have to check the artifact in order to ensure the fairness of the assessment, Zhang Ziqing flicked her wrist, and the Wu Dao mirror flew over. Zhang Xian placed his finger on the mirror momentarily before pushing it back to Zhang Ziqing, saying, All right, I'm done checking on it. Can we begin now? A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path, and a swift glance through it allowed him to confirm the capability of the artifact in assessing the level of a painting. You're already done examining the mirror? Zhang Ziqing was taken aback. It was just a moment ago that the young man did not even know what the Wu Dao mirror was, and yet, after the briefest contact with the mirror, he had already pushed the mirror back to her, saying that he was done checking on it. Are you kidding with me? This Wu Dao mirror you have over there was created by 9-star painter Zhi Yang 300 years ago. It was forged out of the golden pearl ore, and there are 37 formation marks harnessing the power of painting conceptualization inscribed on the mirror. The spirit infused into the mirror embodies Elder Zhi Yang's deep comprehension of paintings, so it will indeed be fair to use this artifact as the judge for this competition. Zhang Xian nodded. Why you? How did you know? Zhang Ziqing was astonished. This Wu Dao mirror had been stored in the Painter Guild ever since it was forged, and only upon hearing that the Zhang clan's clan conference was coming up and that there would be challengers did she apply with her teacher to take it out. It had taken her great effort in order to assimilate the artifact before she was able to learn this information, and yet, with just a single glance, the other party was already able to recite it with ease. Not even her teacher was capable of this. Oh, I happen to be an appraiser too, so I was able to recognize it with just a look, Zhang Xian replied with a casual wave of his hand. Appraiser? Zhang Ziqing was even more bewildered upon hearing this. Given that the other party had not even heard of the Wu Dao mirror before, it was a ridiculous notion for him to be able to identify the background of the Wu Dao mirror in her possession. This isn't an ability that appraisers possess. Who do you think you are trying to fool? Then again, Zhang Ziqing knew that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Thus, she flicked her wrist, and a piece of white paper appeared on her table. Different from the Xian paper that painters usually used, this white paper had a glossy surface that seemed as if ink would be unable to soak through it. This is known as the legacy paper. It's made out of the fresh blood of saint beasts and tempered using the legacy rock. Paintings that are made on it are able to easily last a dozen millenniums without the slightest loss in color. For this reason, every single sheet of legacy paper is worth a huge fortune, Zhang Ziqing said. At the back of the crowd, Zhang Wuchen nodded. Paper to a painter was rather similar to a sword practitioner. The higher the grade of paper was, the more the conceptualization in their artwork would be able to be brought out. The legacy paper was considered a prized possession to all painters in the world. Due to its low production, even 9-star master teachers would only choose to use them on important occasions. The fact that Zhang Ziqing was willing to take it out for this challenge reflected how seriously she took the matter. A thought flashed across Zhang Wuchen's mind, and the truth suddenly dawned on him. Most likely, the news of the formation collapsing has reached her ears, and it just happened that the other party criticized her painting at this moment. Thus, she decided to take this opportunity to teach the other party a lesson. The news that the defense formation of the Zhang clan had been destroyed by Zhang Xian 4 hours ago had already spread far and wide across the entire Zhang clan. Those of the younger generation should have already heard of the matter by now. As a person who took pride in her identity as a member of the Zhang clan, Zhang Ziqing surely felt angered by Zhang Xian humiliating the Zhang clan. As such, she decided to use this matter to teach that young man that there were just some people in the world whom he could not afford to offend. Otherwise, considering that this was the guest area, how could she, as one of the top geniuses of the Zhang clan, possibly come here? Not to mention, to so coincidentally get into a fight with Zhang Xian at that? Coming to realize this, Zhang Wuchen immediately did a quick scan around the room, and a moment later, he shook his head. Noting Zhang Wuchen's actions, Elder Wuzhen could tell what he was thinking, and he sent a telepathic message over. With all of them here, It seems like Zhang Xian will be in for some misfortune. This is fine, too. Zhang Wuchen harumphed. It's about time for that fellow to learn that the members of our Zhang clan are no pushovers, so that he will learn to tone down that haughtiness of his. Most of the top figures of the younger generations had come over to watch the show, so it seemed like the First Elder's plan was working as expected. Given that Zhang Xian was here to challenge the Zhang clan in the first case, it was perfectly fair for the younger generation of the Zhang clan to challenge him back. Who? While the both of them were secretly talking to one another, Zhang Ziqing flicked her wrist, and a brush materialized in her hand. That's the Empyrean Saint Fox brush, made using the tail of the Empyrean Saint Fox. In terms of value, it far exceeds that of the legacy paper. To take out two invaluable treasures, one after another. It seems like the fellow whom Zhang Ziqing is facing is going to be utterly humiliated. That might not necessarily be the case. Considering how he chose to accept Zhang Ziqing's challenge despite having seen her mastery in painting, it's likely that he has some skills in painting as well. Perhaps, he might have artifacts that are even more formidable than that. Well, that's true too. Upon seeing the brush that Zhang Ziqing had taken out, a huge commotion immediately broke out amid the crowd. Those who had been invited there by the Zhang clan were all the top talents in their fields. While they might not necessarily have been painters, they would still have heard of some of the more renowned artifacts in painting. The Empyrean Saint Fox brush happened to be one such artifact. Even when looking across the entire master-teacher continent, there were very few brushes that could compete with it. The time limit is when this incense finally burns out. If you fail to complete your painting by then, it will be considered as your loss, Zhang Ziqing said casually as she took out an ink slab. As she dabbed her brush in the ink slab, she lightly flicked her finger, and the incense stick at the center of the courtyard immediately lit up, emanating a slight fragrance. Since this was a challenge between the two of them, it was a given that there should be a time limit. Otherwise, one party would be able to postpone the challenge indefinitely under the pretext that they had not finished their painting yet. Very well, Zhang Xian replied. Judging from the rate at which the incense was burning, it appeared that they had less than an hour to finish their painting. And to be honest, it was no easy task to create a satisfactory painting within an hour's time. Let's begin then. Seeing that the young man had agreed to it, Zhang Ziqing lightly tapped her brush on the legacy paper, and a beautiful stroke of ink flowed out from the tip. Chapter 1438 Zhang Xian is going to get serious. That is, the Snorth painting technique. Legend has it that back then, while founder Wu Dao was observing the swallows in the air, he noted how their claws sunk deeply into the snow-laden earth, and inspired by that, he created the Snorth painting technique. Paintings that are produced using this painting technique tend to have deeper conceptualization, and even before the final artwork is completed, just the painting process itself is enough to grip the hearts of the viewers. This painting technique has been passed down through the years, but only a small handful of incredibly talented painters are able to learn it. Who could have thought that not only would Ziqing be able to learn it, she's even able to execute it so smoothly. Without a doubt, this duel is going to end in our victory. From the looks of it, unless that fellow is able to produce a painting of the 9th level, or else there's no way he would be able to achieve victory. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. The instant that the young genius of the Zhang clan made her move, the crowd was immediately captured. Be it her brush, paper, ink, painting technique, or even state of mind, there was simply no flaw that one could pick with her painting. It was so impeccable that even naysayers could only sigh in awe at that sight. Not bad. Zhang Xian also nodded in approval. As an 8-star painter himself, his eye of discernment far exceeded that of the crowd. Naturally, he was able to tell that the young lady before him would not be an easy opponent to deal with. In fact, her skills were even above that of the inceptive sage of the Painter Guild, whom he had faced back at the Sanctum of Sages. Even though there were plenty of incredible geniuses all over the master-teacher continent gathered in the Sanctum of Sages, the inceptive sages there did not necessarily represent the pinnacle of their corresponding occupation. For example, even though Zhang Feng was the inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Guild, wielding incredible spirit enchantment abilities, if he competed with the genius who had just entered the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters, Wang Ying, he would still pale slightly in comparison. Otherwise, the elders of the Spirit Awakener Guild would not have had to lower themselves to seek Zhang Xian's help. The same applied here. Even though the inceptive sage of the Painter Guild in the Sanctum of Sages was a rare genius in painting, it was still rather clear that he paled in comparison to Zhang Ziqing. Voila! Zhang Ziqing's brush seemed to dance nimbly in the air, creating a sight that pleased one's eyes. Despite her relaxed movements, every single movement that she made was pinpoint accurate, impeccably controlled without the slightest deviation. Every single brush stroke that materialized on the piece of paper seemed to emanate an intoxicating radiance, drawing one deeper and deeper into the world that Zhang Ziqing was creating under her hand. Zhang Shi, she has already drawn so much. You should get started too, or else you might really lose the challenge. While Zhang Xian was still leisurely observing Zhang Ziqing, an anxious voice suddenly sounded next to him. Turning his head, he saw Jian Qinsheng clasping his forehead helplessly. There's no need to panic. Zhang Xian took a glance at the incense stick and saw that there was still plenty of time for him to work, so he waved his hand leisurely, paying no heed at all to Jian Qinsheng's concern. He was an efficient painter, capable of finishing a painting within just 10 to 20 breaths. There was no need for him to rush at all. On the other hand, Jian Qinsheng suddenly recalled that the young man before him had defeated the inceptive sage of the Painter Guild in the Tower of Master Teachers, so he decided not to say too much about the matter. It's good that you're confident. Cough cough, Zhang Shi, is it fine if I discuss something with you meanwhile? Junior, feel free to speak your mind, Zhang Xian said. Jian Qinsheng pondered for a moment to sort out his words before speaking carefully. It's like this. You're currently a representative of the swordsmanship of our Sanctum of Sages, so if possible, can you not dabble too much in the other supporting occupations? To be honest, he was starting to regret bringing that fellow here. They should have been there to challenge the Zhang clan swordsmanship, but before they could face any of the Zhang clan sword practitioners, the young man had already torn down the other party's formation and enchanted all of their sculptures. And now, he was even challenging one of the Zhang clan's geniuses in painting, formations, enchantment, painting, and appraising. At this rate, will anyone still remember that you are a sword practitioner? So, I'm begging you, can you pay some heed to your identity before doing anything else? You are currently my senior. Is it really fine for you to be showing off in the other occupations as well? I guess I have been acting a little carelessly ever since arriving in the Zhang clan. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. Pardon me, it seems like I have been lacking thought in my actions. He had been so focused on trying to put down the Zhang clan that he almost forgot the primary reason he was at the Zhang clan. He was supposed to challenge the top sword practitioners of the Zhang clan so as to cleanse Jian Qinsheng's humiliation, and it was indeed inappropriate of him to allow his attention to wander to other stuff. Others would think that he was just a jack of all trades, specializing in nothing at all. Seeing that Zhang Xian had caught his drift, Jian Qinsheng nodded in relief. It's fine. It'll do as long as you remember our primary purpose here. While he did feel a little uncomfortable at seeing the young man dabbling in other occupations and provoking the Zhang clan at every turn, by no means was he mad at the young man. Rather, his feelings were still more sided toward gratitude. After all, if not for the young man, there was a good chance that he never would have found an opportunity to get back at the Xing Sword Saint. I understand. I'll keep that in mind. Zhang Xian nodded. At this moment, a resounding round of applause suddenly broke out around them. Amazing! She's already going to finish her work soon. What marvelous artwork! Fairy Ziqing, would you consider selling your painting to me? To be able to finish such a beautiful piece within a short period of time, as expected of the top genius of the Painter Guild. Impassioned discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Zhang Xian glanced over and saw that Zhang Ziqing had already put down her brush, and a completed painting showed its form to the world. It was a bamboo painting. There was no other greenery or plant to complement the beauty of the bamboo, but what was particularly striking about it was how each of the towering, emerald bamboo culms seemed to rise out of the surface of the painting. They shuddered in response to the light breeze whisking across the square. It felt like each of the dozen or so bamboo culms had their own life and emotions, their own unique form and soul. As such, despite the lack of any other complementing details in the painting to act as contrast with the bamboos, the painting did not feel monotonous at all. If anything, each individual bamboo seemed to contrast with one another. To be able to bestow your painting life. Not too bad. Zhang Xian nodded in approval. He had thought that he would be able to win with just a casual drawing, but from the looks of it, things would not be as easy as he thought. The young lady's caliber was much higher than he had expected. Painting did not necessarily have to be complicated. Just because a painting was more colorful and intricate did not mean that it would be of a higher level. Just like how the greatest sound was soundless and the greatest form was formless, most masterpieces tended to be exceptionally simple as well. In a sense, this was similar to how it was easier to gauge a chef's ability through having them prepare the simplest of dishes. In fact, the simpler the painting was, the more it would reflect the painter's capability. If one were to just take a brief glance at her artwork, its simplicity would make it appear to be just at the level of reality depiction. But in truth, if one examined it closely, one would realize that every single one of these bamboo culms was so detailed that it was almost as if they were all alive. Rather than calling it a work of art, it would be more accurate to say that new lives had been created. If not for Zhang Ziqing's young age and the limitations of her cultivation, she would have already been able to produce pinnacle artwork and take the final step forward to become a real 9-star master teacher. It's no wonder others said that it would be difficult to triumph over her without a painting of the 9th level, Zhang Xian thought. Given the quality of Zhang Ziqing's artwork, it would really require a true 9th level painting in order to outdo her. What? Does Zhang Shi intend to admit defeat? While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, a young lady's voice sounded. Turning his head over, he saw Zhang Ziqing looking at him with a cold sneer on her lips. She finally understood why the young man chose to gamble with just a pinnacle spirit stone instead of with her painting. Considering how valuable her painting was, the young man might not necessarily have been able to come up with something of equivalent value to it once he lost. In the end, he was just preparing an escape route should things not go in his favor. Admit defeat? Why would I do that? Zhang Xian shook his head. I do acknowledge that your painting is not too bad, and out of respect for you as a painter, I'll be getting serious. As he said those words, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword. He swung it in the air before shaking his head and stowing it back into his storage ring, after which he took out another sword and swung it. But he also shook his head and placed it back into his storage ring. He repeated the same action another 3 times before he finally seemed to have found a sword to his liking. He swiftly scanned his surroundings before stomping his feet lightly on the ground. Hula! A stone next to his leg flew up, catching everyone's attention in an instant. I'm going to start now, Zhang Xian said casually as he drove his sword toward the stone. You aren't going to use a brush or the legacy paper to compete with me, but a mere sword and stone? Zhang Ziqing widened her eyes in disbelief. In an instant, she felt as if the other party was intentionally trying to humiliate her, and a burst of rage surged through her veins. Chapter 1439. It's Zhang Xian's victory. She was the #1 genius of the Zhang clan, as well as one of the top geniuses of the Painter Guild. It was already an insult for her to lower her standing to compete with a nameless nobody, but the other party was even taking the entire challenge as a joke, doing whatever he pleased without any regard. Is this what you meant by getting serious? Which painter doesn't use a brush and paper in their painting but a sword? While Zhang Ziqing was feeling so stifled that she could have exploded on the spot, Jian Qingqing's body also trembled upon seeing the sight, and he nearly spurted blood. It was just a moment ago that he had told the other party that he had come here as a representative of the sanctum of sage's swordsmanship when the next moment, he really used a sword to paint. The blade of a sword was sharp and cold, making it far more difficult to draw and paint using it compared to a brush. My intention was only to remind you of your own identity and responsibility so that you wouldn't lose sight of your goal due to these insignificant matters. I didn't ask you to make things difficult for yourself and put yourself at risk of losing a challenge. The young lady is equipped with the Empyrean St. Fox brush and legacy paper, and she has even executed the formidable Snorth painting technique. On the other hand, as if an ordinary sculptor, you chose to carve a stone instead. Do you really have to take the challenge so lightly? In this moment, despair was written all over Jian Qingqing's face. Without a doubt, it was their loss this time around. He could not even bear to bring himself to look on anymore. Could that fellow's brain possibly be rusty? Zhang Wuchen was also shocked to the point where he could not close his mouth. He had seen plenty of lunatics, but he had not seen one who was so mentally challenged before. To paint using a sword. Just what kind of lunacy was that young man up to this time around? Most likely, he feels that he's unable to surpass Ziqing, but at the same time, he doesn't want to embarrass himself, Elder Wuzhen hypothesized. That could possibly be the case. After some thought, Zhang Wuchen was still unable to decipher Zhang Xian's intentions, so he could only nod in agreement. As the #1 painting genius of the Zhang clan, Zhang Ziqing's aptitude in painting far surpassed that of her peers, and her skills were on par with most veteran 8-star pinnacle painters. Even if the young man had successfully cleared the Tower of Master Teachers, the crowd still did not think that it was likely for him to emerge victorious. Since the young man was unable to win, the only way he would be able to save some of his pride was to mess up the entire challenge. This way, even if he lost, he could still shirk the responsibility to his brush and paper. Coming to realize the young man's motive, Zhang Wuchen shook his head as he shot the young man another glance, and once again, he found himself in a flabbergasted position. Wielding a sword in his hand, Zhang Xian's sword tip was more than a chi away from the stone. He swung his arms non-stop, covering the stone with a barrage of sword chi. But for some reason, all of the sword chi seemed to brush past the stone, not leaving the slightest mark on it. To the crowd, it appeared as if he was possessed by some kind of spirit. There was not a single person in the square who could comprehend what he was up to. Could that fellow possibly have gone mad? I think so, too. Otherwise, why the heck would he suddenly dance with his sword at this moment? The only expressions that could be seen on the crowd's faces were dumbstruck looks. Most of them were from privileged backgrounds, and they had been blessed with the opportunity to see all kinds of painting techniques from master painters. Some painters preferred a more refined painting method, some adopted a wilder painting technique, some were fond of a more flirtatious painting style, and some chose a more stable and dignified painting manner. With Zhang Ziqing, for example, every single one of her brush strokes was elegant, making it a pleasure to behold. On the other hand, the young man before him was dancing around wildly as if he was suffering from a stroke, and to make things worse, he was not leaving the slightest mark on the stone at all. Did he come here just to fool around? Even Zhang Ziqing could not help but rub her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things. It was just a moment ago that the young man had haughtily declared that he had never lost in any challenges before, and all of a sudden, he had suddenly become a madman prancing around the area. I'm done. While the crowd was still in a stunned state, the young man exhaled deeply and wiped off the sweat from his forehead before wearily flicking his sword back into his storage ring. Hula! The stone fell onto a table not too far away, just beside the bamboo painting that Zhang Ziqing had created. You're done? Zhang Ziqing exclaimed in astonishment. She subconsciously glanced at the incense stick that she had lit earlier, and it happened to extinguish at this very moment. The young man did manage to finish his work on time, but just what the heck was with that stone? I'm competing with you in the field of painting, not sculpting. Furthermore, even if we were competing in the field of sculpting, you have to at least leave some marks on the stone in order for it to even be considered a sculpture. Every single person here can testify that your sword hasn't touched the stone at all. So, what the heck are you up to? More importantly, all you did was randomly swing your sword for around 10 to 20 breaths? You didn't even do anything at all. So how did you get so tired that even your face is turned pale? Even if you want to act, at least do it in a more convincing situation than this. It's almost as if you were taking all of us for fools. Unable to stand it, Zhang Ziqing turned to Zhang Xian and said, Are you certain that this is the work you wish to challenge me with? If you aren't done yet, I don't mind giving you more time. Since she was competing with the young man, it would only be worthwhile for her if she defeated the young man when the young man was in his peak state. If the young man's condition had been a little off in the past hour, she did not mind giving him another chance to showcase his true capability. There's no need for that. I'm already done painting, Zhang Xian said with a chuckle. He gestured forward gentlemanly with his hand and said, "We should get the Wu Dao mirror to check on our work now." Check. Seeing the smile on the young man's face, Zhang Ziqing's cheeks could not help but quiver in frenzy. All you did was carry a slab of stone over. Even though you did swing your sword wildly for roughly 20 breaths, you didn't leave the slightest mark on it. Do you honestly think your slab of stone is able to match my pinnacle 8th level painting? I really want to pry open your brain and see where you get your confidence from. Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded. Of course, if you admit defeat, we can simply skip the checking phase. Admit defeat? Zhang Ziqing nearly burst into laughter. You want me to admit defeat to a mere stone? You must be off your rocker. Have you not taken your medicine today? Indeed. You should have seen with your own eyes how much effort I put in to complete this masterpiece. I think it would be impossible for me to produce a second one like this within a short period of time. Zhang Xian said with an air of solemnity. He gazed into the distance, and the solitude of a man who stood at the top of the world could be seen reflected in his eyes. Effort. Masterpiece. The crowd nearly fell to the ground hearing those impetuous words. The young man did not even leave the slightest mark on the stone, such that not even the slightest dent or chip could be seen. If this could be considered a masterpiece, then even a dog could be considered a master painter. And the young man still had the cheek to say effort. Effort my ass. Seeing how fearless the young man was, Zhang Ziqing harumphed in displeasure. Are you sure you want to use the Wu Dao mirror? Of course. Zhang Xian exclaimed with a wave of his hand, assuming the disposition of a true expert. Very well. I'll make you concede to me. Zhang Ziqing harumphed coldly. She waved her hand, and the Wu Dao mirror appeared once more. She stretched her finger forward and tapped the Wu Dao mirror lightly, and a brilliant ray of light immediately reflected from the mirror. Junior Zhang Ziqing beseeches the Wu Dao mirror to help assess the mastery of the paintings we have before us. Hula! In an instant, the Wu Dao mirror was brought to life. It emanated a radiance of 7 colors, which swiftly shrouded the bamboo painting. A short moment later, a voice emerged from the Wu Dao mirror. Bamboo painting. The bamboo culms are infused with life, and a breeze whispers amid the mountain, thus placing the painting in harmony with nature. It's neither abrupt nor excessive, a truly rare pinnacle 8th level masterpiece. Upon hearing the judgment, Zhang Ziqing visibly heaved a sigh of relief, and a look of pride surfaced on her face. The fact that she had received such an appraisal from the Wu Dao mirror meant that even if her bamboo painting still was not at the level of her winter snow-treading portrait, it did not pale too much in comparison to it. Knowing that everything was in her grasp, Zhang Ziqing shot Zhang Xian a haughty glance. Humph, let's see how the Wu Dao mirror will judge your work. Tzzzzzz. After assessing her work, the Wu Dao mirror began scanning the stone on the table too. All of a sudden, it paused for a brief moment before resuming its scanning once more. As if it could not fully perceive the artwork before it, it scanned the stone for the 3rd time. Only then did it finally come to a halt, and the voice from before appeared once more. This painting is truly a one-of-kind masterpiece. I hereby judge this painting to be superior to the one from before. Superior? Zhang Ziqing staggered on the spot, and her eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. She could not help but wonder if she was hearing things. Why would the Wu Dao mirror suddenly say such incomprehensible words? That shabby stone had just been picked off the street, so how could it be a one-of-kind masterpiece? What is going on here? Zhang Wuqian and the others were dumbstruck too. Chapter 1440 In Marriage? I have lost? Unable to accept what she had just heard, Zhang Ziqing asked once more. Wu Dao mirror, you said that. I have lost? Unable to accept what she had just heard, Zhang Ziqing asked once more. Indeed. Even though his artwork utilizes the simplest drawing method, it harnesses the very essence of painting. I can tell you that this is a feat which even the average 9-star painter would be incapable of. Your painting is indeed not too bad, but it pales far in comparison to his. Wu Dao mirror replied. Artifacts on such a level already possess their own consciousness and were able to interact with humans. But all he did was to swing his sword a few times, and he didn't even leave a single mark on the stone. How could this be something which even 9-star painter would be unable to match up to? Zhang Ziqing felt like clawing her hair in frenzy. You can't just spout nonsense like that. All of us are looking over here. Everyone here can testify that all that fellow did was to pick up a mere stone and swing his sword at it. Not the slightest bit of his sword chi had nicked the stone, and the stone looked the exact same as when he had picked it up. Where was the drawing you spoke of then? Come closer and examine it carefully. You will surely be able to notice its ingenuity. Noting Zhang Ziqing's incomprehension, the Wu Dao mirror simply left these words behind before falling silent. Its voice carried a dreamy tone to it, seemingly still deeply immersed in the beauty of the artwork it had just seen. Zhang Ziqing hesitated for a moment before walking over to the table. She lowered her gaze to examine the stone in closer detail. There was still some dirt stuck to the surface of the stone, but other than that, there was nothing particular to note about it. There's nothing here at all. Even after a close-up look, Zhang Ziqing was still unable to find any marks that could have been left behind by the earlier burst of sword chi, so she couldn't help but feel even more perplexed. Thus, she released her spiritual perception to take an even closer look at the stone. What that was not visible to the eye, perhaps it would be visible to her spiritual perception. As soon as her spiritual perception wrapped itself around the stone, Zhang Ziqing's body visibly stiffened, and her body began trembling nonstop. Her lips quivered ceaselessly, fully displaying her disbelief at what she was seeing. What's wrong? Noticing the peculiarity with Zhang Ziqing, Zhang Wuchen, and the others frowned as well. They extended their spiritual perception toward the stone too, and what they saw left them frozen on the spot. Indeed, this stone is an artwork which I drew out using my sword. The stone that I picked up earlier has, in fact, been reduced to dust and is currently stored in my storage ring, and the one right before your eyes is a painting. Seeing that they had managed to notice what was different about his stone, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. While it might appear as if he was just wildly releasing a barrage of sword chi earlier, leaving nary a mark on the stone at all, in truth, he was creating an exact replica of the stone that was earlier seen. Back when he was just a 7-star painter, he had already comprehended suspended imagery, allowing him to paint on mid-air. Naturally, now that he was an 8-star painter, his proficiency in it was much higher than before. Even though the painting was created by sword chi, it would still be difficult even for a 9-star painter to discern its true form without taking a closer look with his spiritual perception. It was to the point where even the 2 elders of the Zhang clan, Wuchen and Wuzhen, despite watching the entire process from the start to the end, didn't notice the slightest anomaly with the stone. They couldn't have imagined that the stone that was picked up from the ground had already vanished altogether, and what was right before their eyes was actually a painting. To think that we didn't notice that the stone is actually a painting. Ziqing was able to grant life to the bamboo, making it appear real, but he has already transcended that level. Under his deft hand, the distinction between reality and painting has been torn down, confounding everyone with his artwork. Coming to realize the situation, Zhang Wuchen and Zhang Wuzhen were trembling in disbelief. Real 9-star painters were indeed capable of producing artwork that seemed so lifelike that it completely fused into the real world, making hard for one to determine what was real and imaginary. Just that, no one thought that the young man would be capable of the same feat too. Could it be that he was already a 9-star painter? If that was the case, wasn't it a little too terrifying? I have lost. Zhang Ziqing reached out to stroke the stone, only to find that its texture was also of no difference from that of a real stone. Without using her spiritual perception, there would really be no way for her to discern that it was just a mere drawing. In that instant, her face flushed completely pale. All along, she had thought the other party was just messing around. But who could have thought that he had been painting seriously? Furthermore, his artwork was of such a high caliber that no one was able to discern it. It was no wonder why the Wu Dao mirror had declared the match to be her loss. She did indeed lose, and it was an utter defeat at that. From the very start, she never stood a chance against him. If you are able to create an artwork of such a tier with just your sword, Just what kind of paintings would you be able to produce with a brush in hand then? Unable to take it any longer, she turned her gaze to the young man and said, previously, when the other party said that he was going to get serious, she thought that he would really go all out. Yet, contrary to her expectations, he whipped out a sword instead of a brush. If the young man was already able to produce such an artwork far beyond her capabilities with a sword in hand, she really shuddered to imagine just how formidable his painting prowess would be with a brush in hand. I wasn't lying to you when I said that I was going to get serious. I did give my everything in this painting, and I wasn't going easy on you by using a sword. Noting the young lady's astounded face, Zhang Xian explained with a smile, I must admit that you have a deep understanding of painting. Otherwise, I would have simply painted with just a blade of grass instead of with my sword. Actually, as long as you put your heart into your painting, it doesn't really matter whether you are wielding a brush or a sword. Blade of grass? Hearing that the young man was actually intending to use something like that to compete with her, Zhang Ziqing's face twitched a little. How are you intending to paint with that? Simple. Zhang Xian quickly took a look at his surroundings before tapping his finger lightly. In the garden not too far away, a blade of grass flew over and fell into his palm, following which, he flicked the blade of grass lightly. Hoolah! The water in a nearby pond immediately rose up and lightly soaked the blade of grass, following which, he began moving the blade of grass slowly in the air. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz and in just a short moment, a majestic flowing river appeared before everyone's eyes. It raced rapidly with a ferocious roar, and it felt as if it would overflow and flood the entire square in an instant. Using just water, he was able to draw out a river flow using suspended imagery? Zhang Ziqing gulped down a mouthful of saliva. She would always need to use the most valuable brush and ink in her artworks, as she felt that these were necessary tools in order for her to truly bring out the essence of her painting and pieces that she would be satisfied with. However, after watching the other party's creation, she realized that her line of thought might have been too shallow. Painting didn't necessitate the use of a brush. Look closely, and the entire world would be a brush and a canvas. There was no element which one couldn't incorporate into one's painting. So, this was a true prodigy's interpretation of painting, as well as the true essence of painting. The conception behind this river painting of yours is also of a much higher level than my bamboo painting. Zhang Ziqing shook her head and sighed deeply. As reluctant as she was to admit it, the young man was indeed far ahead of her in the field of painting. Even this river painting which he had created at a whim was far more profound than the bamboo painting which she carefully produced with all her might. Ah, you need not get so disheartened. I was able to deepen my understanding of painting significantly while drawing out the stone, and that's the only reason why I'm able to create a decent painting with just a blade of grass now, Zhang Xin explained. He hadn't drawn much after assimilating 8-star painter books, and the earlier drawing of the stone was the first time he had drawn seriously in a long while. This practical experience had granted him a much deeper insight into painting, thus bringing his mastery to a deeper level. And it was with this experience that he was able to surpass Zhang Ziqing with a work he painted at a whim. You managed to deepen your understanding of painting while drawing out the stone? Zhang Ziqing nearly keeled over. She had always prided herself on her unparalleled talent in painting, but it seemed like she was really no match against the young man before her. The gap between them was so huge that for the first time in her life, she felt a hint of despair and helplessness, as if she was in a race, facing a rival whom she would never be able to catch up with. All of a sudden, a young man amidst the crowd shouted out, "Fairy Ziqing, I remember that you once said that if any one of the younger generation surpasses you in the field of painting, regardless of whom the person is, you would marry him without any hesitation. Does that vow still holds now?" Zhang Ziqing was visibly stunned by that remark for a moment. She couldn't help but turn her gaze to Zhang Xin, and a frown slowly deepened itself on her forehead. Chapter 1441. Zhang Jiang. Known as one of the most talented female offspring of the Zhang clan, Zhang Ziqing was a celebrity among the younger generation. On top of that, She had a graceful disposition and ravishing looks, which led to her having many suitors. Each day, there would be many men who tried to approach her, hoping that they might just luck out and win her fancy, and this had become a major source of annoyance for her. As such, she had once declared that no matter who the person was, as long as his age was not beyond 30 and he was able to surpass her in the fields of zither, chess, and painting, she would marry that man without any hesitation. While she did say such words, it was just to stop others from harassing her. After all, she did not think that there would be anyone in the world who could best her in those three fields. But who could have thought that there would a man who was actually able to triumph over her in the field of painting so easily? Even though this fellow's personality isn't too good, and his words are very jarring, there's no denying that he's a person of great ability. It might not be too bad to marry him. Such was the thought that flashed across Zhang Ziqing's mind upon hearing someone amid the crowd reminding her of the matter. Never in her life had she contemplated the notion of marrying any man before, as she had always felt that they were all unworthy of her consideration, but if it was this man, she might just be able to grudgingly accept it. As soon as such a notion took root in her mind, it swiftly grew at a pace where even she was unable to repress it anymore. Thus, she turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "May I know if Zhang Shi is skilled at the zither too?" "I do play it from time to time," Zhang Xian replied with a nod. Well, he was actually an 8-star demonic tunist, but it would still be best for him to keep a low profile. "Then what about chess?" "I'm afraid that I don't know a thing about it." Zhang Xian shook his head. He had learned many occupations, but chess simply was not in the set of skills that he was interested in, so he had never really sought to learn it. As such, it could be said that he knew next to nothing about it. "It's fine. I can teach you. Does Zhang Shi want to drop by my humble abode to have a further discussion about the arts?" Zhang Ziqing asked with a slightly reddened face. The intention behind her words was very clear. In a sense, this could already be considered as good as a confession. Discussion about the arts? Zhang Xian frowned a little before shaking his head. "It's only out of convenience that I have picked up those arts, and I consider them a pastime. I have already spent 2 days studying painting, and pardon me, but I'm afraid that I have no interest in devoting any more time into it." He was here to slap the Zhang clan and force the young prodigy to appear. So how could he possibly have any spare time to learn about the arts or the whatnot? Besides, I can further my understanding of the arts just by collecting the relevant books. Do I need to waste my time discussing them with you? Hearing the young man's rejection, Zhang Ziqing's complexion immediately turned rather awful. However, she swiftly noticed a certain detail in the young man's statement, and she could not help but ask, "Did you say that you have only spent 2 days studying painting?" "I'd reckon so." Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. "I think that should be roughly it." The only reason he had learned painting was to meet the prerequisites required for his master-teacher promotions. He had spent roughly 2 hours for each level, so to reach 8-star, it would have taken him around 16 hours. Even adding up the time he had taken to browse through painting books and practice hands-on painting, the duration still should not exceed 2 days. However, being the humble man that he was, he chose to round the number up. "You have only studied painting for 2 days, but you were able to achieve such a deep understanding of painting?" Zhang Ziqing was unable to believe the words the young man was spouting. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was not willing to dwell too much on such a useless topic, so he reached out his hand and demanded, "Since you've lost the bet, it's about time for you to pay up what you owe me." It was only because of the pinnacle spirit stone that he had accepted the challenge. Since he had won the challenge, it was a given that he should claim his rightful reward. The bet. Recalling their bet, Zhang Ziqing could not help but chuckle at how trivial the matter was. You should have heard what the young man said earlier. "As long as anyone is able to best me in painting, zither, and chess, I will marry that person without any questions asked. Considering how you are far beyond me in the field of painting, as long as your mastery in zither playing and chess are decent, I can consider spending the rest of my life with you." As her voice trailed off, Zhang Ziqing's face reddened in embarrassment. For a lady, it was already very bold for her to speak of such an embarrassing matter so forthrightly. "What are you talking about? Are you trying to talk your way out of paying me my pinnacle spirit stone?" Seeing that the young lady had no intention of paying the pinnacle spirit stone, Zhang Xian's eyes immediately bulged in fury. They had already agreed upon it prior to the duel. There were so many eyewitnesses around them that could testify to that. How could she renege on her promise after losing the bet? And not to mention, even force him to marry her. You must be dreaming. Zhang Ziqing was startled by the unanticipated response. Nothing was going as she had imagined. A loss is a loss. No matter what, you must pay me 1 pinnacle spirit stone. Zhang Xian exclaimed indignantly. Don't bother coming up with excuses. There's no way I'm going to let you avoid payment today. You. Zhang Ziqing nearly lost her sanity in that instant. In the young man's eyes, was she not even worth a single pinnacle spirit stone? If others learned that she, one of the top geniuses of the Zhang clan, had been snubbed over a mere pinnacle spirit stone, she would become the laughingstock of the entire master-teacher continent. To this, Zhang Xian's mind really works in a very odd manner. Zhang Wuchen could not believe what he was hearing. It took a very long moment before he was able to mutter those words. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen someone daring to reject Ziqing, and not to mention, with such an absurd reason at that. Elder Wuzhen also found the situation inconceivable. As the saying goes, even the mightiest of heroes are unable to overcome the ordeal of a beauty. With Zhang Ziqing's capabilities and looks, she was a person who commanded countless pursuers in the upper society, and yet, she had been rejected for a mere pinnacle spirit stone. Taking a step back, if the young man had really married Zhang Ziqing, given the latter's connections in the Zhang clan, he would have been able to obtain all of the pinnacle spirit stones that he wanted in the world. So, was it not simply irrational to fuss over a single pinnacle spirit stone? After a moment of thought, with a shake of his head, Zhang Wuchen remarked, most likely, he doesn't want to have any ties with the Zhang clan. Someone as talented as Zhang Xian could not possibly be a fool, so there was no way he would be unable to comprehend the intention behind Zhang Ziqing's words. Nevertheless, he still chose to say those maddening words. From this, it was apparent that he did not want to be too deeply involved with the Zhang clan. Perhaps Zhang Xian's rejection of Zhang Ziqing had provoked the other geniuses of the Zhang clan. A young man flew forth from the crowd and landed right in the center of the square. Zhang Xian, I am Zhang Jiang from the Zhang clan. I would like to challenge you. What do you want to challenge me in? Zhang Xian asked leisurely. He would have to be blind to not notice the younger members of the Zhang clan lurking all around the crowd. He knew that they were trying to put him down, presumably due to what had happened to the defense formation at the entrance earlier on. However, since the purpose behind his visit to the Zhang clan was to stir the pot as much as possible, he did not mind having them coming at him. I don't have many talents, but I do have some confidence in my beast-taming ability. Since you dared to insult an esteemed member of our Zhang clan, I hope that you have the guts to accept my challenge too, Zhang Jiang said with fury burning in his eyes. In contrast to Zhang Jiang's hostile attitude, Zhang Xian's response was rather placid, as if he was completely unperturbed by the other party's words. How do you wish to compete? Simple. 3 years ago, the Zhang clan managed to capture a ferocious saint beast. Till now, no one has been able to tame it, and even I have failed against it. As long as you can successfully tame that saint beast, I'll accept my defeat, Zhang Jiang said. What if I can't tame it? Zhang Xian shook his head. Judging from what Zhang Jiang was saying, he seemed to be implying that it would be his loss if he failed to tame the saint beast. But this would be an unfair challenge. The fact that Zhang Jiang was unable to tame the saint beast showed that the saint beast was a tricky fellow to deal with. If he failed to tame the saint beast, it could only mean that the saint beast was beyond their abilities to deal with. It did not necessarily mean that Zhang Jiang's beast-taming skills were superior to his. While Zhang Xian was confident in his beast-taming skills, the effectiveness of his tricks was limited to beasts who possessed the dragon bloodline or were slightly weaker than him. Against those that were much stronger than him, he had no foolproof method of taming them. I heard that you were able to easily tame the spirit in our defense formation, so you shouldn't have any trouble taming a saint beast, right? A smile crept onto Zhang Jiang's lips as he continued. I have been with the saint beast for 3 days so far, but our intimacy is already at 25 points. If you can reach a level of intimacy exceeding that within 3 days, I'll admit that you are superior to me. 25 points? Hearing that there was a fairer basis for comparison, Zhang Xian finally nodded in agreement. Then, if I tame the Saint Beast, will I be able to take it away with me? This was something that had to be discussed beforehand. After all, this Saint Beast belonged to the Zhang clan, so naturally, they would have to discuss its allocation beforehand, or it could lead to unnecessary complications. Even though this Saint Beast was caught by the clan head, if you are able to tame it, it should be fine for you to take it away, Zhang Jiang said. At this point, a vicious glint flashed across his eyes before he continued. If you lose the challenge, I won't demand any pinnacle spirit stones or the like from you. However, I want you to kneel down, apologize to Ziqing, and scram right out of the Zhang clan. Chapter 1442. Do you want to exact vengeance? Very well. I accept your challenge. Zhang Xian nodded. While he wasn't too sure whether he wielded the ability to tame the Saint Beast or not, he didn't think that it would be too difficult for him to surpass the record of the young man before him. Not to mention, the Saint Beast was captured by the father of the young prodigy. Perhaps, if he could tame that Saint Beast, he might just be able to lure the young prodigy out? And what better way was there to exact vengeance for Jian Qinxing than to pummel the son of his nemesis? Well, if that young prodigy still didn't dare to appear even after that, surely at least the father would appear? While it would be regrettable not being able to beat up the young prodigy, beating up the father would at least help alleviate some bit of his rage. After all, who asked him to bear such a shameless son? And as the saying goes, the son errs, the father's mistake. Let's begin then. Seeing that he had managed to obtain Zhang Xian's agreement, a hint of excitement flashed across Zhang Jiang's eyes. With a wave of his hand, an elder behind him hurriedly left the area. Not too long later, the elder returned back to the square, and with a wave of his hand, a massive black cage appeared before everyone's eyes. The cage spanned roughly 40 meters in length, and mysterious-looking inscriptions marked its surface. It was apparent that some powerful formation had been cast on it, so as to prevent the life form imprisoned within it from escaping. Within the cage, a saint beast which bore some resemblance to a lion could be seen lying on the ground. It lazily scanned its surroundings for a moment before closing its eyes and returning back to sleep. The saint beast wasn't too large in size, spanning only 4 meters from head to tail. Its appearance wasn't particularly frightening, and its aura wasn't particularly overwhelming either, but for some reason, upon seeing the saint beast, the crowd in the area narrowed their eyes in astonishment. It's the Inferno Qilin. This is the legendary saint beast whose cultivation reaches Saint 9 Dan at maturity. They are extremely rare beings, and even throughout the entire history of the Master-Teacher continent, there have been very few cases of them being caught and tamed. It's no wonder why even a beast-taming genius like Zhang Jiang would be helpless before it. If I could tame a saint beast like that, I would instantaneously gain the prowess comparable to a Saint 9 Dan expert. Easier said than done. The ancient Qilin bloodline runs through the veins of the Inferno Qilin, and its ego is much bigger than whatever you can ever imagine. Putting aside taming it, you would have difficulty just trying to approach it. If it's really that easy, Xingming's sword saint wouldn't have to resort to imprisoning it in the Zhang clan for 3 years straight. That's true. After the shock of seeing the Inferno Qilin with their own eyes, the faces of the crowd gradually turned grim. Third Elder, should we stop the challenge? Elder Wuzhen hesitated for a moment before directing this question to Zhang Wuchen. It's fine, let them be. Zhang Wuchen shook his head. But, in order to tame the Inferno Qilin, Zhang Shi would have to enter the metal cage. As soon as he does so, he would come under its frenzied assault. Over the past 3 years, the Inferno Qilin has already hurt 13 9-star beast tamer. Considering how Zhang Shi is here to challenge our swordsmanship, if it were to get out that he was injured by our saint beast, I fear that this might reflect badly on our Zhang clan. Elder Wuzhen said. He was not making a mountain out of a molehill. While others might not be aware of the circumstances surrounding the Inferno Qilin, he knew full well how vicious that fellow could be. It was simply too difficult a fellow to deal with. No matter what kind of delicious food or treasures one placed in front of it outside the cage, it wouldn't even bother shooting at a second glance. and when one attempted to enter the cage to negotiate with it, one would swiftly come under assault too. It was precisely due to this that many 9-star beast tamers were injured by it over the past 3 years. Clearly, Zhang Jiang had malicious intentions in mind when he made such a challenge to Zhang Xian. He was intending to make use of this huge fellow to teach the other party a lesson. I can tell what that fellow Zhang Jiang is thinking of. If it really comes to a precarious situation, I'll step in. Zhang Wuchen said. How could he possibly have risen to his current position if he couldn't even discern the intentions of a young lad? The reason why he chose not to say anything about the matter was because Zhang Xian had simply brought too much shock to them. He wanted to let things run for the moment so that he could get a clearer gauge of Zhang Xian's abilities and determine a suitable course of action for dealing with that young man. All right, I understand. Hearing how even the third elder had already granted his implicit approval to the matter, Elder Wuzhen decided not to think too much into the matter anymore. He turned his gaze to Zhang Xian and saw that the young man was in deep contemplation, seemingly trying to figure something out. Inferno Qilin. In this moment, Zhang Xian was standing motionlessly on the spot, gathering every piece of information he had regarding the Saint Beast from the Library of Heaven's Path. The Saint Beast's vicious nature was described within the Beast Tamer books he had browsed through. All it took was putting a few links together for him to deduce Zhang Jiang's ulterior motive. This fellow doesn't possess the dragon bloodline, and the strength it wields is far beyond my ability to deal with either. It really won't be easy for me to tame it. Zhang Xian rubbed in glabella in frustration. To be honest, if he knew that he had to face a Saint Beast of the Inferno Qilin's caliber, he would have never accepted the duel in the first place. While his beast pummeling taming method was indeed formidable, it didn't seem too likely that it would be effective against such a powerful fellow. Would the Inferno Qilin even be willing to allow him to approach it? Given his current strength, it was much more probable for him to be roasted to crisp before he could even get close to it. How was he supposed to tame the Inferno Qilin like that? Roasted to crisp? At this point, Zhang Xian glanced at the fearsome flames burning on the Inferno Qilin and abruptly froze on the spot, as if a sudden epiphany had come to him. Are you ready yet? Can we start now? Seeing how Zhang Xian was frozen on the spot as if a block of ice after seeing the Inferno Qilin's prowess with his own eyes, a gleeful smirk inconspicuously emerged on Zhang Jiang's lips as he urged impatiently. Sure, let's start. Zhang Xian raised his head and nodded without any hesitation. Open the cage. Seeing how swiftly the young man had replied to him, Zhang Jiang was slightly taken aback. He was expecting the young man to be hesitant from fear. Nevertheless, he soon burst into laughter and nodded. Very well. No matter whether Zhang Xian really had a plan in mind or it was all false bravado, everything would eventually come crumbling before the superior prowess of the Inferno Qilin. Zhang Jiang waved his hand, and the elder who had brought the metal cage over previously quickly walked forward and pressed his palm against the cage. In an instant, a door appeared on the cage. It wasn't too big nor too small, perfect for a grown man to pass through. Naturally, a Saint Beast of the Inferno Qilin's size wouldn't be able to pass through it. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian began walking toward the door. Zhang Shi. Jian Qinsheng hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade the young man against participating in this challenge. He might not know too much about beast taming himself, but he did have a clear understanding of what kind of person Xing Sword Saint was. That fellow was a particularly boastful and haughty person, always wanting to show off at every turn. However, that fellow did wield abilities was indeed able to match up to his boasting, and if even that fellow was unable to tame the Inferno Qilin, it must truly be a difficult Saint Beast to deal with then. To walk in and confront such a fearsome Saint Beast straight on, that was simply too dangerous. Rest assured. Zhang Xian turned around and directed a confident nod at Jian Qinsheng. I'll use my sword to make them learn of the greatness of the sanctum of sage's swordsmanship. What? Jian Qinsheng was taken aback by Zhang Xian's reply. He waved his hand in a fluster and said, No, that's not what I mean. It was just a moment ago that he thought the other party was dabbling in too many things, diluting his identity as a sword practitioner of the sanctum of sages, so he stepped in to remind the other party of the matter previously. But this time, he was stopping the other party because he was truly worried. A saint beast of that caliber was already frightening enough when motionless. If Zhang Xian were to execute his swordsmanship before it, wouldn't he be killed? It's fine, it's fine. I understand. Zhang Xian waved his hand perfunctorily before leaping right into the cage. Hoo. As soon as he stepped into the cage, it was as if he was transported into another world. Waves of searing heat gushed at him relentlessly, seemingly vowing to burn him down into cinders. The blistering heat accumulated within this cage distorted the space so much that there was nothing one could see that wasn't warped, making it hard to perceive size and distance. The Inferno Qilin thrives off earth flames. Its body is able to produce a massive cloud of flames on thought and reduce everything within a 300 li radius into ashes. Due to its high aptitude for destruction, not even the powerful sage clans dare to offend it easily. Recalling the description concerning this saint beast, Zhang Xian nodded. To be perfectly honest, it seemed like the only clan that wielded the power and resources to trap this massive fellow for 3 years straight was the Zhang clan. Had it been any other clans, whatever artifact that they were using to imprison it would have been burned down into ashes by now. While Zhang Xian was deep in thoughts, he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature growing higher and higher. Upon realizing that there was a foreign intruder, the Inferno Qilin, which had been lying lazily on the ground all this while, suddenly revealed a hint of savagery in its eyes, and it began making its way over slowly. Inferno Qilin, I believe that you should be able to tell that I'm not from the Zhang clan. Watching as the Inferno Qilin made its way over threateningly, Zhang Xian showed no signs of fear. Instead, a warm smile formed on his lips as he said, "An esteemed like saint beast like you have been imprisoned in a cage for 3 long years by the Zhang clan, stripped of your honor and dignity. At this point, I only have a single question for you. Do you want to exact vengeance?" This is the belief that the parent is responsible for disciplining their children and imparting to them the right values in life. If they fail to do so, and their children end up committing malicious actions, they would have to shoulder the blame for that. 150 kilometers. Chapter 1443 I can help you achieve a breakthrough. The Inferno Qilin finally halted upon hearing those words. Seeing this, Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he continued. Just like you, I also hate the Zhang clan with a passion. If you don't want to be trapped and tortured anymore, I can bring you out of here. Together, we'll make a huge uproar in the world, and if you wish, we can even destroy the Zhang clan too. Destroy the Zhang clan? Just, what does that fellow intend to do? Upon hearing those words, Zhang Wuchen and Elder Wuzhen felt their hair standing on end, and they nearly fainted on the spot. What in the world are you doing? You're supposed to tame the Inferno Qilin. Why are you bringing the Zhang clan into the equation? Well, a mere Saint Nine Dan beast won't pose much of a threat to our powerful Zhang clan, but still, if it goes on a rampage and relentlessly emanates its flames in the middle of the city, we will be put in a difficult position. More importantly, our reputation would be completely ripped to shreds. With awful looks on their faces, the 2 elders turned their gazes to Zhang Jiang and saw that the young man's face had already turned pale in fright. Humph! If that fellow really manages to tame the Inferno Qilin and cause a mess in the Zhang clan, I'll hold you responsible for the damage. Zhang Wuchen flung his sleeves coldly and harumphed. But Zhang Jiang wanted to protest, but meeting with the wintry gazes of the 2 elders, he could only lower his gaze meekly and accept their judgment. I understand. Seeing how the young man before him was speaking such big words, the Inferno Qilin sneered in disdain. Destroy the Zhang clan? Are you sure you have the guts and strength to challenge the number 1 sage clan on the Master Teacher continent? If it was one of the minor clans, it could still afford to run rampant for a while, but in here, even it had no choice but to lie low. Putting everything aside, just the man who had captured it and brought it to its current prison had been able to suppress its flames with a flick of his hand. If that man had truly intended to kill it, it would have fallen at a single slash of his. The Zhang clan is indeed powerful, with many experts filling its ranks. However, as a clan of master teachers, it has to obey by the rules. If they truly had no regard for the rules, they would have already tortured you into submission. There is no way you would be able to lie here peacefully and live your days quietly, Zhang Xian said. Humph. The Inferno Qilin turned its head away. It was furious at the Zhang clan's act of imprisoning it, but it had to admit that the Zhang clan had never treated it too poorly. Otherwise, there were many ways they could have forced it into submission, such as completely halting any spiritual energy from getting to it and depriving it of food and drink. Even though it would not have succumbed to those cheap tricks, still, its life could have been made a living hell. And the reason for that was because the Zhang clan was a clan of master teachers. There were rules that they had to obey, or else they would risk losing their prestige and honor that they had built up over the many years. No matter how powerful a clan was, if it paid heed only to the ends and not the means, it would be nothing more than a tyrant. A powerful clan that paid attention to only the ends and not the means would be nothing more than a tyrannical monster, and tyranny could only get one so far. Besides, if the Inferno Qilin did not choose to serve the Zhang clan willingly, it would be a ticking time bomb waiting to explode at any moment. If it acted up while its master was away, perhaps killing a few of the younger offspring secretly, that would cause far greater damage to the Zhang clan. Seeing that the Inferno Qilin was listening to his words, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he continued his persuasion. I can bring you out to pummel the person who has landed you in the plight you are in. Not only that, I can even cleanse your bloodline, bringing you to greater heights. Cleanse my bloodline? You? The Inferno Qilin harumphed coldly. A flame cloud immediately rose from its body, and the already blistering heat in the surroundings further intensified. Gotcha! Zhang Xian felt a deeply stifling sensation in his chest, choking him from within. It felt like he would be reduced to ashes should the wrong words come out from his mouth. Indeed, do you doubt my words? Despite knowing he was knee-deep in danger, Zhang Xian did not show the slightest hint of nervousness. Instead, a confident smile materialized on his face. I can prove it to you. Prove it to me? The Inferno Qilin frowned. Indeed, I am only a Grand Dominion Realm cultivator, an individual who poses no threat whatsoever to you. Whether I'm lying or not, you should be able to tell with a swift look. Think about how long you have been imprisoned here. Don't you desire to attain more power and make those who have humiliated you pay the price for their actions? Or are you satisfied being treated as a tool for the beast tamers of the Zhang clan to test their skills on you? Are you really fine with allowing the Zhang clan trample all over your dignity? Zhang Xian lifted his gaze to look right into the Inferno Qilin's eyes as he further enticed it with his voice. The opportunity is right before your eyes. It's your choice whether you want to seize it or not. But know that if you were to let it slip, such an opportunity might never come once more. The Inferno Qilin fell into deep contemplation, and confusion could be seen reflected in its eyes. But at this moment, someone amid the crowd shouted, "Agree to his request." It was from Zhang Ziqing. Her shout immediately caught the attention of the crowd, and many gazes fell upon her. Seeing that she was suddenly in the spotlight, Zhang Ziqing widened her eyes in realization at what she had just done, and her face immediately flushed red. At the same time, her hands trembled in shock as she muttered, "Demonic tunist?" The words that she had just spoken simply escaped from her throat before she could even notice it. The young man's voice seemed to carry some kind of unique quality to it that drew her into a confounded state, compelling her to bend to his will. And the fact that the young man was able to pull this off showed that he was not an amateur in demonic tunes as he had earlier claimed. On the contrary, he was an expert whose mastery in the occupation far surpassed hers. Otherwise, there was no way a demonic tunist prodigy like her would have fallen for his beguilement and even shouted out such embarrassing words. What was even more unfortunate was that she was the only one who had fallen for his demonic tunes. There were plenty whose cultivation was far lower than hers amid the crowd, but none of them had fallen for his demonic tunes. She knew that this was not due to Zhang Xian acting against her, but rather, her high affinity toward demonic tunes had worked against her. It was precisely due to her sharpness toward music that resulted in her being subconsciously swayed by Zhang Xian's demonic tunes in her moment of carelessness, thus resulting in that embarrassing event. In a sense, This is similar to how skillful musicians were able to hear subtle differences in the melody where an ordinary man perceived no difference in the tune at all. The young man's demonic tune was directed solely toward the Inferno Chilin, so the effects on others were not too pronounced. It was only due to her innate sensitivity toward music that resulted in her falling for it. To others, there were completely no effects whatsoever. Well, for the time being, that was. As time went by, the others would also slowly find themselves unwittingly sinking into the young man's demonic tune, too. After recovering from her shock, Zhang Ziqing gritted her teeth in fury. Humph! Despite possessing such deep capabilities in demonic tunes, he still claims that he's just an amateur in it. His claim that he doesn't know chess is probably a lie, too. She had already lost to the young man in the field of painting, and it was apparent that she would be no match for him in terms of zither skills. All that was left was chess, and it was honestly hard for her to believe that the young man before her did not know a thing about chess at all. She would have to make sure to challenge him after he was done taming the Inferno Chilin. Paying no heed to Zhang Ziqing, Zhang Xian continued his persuasion. What's your decision? It's just a try, and it won't cause the slightest damage to you at all. On the contrary, if it succeeds, you will gain the power to escape from this confinement. So, why are you still hesitating? Just as Zhang Ziqing had guessed, he was not only using demonic tunes, but also importation of heaven's will. With the two abilities stacked on top of one another, further augmented by his celestial master teacher aura and heart of a teacher, as powerful as the Inferno Chilin's will might have been, it was already starting to be swayed. After a long moment of contemplative silence, the Inferno Chilin eventually nodded. Very well, I'll just give you one chance. It had been trapped for far too long. It would be for the best if it could achieve a breakthrough and escape. And if this young man dared to lie to it, it did not mind devouring him whole. You are indeed a wise beast. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he flicked his wrist. A jade bottle materialized in his hand, and shaking it lightly, a pill dropped into his other hand. This pill is able to cleanse your bloodline. Once you eat it, I guarantee that you'll be able to achieve a breakthrough within 10 minutes. Breakthrough? The Inferno Chilin lowered its gaze to eye the pill in the other party's palm. It was a golden pill, and it emanated an alluring fragrance. Rich spiritual energy shrouded its body, but other than that, there did not appear to be anything extraordinary about it. Chapter 1444 The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's Breakthrough. Who? The Inferno Chilin picked up the golden pill and squeezed it lightly. The longer it stared at the pill for, the more perplexed it became. No matter how he looked at it, the pill was just an ordinary energy replenishment pill. There was nothing unique about it at all. While it was true that it harnessed quite a substantial amount of spiritual energy within it, to a beast of its caliber, it was not even worth a mention. Yet, the young man said that this pill would help it achieve a breakthrough? Was the young man taking it for a fool? You'll be able to make a breakthrough just by consuming it. Don't hesitate anymore. Such an opportunity doesn't come every day. Noting the skeptical look on the Inferno Chilin's face, Zhang Xian urged. The Inferno Chilin hesitated for a moment before tossing the pill back to Zhang Xian and harumphing. I'll never eat a pill of dubious origin. Who knows whether it has been poisoned or not? Even the Zhang clan was unable to make it achieve a breakthrough, so how could a mere 20-year-old brat possibly do any better than that? Besides, it had already taken a close look at the pill, and other than the spiritual energy within it being a bit more concentrated than usual, there was nothing unique to it. It would still be fine if it failed to achieve a breakthrough after consuming the pill, but if some kind of formidable poison that was undetectable to it were to be concealed in the pill, it would be in for a tragedy. This was a risk that the Inferno Chilin wasn't willing to take. Poison? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock upon hearing those words, and he exclaimed with a deeply aggrieved voice, Are you doubting my integrity? There's no way I would do something as despicable as that. Besides, I am only at Grand Dominion Realm. Do you think that I would be able to use any poison that would be capable of phasing you in the least? Not to mention, there's nothing I would gain from harming you. The Inferno Chilin fell silent after hearing those words. Indeed, the young man didn't have the ability nor motive to poison it. But humans were known to be a particularly scheming and devious race. Who could tell what kind of deeper plots that fellow could be hatching in the shadows? In any case, it seemed like an utter foolish act as to consume something of unknown origin. Thus, it decided not to pay the young man any more heed, and it lay back down on the ground lazily, preparing to drift off to sleep. Seeing such a sight, Zhang Xian harumphed indignantly, "Since you don't believe me, I'll just have to prove it to you then." As he said those words, he flicked his wrist. Hoolah! A massive netherworld azure dragon beast materialized on the spot. "Master!" The netherworld azure dragon beast lowered its head and greeted Zhang Xian humbly. "Eat this pill. I'll help you achieve a breakthrough," Zhang Xian said as he flicked the golden pill in his hand over. "Yes, Master." The netherworld azure dragon beast nodded its head. Without any hesitation, it opened its mouth and swallowed the golden pill. Goo goo goo. As rich spiritual energy burst out from the pill, a look of pleasure surfaced on the netherworld azure dragon beast's face. However, contrary to its expectation, the long-awaited surge of energy that would take him on a ride toward a breakthrough didn't appear. The pill didn't seem to be as effective as it thought it would be. "Master!" The netherworld azure dragon beast turned a perplexed gaze at Zhang Xian. "Calm down. Everything is under control." Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he flicked his wrist once more. Walala! More than 100 swords materialized in the air. After a swift shuffling in the air, they formed a bridge by connecting their ends to one another. "Lie down on my swords," Zhang Xian instructed. Even though the netherworld azure dragon beast was perplexed by the intention behind Zhang Xian's action, it still obediently flew over and lay down flatly on the bridge of swords. Due to the long and slender body frame of the netherworld azure dragon beast, the scene of it lying flat on the bridge of swords somehow bore a striking resemblance to a skewered sausage. "Good." Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he formed numerous threads of zhenqi to secure the netherworld azure dragon beast in place, ensuring that it wouldn't fall from the bridge of swords. After which, he turned to the Inferno Qilin and said, "This medicine of mine is particularly difficult to assimilate. I'll require your Qilin flames as a medium in order to fully break down the contents of the pill. Since you don't trust me, why don't you allow me to prove you wrong by lending me your flames?" Even though the Inferno Qilin appeared as if it was sleeping, it was actually sneaking curious glances over to see what the young man was up to. Succumbing to its intrigue to find out what would happen to the netherworld azure dragon beast, it eventually gave a nod of agreement. While it dared not to casually eat the young man's pills, lending the latter its flames wasn't much of a deal. And if the pill really harnessed the miraculous effects of allowing it to achieve a breakthrough, perhaps it might not be that bad of an idea to ally with the young man. After giving a nod of agreement, the Inferno Qilin opened its mouth, and crimson flames burst forth from it. In the blink of an eye, its flames had already swept across the entire cage. This side, directed straight toward the netherworld azure dragon beast. Zhang Xian instructed. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Those flames were at a temperature which warped even the surroundings out of shape. As soon as they fell on the netherworld azure dragon beast's back, a resounding sizzle echoed in the air. At the same time, Zhang Xian also began to rotate the sword, as if barbecuing a meat skewer. Outside the cage, Zhang Wuchen and the others glanced at one another with stupefied looks on their faces. Even the genius beast tamer, Zhang Jiang, wasn't able to make sense of the situation at all. It was apparent to everyone that the netherworld azure dragon beast was Zhang Xian's tamed beast. As a mere Grand Dominion realm pinnacle cultivator, that fellow really should be counting his blessing for being able to tame a dimension-sundering realm pinnacle saint beast. So, why was he roasting it right now then? The flames of the Inferno Qilin was more intense than the hottest earth flames. Even Saint high-tier artifacts would melt swiftly under its searing heat. No matter how powerful the netherworld azure dragon beast was, there was no way it would be able to survive for too long when exposed to such overwhelming heat. At this rate, it might just really die. Is this what he means by displaying his swordsmanship? Jian Qinsheng muttered in utter disbelief. It was just a moment ago that the young man said that he would bring glory to the sanctum of sage's swordsmanship, So Jin Qinsheng simply assumed that the young man was going to use his sword to clash with the Inferno Qilin face-on. Yet, it turned out that he was only using it as a skewer stick for his tamed beast, so as to give it a good roasting. Can you get any more misleading than that? Tzzzzzzzzzz. Under the blazing heat, oil began to seep out on the netherworld azure dragon beast's skin, and a peculiarly appetizing meat aroma wafted in the air. Master! The netherworld azure dragon beast was beginning to reach its limits. It tried to thrash its body around, but the Zhenqi threads had bound it in a way that prevented it from effectively exerting its strength, thus rendering its efforts futile. Seeing that its life was hanging by a thread, despair surfaced in the depths of its eyes. Grit your teeth and endure it. If you wish to make a breakthrough, this is pain that you must overcome. Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message over. Netherworld azure dragon beasts harness the coldness of the netherworld in their bodies. Thus their cultivation are also leaning toward the cold attribute too. While the Qilin flames are at odds with your primary attribute, it can help to neutralize any blockages in your meridians and cleanse your bloodline, allowing you to push right for a breakthrough. The pill which Zhang Xian took out previously was infused with his Heaven's Pathshenqi, so naturally, it had the effect of cleansing bloodlines too. Unfortunately, its effectiveness was extremely limited on the netherworld azure dragon beast, whose cultivation was much higher than him. In other words, from the very start, his promise of allowing the Inferno Qilin to achieve a breakthrough just by eating the golden pill had been a big fat lie. His true purpose was to make use of the intense heat of the Qilin flames to refine the netherworld azure dragon beast's bloodline and grant it the momentum to overcome its Saint 8 Dan pinnacle bottleneck. I understand. Realizing that its master was doing all of this for it, the netherworld azure dragon beast gritted its teeth tenaciously and endured the excruciating pain. When the flames dived into its body, the netherworld azure dragon beast felt the blood coursing through its body bubbling furiously, threatening to evaporate dry at any moment. A feeling of frailty gradually rippled through its body, and its consciousness was beginning to slip away from it. Just when it was on the verge of caving in, the pill that it had swallowed previously suddenly released a burst of soothing energy which maneuvered the flames in its body to knock open all of the bottlenecks within its body. As a result of that, its turbid blood began to turn clearer as well. It's working. The eyes of the netherworld azure dragon beast twinkled in excitement. Even though it had absolute trust in its master, relief and exhilaration still gushed in upon seeing the changes occurring within its body. From the looks of it, it should be able to achieve a breakthrough very soon. Thus, it gathered all of its grit and forced itself to persevere on. Eventually, its suffering paid off. 3 minutes later, it felt the invisible ceiling that had capped its cultivation at Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle was beginning to loosen, and cracks were gradually creeping all over it. Now, all of a sudden, its master's voice echoed loudly in its ear. Without any hesitation, it gathered all of its remaining energy together as it released a majestic roar. Boom! Even the sturdy metal cage rattled under the deafening roar. Kacha! Kacha! The power that the netherworld azure dragon beast harnessed within its body began to surge to a new peak, and eventually, as if its body couldn't contain that power anymore, a tremendous burst of energy shot upward into the clouds. It managed to pull off a breakthrough. The golden pill could actually allow one to achieve a breakthrough? Retracting its flames, the Inferno Qilin couldn't help but freeze on the spot. It was still deeply skeptical when the young man said that the golden pill would allow it to achieve a breakthrough within 10 minutes. But from the looks of it now, it was apparent that the young man wasn't lying. The golden pill was truly a miraculous pill. It hurriedly turned its gaze over to the young man, only to see that the latter completely preoccupied with controlling the 100 of swords he had brought out. The jade bottle that he had taken the golden pill out from previously was currently placed on the ground not too far away from the young man, open for anyone to take. Hee, it's all mine. A glint flashed across the Inferno Qilin's eyes as it flicked its paw. Who? In the blink of an eye, the jade bottle was already in its grasp. Taking a look inside, he saw that there were 7 golden pills inside. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, it swallowed all of them down. Chapter 1445 Submit to me, you. In the midst of retracting his swords, Zhang Xian happened to chance upon this sight, and he froze on the spot. I must say that I'm really thankful for your generous gift, but you need not put on an act anymore. I know your motive. You speak of helping me exact vengeance, but in the end, aren't you just trying to make me submit to you? I can tell you this loud and clear right now. Dream on. Driving its Qilin flames to break down the contents of the pill, the Inferno Qilin looked at Zhang Xian and sneered coldly. We, of the Qilin tribe, and proud and noble beasts, how can we possibly submit to a mere human? Hidden under those impassioned and rousing words was the ugly intention of the human to enslave it. Given how it refused to submit to even the head of the Zhang clan, how could it possibly willingly submit to a mere Grand Dominion realm brat? You must be kidding me. The only reason why it chit-chat with the other party for so long was because it was bored with its confined isolation, and it wanted to chat with someone a bit. Who could have thought that the young man would actually bring him some unexpected gains? The Inferno Qilin had been paying close attention to the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. While the latter's cultivation had indeed reached St. 8 Dan Pinnacle, it was limited by the potential of its bloodline. Achieving a breakthrough for it would be a feat nearly as difficult as scaling the heavens. Yet, just by consuming the golden pill, it managed to push through its bottleneck and rise to the next realm. From this, it was certain that the pills in the jade bottle did harness mystical effects. Even if they weren't as effective on it, it would still benefit greatly from consuming them. At the very least, pushing for a breakthrough of a small cultivation stage shouldn't pose too much trouble. My pills. Paying no heed to the Inferno Qilin's taunting, a look of absolute horror appeared on Zhang Xian's face. I have already swallowed them. What are you going to do about it? Make me spit them out? The Inferno Qilin taunted coldly. You deserved it for placing a treasure like that before me unguarded. It's not as if I'm bounded by the code of honor or those rubbish principles that you master teachers follow. Survival of the fittest. Since I was able to snatch it, it goes without saying that it's mine. No, that's not what I mean. Zhang Xian exclaimed in a fluster as he shook his head hurriedly. Like I give a damn as to what you mean. Since I have presented me with such fine medicine, I'll let you off the hook this time around. Scram out of this cage right now, or else don't blame me for getting nasty on you. The Inferno Qilin swung its thick tail menacingly before returning back to the area where it had laid down on earlier. The Inferno Qilin's words did little to cool down the agitated state Zhang Xian was in. He continued exclaiming anxiously, I'm not concerned about you taking my pills, but I only have a single one of that breakthrough pill, and I have already fed it to the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. A single one? Those words immediately left the Inferno Qilin halting in its footsteps. It turned his head around and asked doubtfully, if you only have a single one of those breakthrough pills, what are the other pills you have stored in that jade bottle of yours then? Those are all poison, Zhang Xian exclaimed. Poison? The Inferno Qilin was visibly startled for a moment before it clicked its tongue in disdain. Don't think that you can get me to spit out those pills just because you said that they are poison. Let me tell you this, I have already assimilated those pills into my body. Even if the young man felt indignant at having his pills eaten by it, surely it didn't have to come up with such a ludicrous lie. It had made sure to scan the pill carefully with its spiritual perception prior to consuming it, and it was certain that those 7 golden pills were identical to the one the young man had offered it previously. If they were really poison, his tamed beast should have been dead by now. And besides, who in the world would place a pill intended for achieving breakthroughs into a bottle filled with poisonous pills? What if one were to consume the poison by accident? At least put some effort into crafting out your lie. I can't feel your sincerity at all. Hearing those words, the young man's face immediately turned white, and he lowered his gaze despondently as he muttered, You have already assimilated the pills? Oh no, this is a disaster. Enough of your act. Get out of here right now, and I'll spare. Fed up with the young man's theatrics, the Inferno Qilin harumphed coldly and turned its body around. But halfway through its motion, it suddenly froze up entirely, and an intense pain abruptly exploded through its innards. Pacha! Pacha! It was a kind of sensation that felt as if someone was tugging desperately at the two ends of its heart in opposite directions, attempting to rip it apart. At the same time, the Inferno Chilin felt a flowing current of power seeping into the thinnest meridians in his body and gnawing at his nerves viciously, causing an unending wave of pain to assault his senses. Facing such a situation, the Inferno Chilin panicked. Chilin flames were capable of turning anything to cinders. As such, most poisons would be reduced to ashes before they could do any harm to its body. So why would its body suddenly be tormented by great pain all of a sudden? Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. While it was still deep in thought, the pain assaulting him from the inside swiftly intensified, sweeping through every nook and cranny of his body like an unstoppable flood. Pada. The Inferno Chilin collapsed weakly to the ground, devoid of even the strength to get back to its feet. It's definitely the golden pills that I have just eaten. Damn it! The Inferno Chilin cursed with his clattering teeth. It was very certain that the cause of the pain was the golden pills that it had just eaten. When it was assimilating the pills earlier, several surges of energy burst forth from them and converged together before diving into the narrowest meridians in its body to lie in wait. Why you poisoned me? The Inferno Chilin glared at the young man before it in fury. Everything was as clear as day to it now. The young man had intentionally placed the jade bottle on the ground in order to prompt it to steal it from him. By doing this, not only would he not be infringing on his dignity as a master teacher, he would be able to corner it too. More importantly, it wouldn't have anyone to blame because it was due to its own foolishness that it leaped ahead of itself and snatched the pills. Indeed, there was nothing more frightening than a shameless master teacher. You should have just asked me instead of leaping forward to snatch it. Why are you so reckless? Those pills are poisonous, you know? Zhang Xian exclaimed with a hint of helplessness in his voice. You. Trembling with fury, the Inferno Chilin found itself at a loss for words. What else could it say? All the young man did was to place the jade bottle beside it. In the first place, the young man had offered the golden pill to him at one point in time, and it refused it. After which, it was also the one who snatched away the jade bottle and downed its content. From the perspective of the outsiders, the young man hadn't done anything morally questionable at all from the start to the end. Directing a vicious glare at Zhang Xian, the Inferno Chilin growled, "Give me the antidote." Since the young man had such a poison in his possession, it didn't make sense for him to not have the antidote. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't have any antidote for that poison. However, I do know of a method to alleviate the effects of the poison. As long as you submit to me, I can help you. Zhang Xian said with a look of difficulty. You want me to submit to you? Dream on. After despicably luring it into eating the poison, that fellow still wanted it to submit to him. The Inferno Chilin nearly exploded on the spot. Malicious killing intent burst forth from it as it roared ferociously. Even if I were to die today, I shall bring you down together with me. Boom. The Inferno Chilin leaped into the air, and it swiped its hoof down on Zhang Xian. In an instant, flames surged to every corner of the cage, and an overwhelming burst of energy which was powerful enough to even rip pitch-black rifts in space tore through the air, descending down upon the young man. Pada. But before the attack could reach, the Inferno Chilin suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Its body convulsed ceaselessly from the excruciating pain coursing through its innards, and white foam was leaking out from the corner of its mouth. The poison was simply too potent that it had exceeded its tolerance limit. Zhang Xian walked up to the Inferno Chilin and gazed down on the latter impassively. He shook his head and persuaded, "Submit to me. You'll only die at this rate. You want someone who possesses the ancient Chilin bloodline like me to submit to a filthy and despicable human like you? Dream on." The Inferno Chilin roared with gritted teeth. The lineage of the Chilin tribe could be traced back to the ancient times, and the Chilin tribe had been a dominant power even in the era where powerful beasts roamed the surface of the master-teacher continent. While the purity of its bloodline was lacking as compared to its ancestors, there was no way its pride would allow it to submit to a mere human. It would rather die than to submit to them. Otherwise, the Zhang clan wouldn't have been completely helpless despite having captured it for 3 whole years. I guess there's no choice then. Zhang Xian shook his head. He was just about to further goad the Inferno Qilin on with his words when an oppressive pressure suddenly weighed down heavily on him from above. In an instant, even his breathing had become laborious. Raising his head, he saw dark, ominous clouds swiftly filling the previously clear sky. Lightning crackled angrily from within, as if heralding the arrival of a catastrophe. Is this the Saint Nine Dan Macrocosm Ascendancy ordeal? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 1446 Macrocosm Ascendancy Ordeal, Saint Nine Dan Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm. Macrocosm refers to the entire spatial world we perceive formed by the three dimensions. Those who had reached this realm would be able to wield an understanding of space far greater than at dimension-sundering realm, allowing them to dictate the changes in the spaces around them, granting them the strength required to stand at the very peak of the Master-Teacher continent. Zhang Xian thought that it would be a huge blessing if he could help the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast rise to half-macrocosm ascendancy realm, but perhaps due to the firm foundation it had built up over many years, it was actually able to crash down two bottlenecks in rapid succession using the Qilin flames, charging up to Saint Nine Dan in a single breath. The ability to dictate space was a skill that should be unique only to the heavens themselves. Those who sought to steal this ability from them would have to suffer an equivalent punishment for their actions. As such, the ordeal that one had to face at this level was exceptionally formidable. If dimension-sundering ordeal was difficult, the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal would be despair-inducing. To make a comparison, even the might of 10-dimension sundering ordeal wouldn't come close to matching up to the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal. Slala. In barely the blink of an eye, the ominous clouds in the sky had already covered an area of 4,000 to 5,000 mu around them, and it was still expanding at a frightening rate. This is really a disaster. Outside the cage, Zhang Wuchen and Elder Wuzhen were trembling in horror. The both of them had been through the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal themselves, and even with their current cultivation realms, they would still shudder at the notion of facing it once more. One must know that the prowess of the ordeal was, in fact, comparable to a full-strength attack by an expert surpassing Saint Nine Dan. And for such a powerful lightning tribulation to be called in the middle of their city, the entire guest area could very well be reduced to cinders. That young man had already destroyed countless buildings near the entrance formation previously, and now, he was going to destroy their guest accommodations as well? That Zhang Xian was really a symbol of misfortune. How were they to explain this to their clan head when he returned? Everyone, hurry up and evacuate this area. Knowing that the crowd standing within the perimeter of the lightning tribulation would only induce it to grow stronger and stronger, Zhang Wuchen immediately instructed. So. Realizing the dangers, the crowd also didn't dare to linger in the area. They hurriedly flitted as far away from the guest area as they could. There was no way to stop the lightning tribulation. It would only grow stronger the more they tried to curb it. It was one thing if they succeeded in eliminating the lightning tribulation once and for all, but if they were to fail, the entire city could very well be reduced to ashes. That Zhang Xian is really a herald of misfortune. He should have known better than to allow his Saint Beast to achieve a breakthrough here. Zhang Wuchen spat through gritted teeth. Whenever the Zhang clan had anyone who was on the verge of making a breakthrough to macrocosm ascendancy realm, they would make sure to prepare a location for him in advance, and in some cases, set up formations even in order to ensure that the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal wouldn't cause too much damage to the surroundings. Yet, this fellow actually brought one right into the middle of their home base. Considering how many guests there were here, there was no way they would be able to protect all of them. If any of them were to lose their life while under the Zhang clan's care, it would really be a huge smirch on the Zhang clan's reputation. Taking a step back, even if no life was lost in this catastrophe, the massive damage that it would sustain as a result of the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal would still make it a laughingstock on the Master-Teacher continent. Zhang Xian, hurry up and bring your tamed beast out of here. There's a Dracatiger mountain not too far away with specialized formations that could help your tamed beast deal with the lightning tribulation. Unable to take it any longer, Zhang Wuchen urged anxiously. At the very end of the city was a place known as the Dracatiger Mountain. It was used by the Zhang clan as a specialized ground for their offspring to deal with their cultivation ordeals. For this purpose, there were plenty of formidable formations set up around the area, and while it wouldn't help to fend off the lightning, it would at least suppress the growth of inner demons within the cultivator's mind, thus allowing him to focus his full attention on coping with the lightning tribulation. As long as he could get the Saint Beast there, the Zhang clan would be able to avert this crisis. Very well. Zhang Xian shot a glance at the netherworld azure dragon beast before nodding his head. But just as he was about to instruct the netherworld azure dragon beast to head over to the place which Zhang Wuchen had spoken of, a powerful surge of might suddenly burst forth from behind him, following which, the Inferno Chilant's furious bellow sounded in the air. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well bring down all of you bastards along with me. Flames began emanating from the Inferno Chilant's body. This is really bad. Zhang Wuchen was horrified to see this sight. Due to being plagued with lethal poison, the Inferno Chilant had already resolved itself for death. As such, it had chosen to use its full strength to further provoke the lightning tribulation so as to bring down the darn Zhang Xian and the netherworld azure dragon beast together with it. As it was standing at the very center of the lightning tribulation, the instant that it drove its strength, the lightning tribulation was immediately rumbled furiously in response to its provocation. Woo! In the blink of an eye, the 5,000 mu field expanded to cover over 10,000 mu, and there were no signs that its growth was going to stop anytime soon either. If the lightning tribulation had only covered the guest area previously, at this moment, it was covering a huge chunk of the area where the Zhang clan's offspring resided in too. Well done. Seeing how cooperative the Inferno Chilant was at such a crucial moment, even without having him to prompt for it, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in delight. Given the size of the lightning tribulation, it should be comparable to at least 10 pinnacle spirit stones at the very least. If he could devour it, his cultivation would definitely surge to higher realms. Ha ha ha, I want all of you to suffer along with me. Completely oblivious to Zhang Xian's thoughts, the Inferno Chilant was only focused on a single matter this very instant, making the lightning tribulation grow as large as possible. Roaring furiously, it released every last bit of energy it had within it. In the midst of doing so, it realized that the release of its strength seemed to lessen the excruciating pain from the poison, so it gritted its teeth and pushed itself on. Kacha! Kacha! Even before the lightning could fall, the overwhelming pressure it emanated had already destroyed the formation cast on the cage. At the same time, countless buildings also caved into the pressure and collapsed abruptly. Master, what should I do? Seeing how his macrocosm ascendancy ordeal had gone completely out of control, the netherworld azure dragon beast couldn't help but cower back in fear. It had been too focused on pushing for a breakthrough that it overlooked the possible consequences of his action. It had never thought that things would get to this point. If even its master was helpless before this situation, it would really be electrocuted to death. There's no need to panic. Continue drawing in the lightning tribulation. The larger it is, the better it'll be. Zhang Xian instructed before flying over to Zhang Wuchen and the other side. Third Elder, Seventh Elder. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and greeted. With his current cultivation realm, he could walk around freely without catching the attention of the lightning tribulation. Do you have any ways to resolve this situation? Zhang Wuchen asked grimly. If the netherworld azure dragon beast didn't leave right now, everyone would be doomed once the lightning tribulation fell. I do have an idea in mind, but I would require a few things to carry them out. Do you happen to have Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm, Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering, and Saint 9 Dan Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm Cultivation Technique manuals? I need as many of them as possible. Zhang Xian asked urgently. Since the lightning tribulation was already prepared for his consumption, it went without saying that he needed to have the cultivation techniques required to up his cultivation too. Otherwise, he would be wasting this precious source of energy. Cultivation technique manuals? What do you need those for? Zhang Wuchen was taken aback by Zhang Xian's abrupt request. The matters that had occurred at the Sanctum of Sages had been classified as confidential, and students had been sternly warned not to let this matter out. Of course, it would only be a matter of time before it spread amongst the top brass of the major clans, but for the time being, Zhang Wuchen was still unable to fathom the notion of the young man making use of the lightning tribulation to push for breakthroughs. There's no time to explain it to you. I need you to bring them to me right now. This is the only way we can resolve the crisis standing before us, or else, I'm afraid that there would be nothing I could do either. Zhang Xian said with even greater urgency in his voice. I do have a few phantasmal space realm cultivation technique manuals with me at the moment. I was planning to impart them to my students, so I have been bringing them along with me. As for dimension-sundering realm cultivation technique manuals, almost all of them are all locked in the clan's book vault, and I'm afraid that even with my authorization as the third elder, I still can't bring you in. Only those amongst the top brass of the Zhang clan are authorized to access it, and even so, they could only pick out a single cultivation technique from there. Even I am no exception to the rule. Zhang Wuchen paused for a moment before eventually replying. Those who had reached dimension-sundering realm could already be considered as individuals who had reached the apex of the master-teacher continent. As such, despite being the third elder of the Zhang clan, he only had several of them in his private collection. And as for the clan's secret art, it went without saying that there was no way he would be able to show them to an outsider. I guess I would have to make do with phantasmal space realm cultivation technique manuals then. Seeing that the lightning was about to fall at any moment, Zhang Xian knew that he didn't have much time to waste. Thus, he waved his hand and urged, "Hurry up and take them out. I just have to take a swift glance at them." Seeing that the young man had an idea in mind, Zhang Wuchen didn't dare to waste any time. Flicking his wrist, a bunch of books appeared before him. 5,000 mu is equivalent to 333 m²2. 5,000 mu is equivalent to 6,666,666 m squared. Chapter 1447. Please take me in. There weren't too many books amidst that pile, numbering just roughly 20 to 30 of them. After scanning through them, a deep frown surfaced on Zhang Xian's forehead. They were all relating to Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm, but those books were not something which Zhang Xian would even call cultivation technique manuals. If he really had to give a name to it, they were more like assignment booklets. Written on those books were what that appeared similar to assignment questions which teachers would pass down to their students in his previous life. All in all, there was only a single book that could be said to be useful. Zhang Xian shot a deep look at Zhang Wuchen. It's against the rules to impart the Zhang clan's cultivation techniques to outsiders, so I can only show you these. Nevertheless, it's still quite a formidable cultivation technique, suited for cultivators of any attribute to practice. Noting Zhang Xian's gaze on him, Zhang Wuchen explained with an awkward chuckle. Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. Unlike in academies, the cultivation techniques that were passed down in clans were limited in variety. As all members of the Zhang clan shared the same bloodline, they were likely to be similar in terms of attribute and could cultivate the same cultivation technique. At the same time, honorary elders who chose to ally with the Zhang clan were likely to already have their own cultivation techniques and lineage as well. As such, despite the Zhang clan's influence and standing in the master-teacher continent, its collection of cultivation technique manuals was actually not too big. If that's the case, do you have any physical body cultivation technique or soul cultivation technique? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking. The massive lightning tribulation was like a big feast to him. He might just regret it for life if he couldn't make good use of this opportunity to push for a breakthrough or two. I do have quite a few physical body cultivation techniques here. Elder Wuzhen flicked his wrist, and a pile of books numbering over 1,000 appeared right before him. I also have a few soul cultivation technique manuals with me, Zhang Wuchen said as he took out a pile of books too. As they weren't confidential secrets arts of the Zhang clan, there was no problem with him showing these books to Zhang Xian. Seeing that these two fellows were finally reliable for once, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He swiftly shot a glance at those books and collected them into the library of Heaven's Path. All right, I'll go and fend off the lightning tribulation. Saying those words, Zhang Xian leaped up and soared right into the midst of the storm clouds. What? He's going to fend off the lightning tribulation? Zhang Wuchen and Elder Wuzhen were visibly shocked by Zhang Xian's abrupt actions. Even Zhang Ziqing's face had turned pale in horror. They thought that the young man would have a good solution to deal with the lightning tribulation, but he ended up dashing over blindly instead. Wasn't that as good as courting death? Voila! Zhang Xian dashed right into the dark clouds. At the same time, he swiftly compiled the physical body cultivation technique manuals and soul cultivation technique manuals he had gathered into a higher-tier Heaven's Path Golden Body and the Grand Dominion Realm Heaven's Path Soul Art. I probably won't be able to finish absorbing a lightning tribulation of this size, and if it were to really fall, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would lose its life. All right, you lot, come out as well. Looking at the storm clouds which extended past the horizon, Zhang Xian knew that no matter how huge an appetite he had, it would be impossible for him to devour it clean within a short period of time. Thus, he chose to bring out his clone, the Dongshu gourd, and the vine out too. What a splendid lightning tribulation this is! Looking at the sheer scale of the storm clouds that had congregated in the area and feeling the immense lightning energy harnessed amidst it, his clone, the Dongshu gourd, and the vine couldn't help but release an excited shriek as they dashed right in. Zhang Xian didn't slack around either. He drew out of his primordial spirit and began furiously devouring in the lightning energy around him. At the same time, under the effects of the mind of void, his body also began drawing in the lightning energy and cultivating the Heaven's Path Golden Body instinctively too. Sometime later, as per the norm with previous lightning tribulations, it fled in fear after realizing that there were several mysterious powers robbing its energy. Zhang Xian swiftly kept his clone, the Dongshu gourd, and the vine back into his storage ring before heaving a sigh of relief. He assessed his gains during this period of time, and he couldn't help but nod in contentment. His soul cultivation had successfully reached Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. At the same time, his physical body had also surpassed its previous bottleneck, reaching a level comparable to half-saint pinnacle artifacts. With the current resilience of his physical body, even if he were to stand completely unguarded before a Saint 7 Dan cultivator, the latter would still be unable to harm him in the slightest. In the truest sense, he could be said to be a human-shaped weapon. And that wasn't the happiest news yet. It seems like the innate fetal poison has been further suppressed as a result of my breakthrough. He realized that the more lightning energy he absorbed, the more he was able to suppress the innate fetal poison. After digging into the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal, it had been forced to cower quietly by a corner, not daring to move in the slightest. It seems like the lightning energy harnessed within cultivation ordeals is indeed highly beneficial to me. I must make sure to look for more in the future, Zhang Xian thought as he casually shot his glance downward to take a look. And what that came into his sight left his eyelids twitching in horror. The resplendent guest accommodations of the Zhang clan had been replaced by rubble. Even though Zhang Xian had charged up to absorb the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal, the lingering might that the lightning tribulation emanated was still too powerful. At the same time, these buildings had quite some age to them, so they eventually succumbed to the pressure. Zhang Xian hurriedly turned his gaze to Zhang Wuchen and the others, and just as he had expected, he saw that they had an awful look on their faces. He couldn't help but shudder a little. To think that he would actually reduce this place to ruins just like that. This was really exhilarating. With the mess that he had caused, even if the young prodigy were to continue holing up wherever he had been hiding for all those years, surely Xing's sword saint should show up? Zhang Shi, thank you for helping us resolve the lightning tribulation. Otherwise, our Zhang clan would have been in deep trouble. Clenching his trembling fists tightly, Zhang Wuchen suppressed his anger and clasped his fist. No words could describe what he was feeling at this moment. Even though the lightning tribulation was brought here by that young man, he had only done so in order to tame the Inferno Qilin. Not to mention, this incident had happened under his watch, so he also had to take responsibility for this incident too. It would only reflect badly on him and the Zhang clan if he were to push the blame to Zhang Xian right now. It was truly fortunate that the problem was resolved in the end, or else the consequences would be truly dire. Not only would the guest area be destroyed, a huge part of the Zhang clan's establishment could have been reduced to ruins too. At the very least, this was all he could tell himself to soothe his indignant heart right now. Zhang Wuchen turned his gaze to Zhang Jiang and bellowed furiously, Zhang Jiang, for acting on your own accord, you have to take responsibility for the mess that you have caused. I hereby order you to return back to your residence and await your punishment. Until any further orders are given, you are not to leave your room. Yes. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Jiang lowered his head despondently. Turning around, he was just about to return back to his residence when he suddenly recalled something and halted in his footsteps. He hurriedly turned back around and clasped his fist humbly toward Zhang Wuchen and said, I have no qualms about being punished for this matter. But my duel with Zhang sure isn't over yet. Third Elder, I beseech you to give me some time to wait for the results. Once the results are out, regardless of whether it's my loss or victory, I'll make my way over to the Hall of Punishments to take responsibility for my recklessness. He recalled that his duel with Zhang Xian was still ongoing, and if he was going to be punished for this matter, the least he could do was to make things difficult for Zhang Xian too. Results? Zhang Wuchen frowned. That's right, Third Elder. I have made a bet with Zhang Shi whether he would be able to reach a higher intimacy level with the Inferno Qilin than me within 3 days. However, looking at how fixated the Inferno Qilin was in dragging that fellow down to the depths of hell with it, I don't think that we would need 3 days to determine the victor. Zhang Jiang hurriedly explained. Just by how Zhang Xian had resorted to schemes to poison it, there was no way the Inferno Qilin would feel the slightest shred of goodwill toward it. If a saint beast could submit to a man like that even after all that had happened, there would really be no need for beast tamers in the world. Everyone would have just become a poison master instead. Just like humans, saint beasts had their own pride too. They would only submit to people whom they recognize, and naturally, for a person like Zhang Xian who resorted to underhanded means such as poisons and schemes, only someone with a loose screw would be willing to acknowledge such a person as their master. This was especially so for a fiery-tempered saint beast like the Inferno Qilin. Using underhanded means against it would only intensify its hostility, making it nigh impossible to tame it. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhang Xian couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. He thought that he could win the Inferno Qilin's respect by having the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast achieve a breakthrough before it, thus convincing it to submit to him. However, just by looking at how the Inferno Qilin didn't hesitate to provoke the lightning tribulation just to deal with him, most likely, it would be impossible for him to tame it anymore. Forget it, I admit. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian was just about to admit his defeat when he suddenly felt a slight warmth on his leg. Turning his head over, he saw the Inferno Qilin lying right next to him, licking him with its tongue. With a face filled with respect and awe, it pleaded, Master, please take me in. Chapter 1448 Your teacher is here. Zhang Zhang's body froze upon hearing those words. Zhang Wuchen and the others also stared at one another blankly. What was wrong with this fellow? It was just a moment ago that it declared impassionately that those of the ancient Qilin bloodline weren't to be sullied, and if it could, it would have probably slaughtered Zhang Xian without any hesitation. Yet, why would it suddenly cast away its pride and end up kneeling on the floor subserviently all of a sudden? Zhang Xian was also clearly taken aback by the abrupt change in attitude by the Inferno Qilin too. He had to stare intently at the Inferno Qilin for a long while before he was able to convince himself that it was the same arrogant beast that he had dealt with just a moment ago. With a bizarre look on his face, he asked, Are you certain that you want to acknowledge me as your master? Yes. I swear on my ancient Qilin bloodline that I'll heed any commands that Master instructs me without any complaints. The Inferno Qilin anxiously nodded its head, as if fearing that the young man before it would change his mind. All right then. Zhang Xian nodded. A mere instant after giving his 2 words of approval, he immediately saw a droplet of blood, harnessing the Inferno Qilin's soul diving gently into his glabella. And with their master-servant relationship being sealed by a soul contract, he swiftly became cognizant of the massive fellow's thought process. Under normal circumstances, the Inferno Qilin would have never submitted to anyone. However, when it saw him diving into a lightning tribulation so powerful that even it would have fled in fear, it changed its mind. While saint beasts were born physical constitutions that were far stronger than humans, their primordial spirits were much weaker in contrast. As such, they possessed natural deference toward lightning, and those who were able to conquer lightning were not too much different from deities in their eyes. As such, just on the basis that the young man was able to chase it away the lightning tribulation so easily, it didn't seem too bad of an idea to become his tamed beast. Furthermore, since the other party was able to help the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast achieve a breakthrough, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to do the same for it too. The thought process of beasts was sometimes just much simpler than humans. It was not to say that they were less intelligent, but the way that they perceived friends and foes was much more straightforward as compared to humans. I don't believe it. How can this be? Seeing that the Inferno Qilin had actually acknowledged Zhang Xian as its master, Zhang Jiang's face turned as white as a sheet of paper. That was a saint beast which even their clan head was unable to tame. Yet, to be able to win its loyalty within just a short 20 minutes. Not to mention, it was just a moment ago that the Inferno Qilin was baring its fangs at Zhang Xian, dying to rip the young man into shreds. Why would it suddenly change its attitude all of a sudden? Do you know that your abrupt change in attitude has put me in a spot? Not only have I lost the duel, the clan head would also punish me severely for this once he returned. He had to pay a heavy price in order to capture that huge fellow. If he were to learn that it had fallen into the hands of an outsider. Pooh. Zhang Jiang's face reddened from all of the frustration bottled up within him, and a spurt of blood escaped from his lips. You are an Inferno Qilin, a beast who possesses the noble ancient Qilin bloodline. Zhang Jiang couldn't help but exclaim in agitation. So what if the noble ancient Qilin bloodline flows through my veins? Zhang Shi is an outstanding young talent who's both righteous and humble. Such a person is worthy of me devoting my entire life into pursuing. The Inferno Qilin shot a haughty look toward Zhang Jiang, fully expressing its delight in becoming Zhang Xian's tamed beast. You. Zhang Jiang nearly collapsed to the ground. What happened to your pride? What happened to your dignity? It wasn't too long ago that you were screeching impassionately about how you would rather die than to submit yourself up to another and be sullied, and all of a sudden, you are acting in such a manner. It can't be that your soul has been swapped with another person's, can it? Since you have acknowledged me as your master, then I guess it would be inappropriate for me not to bestow you with a greeting gift, right? Completely ignoring the blood-spurting Zhang Jiang, Zhang Xian snapped his finger with a slight smile. With an expectant look, the Inferno Qilin waited excitedly for its master present when all of a sudden, it felt a surge of energy gushing out from the depths of its dantian. Under the surge of energy, it found its meridians, which were previously riddled with blockages here and there, were being swiftly knocked open. This is the lethal poison from before? The Inferno Qilin widened its eyes in disbelief. The sensation of the energy coursing through its body was very familiar. It was the exact same feeling it felt when the poison in the pills diffused throughout its entire body. Just that, instead of wreaking havoc this time around, this surge of energy was clearing away all of the bottlenecks limiting its cultivation, thus pushing it toward a higher realm. To turn a lethal poison into a tonic with just a mere thought, this was a feat which even 9-star master teachers were incapable of. The Inferno Qilin found itself trembling uncontrollably in agitation. It was at this very moment that it truly realized how wise of a decision that it had just made. It was an instinctive action that it chose to acknowledge the young man as its master, but who could have thought that the capabilities the young man wielded would be far beyond its imagination? Possessing the ancient Qilin bloodline, it was blessed with superior prowess at birth, putting it at a much higher starting point at the others. But at the same time, this overwhelming strength had become its limitation too. Without a doubt, the Qilin Flames was the strongest weapon that it wielded, but it was also precisely how powerful it was that it was hard to bring it under control, thus making it nigh impossible for Inferno Qilin to cultivate the smaller and thinner meridians in its body. As a result, its rate of cultivation had been very slow. However, in this very moment, that surge of energy was helping it to pave open all of these smaller and thinner meridians, thus clearing all of the bottlenecks in its way. In an instant, the Inferno Qilin felt that the invisible ceiling capping its cultivation was starting to loosen up, and it would be able to push for a breakthrough at any moment. Master, hurry up and make a breakthrough. Don't waste this precious opportunity, Zhang Xian interjected nonchalantly. Yes. Knowing that this wasn't the time for soppy words, the Inferno Qilin closed its eyes and drove the energy in its body. Boom! A powerful pressure swept across surroundings, and in this instant, the Inferno Qilin appeared to be an indomitable conqueror. The Inferno Qilin is going to make a breakthrough too? Zhang Wuchen's face immediately warped in absolute shock. With a tearful look, he exclaimed, Zhang Shi, please take the Inferno Qilin away from here. The Zhang clan can't take another lightning tribulation. On behalf of Zhang Jiang, I'll formally concede defeat to you, all right? Just the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's breakthrough was sufficient to turn the entire guest area into ruins. If the more powerful Inferno Qilin were to make a breakthrough too, the entire Dracatiger city could very well be turned into ruins. There's no need to worry. It's currently at St. Nine Dan advanced stage, so it won't draw in any lightning tribulation, Zhang Xian explained awkwardly. Through the soul contract, he was able to accurately perceive the Inferno Qilin's currently cultivation realm and strength, St. Nine Dan Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm advanced stage. Even when utilizing the momentum granted by his Zhenqi, it would only be able to push for a breakthrough to St. Nine Dan Pinnacle at most. And based on what he knew, just like with St. 8 Dan, there was no lightning tribulation between each cultivation stage within St. 9 Dan. That would be for the best. Zhang Wuchen suddenly recalled that the Inferno Qilin's current cultivation realm and heaved a sigh of relief. Once bitten, twice shy. Perhaps it was due to the fright from seeing what happened with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast that he became particularly sensitive to this issue. Indeed, a breakthrough of a cultivation stage within St. Nine Dan wouldn't draw in any lightning tribulation. As Zhang Wuchen finally calmed down, many questions began floating in his mind. So, with a slightly intrigued voice, he asked, even a breakthrough of a cultivation stage within St. Nine Dan is as difficult as attempting to scale the heavens. If I may just ask, how did Zhang Shi manage to induce a breakthrough in it? The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's breakthrough could still be attributed to the strong foundations it had built up prior to its breakthrough and Zhang Xian's deep understanding of it. But considering that he had just tamed the Inferno Qilin and hadn't had a chance to understand its constitution on a deeper level yet, how in the world did he manage to induce a breakthrough within it too then? If that young man really wielded the ability to induce breakthroughs in Saint Beast as and when he liked, he could pretty much tame any Saint Beast that he wanted. I guess it can all be attributed to luck. The Inferno Qilin happens to have made sufficient accumulation over the years, so by using some special means, I was able to tap into its potential and help it push for a breakthrough. Things wouldn't have proceeded as smoothly as this if I had been dealing with another Saint Beast instead, Zhang Xian explained. There was no way he could reveal the existence of the Heaven's Path Zhenqi, or else it could bring him great trouble in the future. Ultimately, everything still boiled down to low profile and humility. Those were the two greatest virtues in the world, after all. Pardon me, it seems like I have lacked consideration in my words. Seeing how the young man was beating around the bush, Zhang Wuchen realized that his actions may appear as if he was probing into the other party's secrets, so he hurriedly apologized. Following which, he clasped his fist and smiled. I have heard news from our younglings in the Sanctum of Sages that your teacher is Yang Shi, Yang Xian. Is that true? My teacher is indeed Yang Xian, Zhang Xian replied. At this moment, he wasn't ready to throw out his identity as Yang Xian's student yet. Considering the abilities that he wielded despite his low cultivation realm, there was no telling that greedy individuals would attempt to do him harm so as to uncover his secrets. Hu Yiwei wasn't around anyway, and they weren't at the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters either. Even the Sanctum of Sages was unable to uncover the authenticity of his identity, so surely it wouldn't be too difficult to fool the Zhang clan too? No wonder. Zhang Wuchen nodded in realization. May I know if Zhang Shi knows where Yang Shi is currently at? My teacher has always been a free man, wandering the lands without allowing himself to be restrained by anything. As such, I'm afraid that I am unaware of his whereabouts either. Zhang Xian replied. Zhang Wuchen was slightly taken aback for a moment before finally understanding why Zhang Xian had come to the Zhang clan and yet, instead of paying a visit to his teacher, chose to wreak havoc here. It turned out that he was unaware that his teacher was right in the Zhang clan. It's truly a work of coincidence that you came at this timing. Yang Shi is currently in seclusion in the Zhang clan, and I believe that he could be coming out very soon. The two of you will soon be able to reunite with one another. Zhang Wuchen said with a smile. Yang Shi is here too? Zhang Xian asked with a surprised smile on his face, but on the inside, his blood had already run cold. Chapter 1449 Blood Reservoir, and not only so, he was even a Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, one of the strongest experts in the world. All along, he had been openly using Yang Shi's name in order to conceal the existence of his Library of Heaven's Path. Yet, who could have thought that by some mysterious workings of the world, a character whom he had created at a whim turned out to be truly existent, and not only so, he was even a Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, one of the strongest experts in the world. It was already extremely awkward for him to be faking as the other party's student, but who could have thought that the other party would even be in the Zhang clan? If the both of them were to meet, wouldn't his fake identity be exposed on the spot? Before Zhang Xian could say a word, Zhang Wuchen had already asked with a frown, Yang Shi? Look at what I'm saying. It's been too long that I have last met teacher that I accidentally addressed him wrongly by mistake. Zhang Xian hurriedly glossed over his mistake. He had been too overwhelmed with shock that he unintentionally addressed Yang Xian as Yang Shi instead of teacher. Yang Shi has been in seclusion at our Zhang clan for more than a half a year now, so it's indeed been quite some time since the two of you met. Zhang Wuchen nodded in agreement, seemingly accepting Zhang Xian's excuse. Would it be inconveniencing my teacher if I were to visit him while he's in the midst of his seclusion? Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Wuchen and asked. Considering how Zhang Wuchen knew that he was Yang Shi's student, and that given the fact that Yang Shi was currently in the Zhang clan, it was weird that no one had called Yang Shi over yet. There could only be two possibilities for this. Firstly, Zhang Wuchen was trying to sound him out. Secondly, Yang Shi was in the midst of a crucial point of his cultivation and was unable to leave his seclusion just yet. Regardless of which of the two it was, they worked out to Zhang Xian's advantage. Yang Shi did instruct us not to allow anyone to interrupt him while he's in his cultivation. However, he should be coming out in a few days' time. If Zhang Shi is in no rush to move, you should be able to reunite with Yang Shi. Zhang Wuchen said. That's a relief. I'm in no hurry to leave, so I guess I'll impose on the Zhang clan while waiting for my teacher to come out of his seclusion then. Zhang Xian nodded as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief on the inside. It seemed like he still had a few more days to spare. However, to be safe, he should still hasten his plan. As soon as he lured the young prodigy of the Zhang clan out and pummeled him, he should leave straight away. Otherwise, it could pose to be a huge trouble if he were to bump heads with Yang Shi. May I know where my teacher is in seclusion at the moment? I'll just head over to pay my respects first without interrupting him, Zhang Xian asked. The least he could do was to first confirm the enemy's location. This way, he would know where he should flee to if he were to hear that the other party had come out of seclusion. I'm afraid that I don't really know. Only the first elder is aware of where Yang Shi had gone into seclusion at. Zhang Wuchen shook his head and replied, You don't know? Zhang Xian shook his head in feigned disappointment. While the two of them were still speaking, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and the Inferno Qilin were finally done with their breakthroughs. Incredible energy pulsated from their bodies, and it felt as if it would burst out of their bodies at any moment. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but eye the two Saint Nine Dan beasts gathered around Zhang Xian warily, apprehensive of the strength they wielded. Even Jian Qinsheng was a little agitated too. One must know that even the deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages was only at Saint Nine Dan primary stage, but Zhang Xian, despite being a student, had already tamed a Saint Nine Dan primary stage and a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle beast. What this meant was that there was effectively no one else who could stand against him in the Sanctum of Sages anymore. With such strength at his disposal, he was more than qualified to become an elder of the Sanctum of Sages. At the same time, Conflicted looks appeared on the faces of the Zhang clan's offspring. They had come here to teach Zhang Xian a lesson, but after witnessing the formidable capabilities he wielded in painting and beast taming, they found their resolve wavering. Zhang Ziqing and Zhang Jiang could already be considered as the two most talented individuals amongst them, but nevertheless, they didn't even come close to being a match to Zhang Xian. If they were to challenge the young man at this point, they would only be embarrassing themselves and sullying the reputation of the Zhang clan further. As a result, this led to an awkward standstill. Well, awkward for everyone except for Zhang Xian. He was simply happy to have his moment of peace. After all, fending off all those pesky challengers was exhausting on his part too. There was only one opponent he was interested in here, and that was the little prodigy. The rest were simply too weak to even catch his interest. Zhang Shi, the guest area is already not suited for your accommodation anymore. I happen to have another residence prepared. Allow me to bring you over. Seeing that the geniuses of the Zhang clan had thoroughly lost their fighting will, Zhang Wuchen couldn't help but sigh deeply on the inside. Another residence? Zhang Xian pondered for a brief moment before nodding. I'll be troubling third elder then. Indeed. With the current state of the guest accommodations, there was no way he could stay here anymore. It's no trouble at all. Follow me. The third elder nodded. After instructing Elder Wuzhen to fix up the guest accommodations as soon as possible, he swiftly headed into the distance. Before leaving, Zhang Xian didn't forget to impart the method to stopping the sculptures to the two 9-star spirit awakeners, and before their shocked gazes, he departed into the distance. Not too long later, he arrived at the residential area of the Zhang clan members. Sword Saint Jian Qinsheng, you can use this room for the moment. After I settle in the other guests, we'll be holding the tournament for the younger generation. Following that, we'll be hosting a socializing session so that everyone can exchange cultivation insights and catch up with one another. After landing in a residence, the third elder explained the upcoming events for the day with a smile. All right, thank you. Jian Qinsheng nodded. He had been to the Zhang clan for 3 times now, but this was the first time he had entered the residential area of the Zhang clan's core members. In a sense, he was benefiting from Zhang Xian's halo. The spiritual energy here wasn't as rich as that in the guest area, but there was a unique aura in the air which seemed to energize one's body and mind, enhancing one's rate of cultivation. Zhang Shi, will you accompany me to take a walk around? After settling Jian Qinsheng down, Zhang Wuchen turned to Zhang Xian and asked. I'll be pleased to. Zhang Xian replied with a nod. It just happened that he wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the Zhang clan in the off case that he ever needed to snatch his bride away from them. Since Zhang Wuchen was inviting him for a walk, there was no reason for him to turn him down. Even if there was danger, he had the Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast to guard him. Besides, he was a guest, and the Zhang clan seemed to value their reputation too much to make a move on their guests. This way, please. Zhang Wuchen gestured with a smile before leading the way forward. This time, they didn't fly in the air but walked instead. After everything that had happened, the sun had already set. A crescent moon was accompanied by a sky of twinkling stars in the night sky, showering the world with a dim, cold light. Somehow, everything appeared particularly cold and forlorn on this very night. The two men walked along the pavement, one at the front and one at the back. Silence drifted between the two men before Zhang Wuchen suddenly asked with a casual tone, Zhang Shi, where did you come from? Do you have any siblings? I am an orphan. I don't even know who my parents are, let alone my siblings. Zhang Xian replied calmly. Even the previous him had no idea whom his parents are, so of course, he would have even less of an idea over here. An orphan, huh? Zhang Wuchen muttered beneath his breath before realizing that he had allowed his thoughts to wander. So, he quickly pulled his attention back and carried on asking, since you are an orphan, why is your surname Zhang? Who gave you your name? Zhang Xian pondered contemplatively before shaking his head. It has been too long. I don't remember anymore. In the first place, the memory he had inherited from the previous him wasn't complete, so how could he be aware of such complications? Based on the memories of the previous him, it seemed like he had been hung on a noose looped over a tree when he was very young and nearly lost his life, and the man who had saved him bestowed him with the character, Xian. As for why his surname was Zhang, well, beats him too. What was important to him was that his Zhang was not the same Zhang as the Zhang of the Zhang clan. You can't remember anymore? Your parents must have departed while you were very young, Zhang Wuchen remarked. Then, he abruptly chuckled softly before asking, then Zhang Shi, what do you think of our Zhang clan? Do you have any interest in joining our ranks? Thank you for your goodwill, but I'll have to turn down that offer, Zhang Xian replied firmly. After forcing Luo Ruoxin to marry a man who had never taken responsibility for her and despicably scheming to kill him, they still had the cheek to ask him to join them. Dream on. I see. Not expecting the young man to reject his offer so affirmatively, Zhang Wuchen was left in a slightly awkward position. Silence drifted between the both of them for quite some time before Zhang Wuchen caught something ahead of him, and he heaved a sigh of relief. We're here. Here? Where? Taken aback, Zhang Xian raised his head and saw two massive characters appearing before his eyes. Blood reservoir. Xian has the meaning of hanging in Chinese. Chapter 1450 He Isn't. 1. Those two characters were written using a rather ancient script. That being so, there didn't seem to be any particular might or power to them. In fact, looking at them from afar, they would have looked like the scrawlings of a child who had just learned calligraphy. But taking a closer look, one would notice that there was a unique aura imbued in those words. This was an aura that carried the scent of history, signifying the existence of an artifact that transcended through time. It had existed since ancient times, and it felt like it would continue on for many years to come. Just by looking at it, ones will seem to drift through history, seemingly undergoing a baptism of time. Where is this place? Zhang Xian asked in astonishment. This is the place where the offspring of the Zhang clan awaken their bloodlines. As long as one is of the Zhang clan, their bloodline would be awakened by entering the blood reservoir, and be it their comprehension of cultivation or their understanding their occupations, they would soar by leaps and bounds. Zhang Wuchen said, awaken their bloodlines? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. It was no wonder why those two words would leave him feeling so temporarily disorientated. In the first place, the Zhang clan's bloodline was relating to the control of time. So naturally, a place where their bloodlines were activated would surely have intricate ties to the time quintessence. Zhang Shi, are you interested in heading in to take a look? Zhang Wuchen asked with a smile. Head in? Am I allowed to go in? Zhang Xian was astonished. It was obvious how important the blood reservoir would be to the Zhang clan, and yet, to invite an outsider like him in? Our blood reservoir is only effective on offspring of the Zhang clan. Outsiders won't be affected by it, and similarly, they wouldn't affect it either. Don't worry, it's not a big deal to go in to take a look. It's not uncommon for some guests of the Zhang clan to request to take a look at our renowned blood reservoir, and from time to time, we would bring them over for a tour too. Zhang Wuchen nodded. Of course, those were all lies. The blood reservoir was a forbidden land for the Zhang clan, such that even offspring of the Zhang clan would have to receive permission from the elders first before they could be granted access. The reason why he created that load of nonsense was to dispel the other party's suspicions. I see. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was completely oblivious to the third elder's intention. All that was on his mind at the moment was curiosity as to what would be inside the blood reservoir. Considering that it was a place where unique bloodlines could be awakened, perhaps entering the grounds would grant him a deeper understanding as to the abilities of the Zhang clan. This might put him in a better position to deal against the young prodigy in the future. Let's go. Seeing the complete lack of suspicion on Zhang Xian's face, Zhang Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. He walked up to the seal in front of the gates, took out his token, and pressed it against the seal lightly. Wong. The massive gates to the blood reservoir slowly creaked open. After Zhang Wuchen walked into the room, Zhang Xian warily followed suit too. As soon as he stepped across a formation barrier erected all around the blood reservoir, his body immediately jolted. It was a rather perplexing sensation that was extremely difficult to describe, but if he really had to put it in words, it would be that there was a difference in the flow of time. He could feel an incongruity in the flow of time around him. Perhaps it was because he was too accustomed to the natural flow of time that he had never really perceived it before, but as soon as he stepped into the blood reservoir, the difference became very apparent to him. "This is?" Zhang Xian asked questioningly. "This is a folded space which our predecessors left a long time ago. It harnesses the quintessence of time. The flow of time within this space is random. It would be fast at one moment and slow at the other, so it's common for those who have entered this area for the first time to feel a little uncomfortable. However, once the bloodline of a Zhang clan offspring fuses together with this space, he would immediately find himself descending into the river of time. In that state, the offspring's perceived time would slow down, granting him the span of a year within a single month outside. This would mean that the offspring has more time to comprehend his supporting occupations and cultivation. But of course, as the difference in the flow of time only applies to the soul, so there would be no difference in his real cultivation and mastery during this period of time. Zhang Wuchen explained, "So, they would be able to study for a year when only a month has passed outside?" Zhang Xian was astonished. Even if they couldn't achieve any concrete growth in their cultivation during this period of time, it was still an extremely formidable ability. A year and a month, that would mean a temporal slowdown of 12-fold. In other words, the offspring of the Zhang clan who had awakened their bloodline would be able to study at a rate 12 times faster than others as long as they were in the blood reservoir. It was no wonder why the Zhang clan had far more geniuses than the Luo clan. Just this blood reservoir was enough to cement their position as the #1 sage clan of the Master Teacher continent. Eye of Insight. After recovering from his shock, Zhang Xian discreetly activated his Eye of Insight and began scanning the blood reservoir in detail. The folded space that formed the blood reservoir was indeed significantly different from those he had seen in the past. Under the Eye of Insight, he saw many layers of light overlapping on one another, reminiscent of a rainbow. They were all flowing in a single direction, albeit there being some differences in their speed. If one were to move along with the flow of light, one could clearly sense a change in the flow of time around them. However, these flowing currents of light were intangible existences. They could neither be touched nor even affected. In fact, without staring intently at them, it would be hard for even Zhang Xian to perceive their existence, let alone fuse into them and alter their speed. While Zhang Xian was proceeding ahead, Zhang Wuchen was observing him discreetly by the side, and the knit on his eyebrows was slowly growing deeper and deeper. There isn't the slightest bit of anomaly on him. Could he not be it? Previously, both he and the first elder had suspected Zhang Xian of being the person who had gone missing, and that was the reason why they intentionally brought him to the blood reservoir to verify their doubts. Upon entering this room, ordinary Zhang clan members, even if those who had never been to the blood reservoir before, would find their bloodlines being activated and fall into an unconscious state. Their primordial spirit would be brought into the unique flow of time, granting them more time to learn and cultivate. But it was clear that the blood reservoir wasn't reacting to the young man at all. It seemed like not only did the young man not possess the Zhang clan's bloodline, he didn't have anything much to do with the Zhang clan at all. Right, his primordial spirit. A thought came into Zhang Wuchen's mind. Even if something were to happen to the bloodline of a Zhang clan offspring, he would still be able to achieve resonance with the blood reservoir through his primordial spirit or soul. After all, even if a person were to change everything of his, he still couldn't change his soul. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Wuchen stepped forward and suggested with a smile, "Zhang Shi, the blood reservoir harnesses the time quintessence. You'll need to be in your primordial spirit form if you wish to get a closer look at it. Why don't you try it? Perhaps you might just be able to comprehend something from it." Primordial spirit? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. Got it. Possessing the means of the soul oracles, he had cultivated his soul into a gigantic form, but after learning the heavenly art of dimension unravel, he had gained the ability to morph its size freely. Given so, it would be nigh impossible for even a cultivator of Zhang Wuchen's caliber to see anything wrong with his primordial spirit, so there was nothing for him to conceal either. And it just happened that he wanted to explore the secrets of the time quintessence harnessed within the blood reservoir too. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhang Xian drew his primordial spirit out from his glabella. And indeed, the sight that he saw as a primordial spirit was vastly different from that he saw with his physical eye. In an instant, it felt as if he had been plunged into the midst of a frosty winter, and what that somewhat resembled snowflakes could be seen drifting all around him. Zhang Xian instinctively understood that these snowflakes were a physical manifestation of time created by the blood reservoir, so he reached his hand out and attempted to grasp them. Hula! His hands simply passed through the snowflakes. The blood reservoir isn't reacting to his primordial spirit either. Is there really no hint of the Zhang clan bloodline in him at all? Meanwhile, Zhang Wuchen was assessing the reaction of the blood reservoir intently, and a hint of disappointment surfaced in his eyes. If the young man was really a member of the Zhang clan, he would surely be able to affect the surrounding physical manifestation of the time quintessence and even absorb it into his soul. Yet, for his hands to simply pass right through them, there could only be one possibility. He was completely unrelated to the Zhang clan. It seemed like all of their deductions had been off. Sighing deeply, Zhang Wuchen shook his head before calling out to Zhang Xian. "Zhang Shi, it's time for us to leave." "Leave." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian swiftly returned his primordial spirit to his body and stood up. Even though the blood reservoir is open to outsiders, it's still a forbidden ground of the Zhang clan. So there's a limit on how long you can stay in here, Zhang Wuchen said with a wave of his hand. Seeing the stern look on Zhang Wuchen's face, Zhang Xian found himself being rendered speechless. It was not as if I was the one who had requested to enter the blood reservoir. You pulled me in here, and barely after staying here for 5 minutes, you suddenly urged me to head out with such an austere look on your face, as if I'm causing trouble for you. Really, every single person of the Zhang clan should really bring a screwdriver wherever they go so that they could tighten up the screw that keeps getting loose in their head. Farewell. Seeing that the smile had completely vanished from Zhang Wuchen's face, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to stay on any longer either. So, he turned around and left. If you don't want me to see, so be it. It's not as if I really wanted to see it anyway. I'll have to report this matter to the first elder. Shortly after Zhang Xian left, Zhang Wuchen quickly left the blood reservoir as well. He shut the massive gates well before flying swiftly in the direction of the first elder's residence. He had left too quickly that he didn't realize that the time quintessence in the blood reservoir was shuddering nonstop. As if having witnessed something terrifying, it dared not move in the least. Chapter 1451. He isn't too. Flitting forward, he soon found himself where the first elder was. "How is it?" the first elder asked. "He isn't." Zhang Wuchen shook his head. "He isn't. I took him to the blood reservoir, but there was no reaction at all. I tried testing his primordial spirit too, but he was unable to retain the physical manifestation of the time quintessence. That should be more than enough to verify that he isn't a member of the Zhang clan." Zhang Wuchen swiftly filled the first elder in on what he had seen in the blood reservoir. "It seems like I have been thinking too much into it." The first elder shook his head as his eyes turned cold. "Since he's completely unrelated to our Zhang clan, dispatch someone to challenge him in swordsmanship so as to teach him that there are powers whom he can't afford to offend. Also, with all the mess that he has made in our Zhang clan, you must make sure to resolve the issue well. He mustn't be allowed to leave easily, otherwise what will become of the dignity of our Zhang clan?" That young man had destroyed their entrance formation, made the sculptures of their predecessors run amok, and caused the collapse of their guest area. If not for the hint of doubt at the back of their minds, there was no way that they would have allowed the young man to do as he pleased. The Zhang clan could not appear weak before others, or else the powers that had chosen to ally with them would lose confidence in their leadership. "That fellow has tamed the Inferno Qilin. I fear that if we push him too far, he might just cause some mishap," Zhang Wuchen replied hesitantly. While that fellow appeared to be a mere Grand Dominion realm cultivator, he had tamed the Inferno Qilin, whose cultivation had reached St. Nine Dan pinnacle. If he really caused an uproar, while the Zhang clan would be able to suppress it eventually, it would have to pay quite a heavy price to do so. Simple. The first elder placed his hands behind his back and harumphed coldly. Have the inner clan members suppress their cultivation and challenge him with a bet. Force him to remain in the Zhang clan and devote his entire life to serving it. Since he has taken away our clan head Saint Beast, how can we allow him to walk away just like that? And if he loses the bet fair and square, we will also be able to explain the matter to Yang Shi. It was true that master-teacher clans were bound by principles and rules, but that did not mean that they were foolishly honest people. Putting aside those destroyed buildings, just talking about the Inferno Qilin itself, the Zhang clan had devoted unimaginable resources over the prior 3 years in order to tame it. Just the fact that they had brought in 9-star beast tamers one after another should make that very apparent. How could they simply gift it to Zhang Xian just like that? Not to mention, it was obvious that the young man had come with the intention of challenging the Zhang clan. Honestly speaking, if not out of deference for his identity as Yang Shi's direct disciple, they would have had him captured and forcefully retained. You're right. Zhang Wuchen looked at the first elder and asked, who will be a suitable candidate for dealing with him then? For a clan to continue growing stronger and stronger and eventually reach the top, they had to resort to underhanded means from time to time. There were simply some problems that could not be resolved otherwise, so this was something that could not be helped. The first elder pondered for a moment before nodding. Zhang Su, Zhang Hong, and Zhang Qin should be fine. Their understanding of swordsmanship has reached a decent level, and their strength is formidable for their level. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to deal with a Grand Dominion realm lad. Very well. I'll instruct them to challenge Zhang Xian later on, Zhang Wuchen replied. How is the preparation for the clan assembly coming along? When will it be held? The reason they had gathered all of their outstanding clan members and the experts of every occupation was to conduct their clan assembly. Since most people had arrived, it was about time to hold the clan assembly. We'll be conducting it once day breaks. As you know, this involves the marriage with the Luo clan, so we can't afford to have any hiccups. The first elder said as a glint flashed across his eyes. I understand. Just that, the young prodigy is still missing to date, so? Zhang Wuchen said hesitantly. Like I have said, we'll be using this clan assembly as a platform to conduct a tournament, and the person who finishes in first place will marry the little princess of the Luo clan in place of our young prodigy. There's no time to be wasted, or else things might just spiral beyond our control. The first elder said grimly. I guess that's the only way around it. Zhang Wuchen nodded. Clasping his fist, he bowed deeply and said, I'll make arrangements right now. However, I think challenging Zhang Xian should still come after the clan assembly. Otherwise, Zhang Su and the others could be disadvantaged during the tournament. All right, I'll leave it up to you to determine the specifics. The first elder nodded before falling silent. While they were discussing Zhang Xian, the man himself had already returned back to his residence. While he was making his way in, he saw a human silhouette heading his way. The human silhouette clasped his fist and greeted, Teacher. It was Zhang Jiuxiao. What are you doing here? I heard of the commotion that you've caused, Zhang Jiuxiao replied with a bitter smile. This teacher that he had just acknowledged caused turmoil like there was no tomorrow. He had been causing a ruckus ever since he arrived at the Zhang clan, and if not for the first elder holding everyone back, someone might have just assassinated him by now. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian waved his hand to signify that it was nothing before asking hurriedly, Why is your clan in such a hurry to conduct the clan assembly? Without a doubt, the reason the clan assembly had been brought forward was because of Luo Ruoxin. However, that was all he knew at the moment. Even now, he still was not too sure just what kind of despicable plan the Zhang clan was hatching this time around. I just finished looking into the matter. It seems like there's only one reason the clan assembly has been brought forward. It seems like the clan is intending to hold a selection to select another person from the younger generation to marry the little princess from the Luo clan, Zhang Jiuxiao replied. Select another person to marry the little princess? Zhang Xian's eyebrows leaped up in astonishment. With his fists tightly clenched, he asked, What about your young prodigy? Isn't he supposed to be the little princess fiancé? Based on rumors that have been going around, the young prodigy has gone missing. No one knows where he is. However, with the marriage with the little princess of the Luo clan coming right up, there's no time to be lost. Thus, The elders decided to find the most outstanding talent of the younger generation in the Zhang clan to take his place and marry her. Zhang Jiuxiao revealed all that he knew about the matter. Screw this. Zhang Xian felt blood rushing to his head, threatening to take his sanity away. It was already shameless for them to force a marriage on Luo Ruoxin, and now they were even randomly finding a replacement for the young prodigy just because the latter willfully went missing. Had they ever considered the Luo clan's feelings before doing this? What did they take Luo Ruoxin to be? How can they take the marriage with the Luo clan so lightly? Zhang Xian roared in fury. This was truly the most ridiculous thing that he had ever heard. How could the Zhang clan even think of finding someone to replace the young prodigy in the marriage? Was this not a complete lack of respect for the other party? It seems like the Zhang clan has no choice in this either. I'm not too sure about it, but it appears that there's something much more important tied into this. In any case, one thing is for certain. The Zhang clan is determined to go through with this marriage, and they won't allow anyone to foil it. Zhang Jiuxiao said. When will the tournament be held? Zhang Xian asked with a livid expression. Zhang Jiuxiao clearly felt a cold killing intent leaking from Zhang Xian's body, and he shuddered slightly in fear. A bad premonition suddenly surfaced in his head, and he hurriedly exclaimed in horror, "Teacher, there will be many experts at the tournament. You mustn't act recklessly. Otherwise, I fear that you might be placed in a precarious situation." He knew the personality of his teacher very well, obstinate and fearless, never hesitating to go through with whatever he believed in despite the risks. Back in the Qingyuan Empire, he had also stood against the emperor and a vice pavilion master without any hesitation. However, the Zhang clan could not be placed on the same level as the likes of the Qingyuan Empire. As the #1 sage clan, the Zhang clan was one of the strongest powers on the master-teacher continent. If his teacher interfered during the tournament, the Zhang clan would not allow this matter to be resolved peacefully. Not even a Saint 9 Dan pinnacle expert would be able to survive the wrath of the Zhang clan. Knowing what Zhang Jiuxiao was thinking of, Zhang Xian replied with a sinister smile, "Rest assured, I won't be the one causing trouble. The one who will be causing trouble is you." "Me?" Zhang Jiuxiao was taken aback. "Indeed, I want you to participate in the tournament and win the champion seat." Zhang Xian waved his hand grandly. Chapter 1452 The Eighth Direct Disciple. Me? Champion? Zhang Jiuxiao was stunned. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "How can I possibly become the champion?" He was currently only at the Grand Dominion realm. Even if he immediately made a breakthrough to the phantasmal space realm, he would still be far from matching up to Saint 7 Dan pinnacle experts like Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng. It was doubtful whether he could clear the first match or not, let alone vie for the champion seat. This was something that he did not even dare dream of. It was already a wonder to him how he, a member of the Side family, was able to attend such an important clan event. Obtaining the champion seat on top of that was something that he did not dare dream of. Nothing is impossible in this world. As long as you trust me, I can grant you strength far surpassing the other members of the Zhang clan within a short period of time, Zhang Xian replied. Seeing that Zhang Xian was not joking around, Zhang Jiuxiao replied with a bitter look on his face. Of the younger generation, the strongest individual that I know of, Zhang Chun, has already reached half-dimension sundering realm. According to the rumors, there might even be others who have already reached the dimension sundering realm. Against them, I am simply far too lacking at the moment. It was not that he did not believe the young man before him, but some things were simply impossible. He knew full well how large the gap between Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm and Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm was. Against a real Dimension Sundering Realm expert, even if there were 1,000 of him, he would only be able to run for his life. Besides, the core members of the Zhang clan were top-notch geniuses, and it was questionable whether combat masters of the same level would be able to compete with them or not. Thus, the chances of him achieving victory was pretty much zero. There's no need to put yourself down like that. Just the fact that you have chosen to acknowledge me as your teacher means that you have far better eyes than the others, Zhang Xian said. It's my honor to be able to become your student, but still, Zhang Jiuxiao's face still as bitter as a bitter gourd. He would have loved to be confident as well, But the tournament was the very next day, and his current strength was just 2. I know what you're worried about. With his hands placed behind his back, Zhang Xian turned to look at Zhang Juxiao. I, Zhang Xian, have risen through the ranks from the Tianqian kingdom. Within less than 14 months, I have advanced by cultivation from Fighter 3 Dan to Saint 6 Dan Pinnacle. All in all, I have 7 direct disciples. My first disciple, Zhao Ya, is the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. My second disciple, Wang Ying, has entered the Spirit Awakener Guild, and she's a strong candidate to becoming their future hall master. You have met my third disciple, Lu Yang, before. Even though his whereabouts are unknown at the moment, he's a person with both guts and determination. I have no doubt that he will find his own way in the future. My fourth disciple, Zheng Yang, is currently the progeny of combat of the Combat Master Hall, in the line of succession to becoming its next hall master. Zhang Xian slowly walked toward Zhang Juxiao as he spoke, and the presence he exuded seemed to grow taller and taller. My fifth disciple, Yuan Tao, is the young master of the Yuan clan. Possessing the purest emperor's bloodline of the Yuan clan, he's in the line of succession for the position of its clan head. My sixth disciple, Lu Chong, will be inheriting the heritage of soul oracles, and his comprehension of soul arts will be matched by none in the world. My seventh disciple, Wei Ruyan, is the newly appointed head of the Poison Hall. Possessing the innate poison body and poison soul constitution, only the foolish would dare stand in her path. All 7 of my direct disciples have achieved great accomplishments and made me proud. The reason I took you in as my student is because I bear great expectations of you too, but are you going to retreat in the face of my high expectations? At this point, Zhang Xian was already standing right before Zhang Juxiao. Their heights did not differ too much from one another, but for some reason, it felt as if he was towering over Zhang Juxiao. There was a sharpness in his eyes that seemed to peer right into the depth of one's soul. Zhang Juxiao's hands were trembling nonstop. At this point, he could not even tell whether it was excitement or trepidation anymore. He had known that his teacher had quite a few direct disciples, but he had not known that they were all such formidable figures. The young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, the progeny of combat of the Combat Master Hall, the head of the Poison Hall, the young master of the Yuan clan. All of these titles were not beneath that of the deputy clan head of the Zhang clan, and yet, they were all his students. If he had not heard it with his own ears, this was something that he never would have believed. Hearing all those exploits left his blood running wildly in excitement. He desired to become as powerful as the rest of them, but at the same time, he could not help but doubt himself. Was he really able to reach such a height, too? But even that hint of doubt was swiftly eliminated from the back of his mind. His teacher was a man of great ability, someone who had redefined what was impossible over and over again. Since such a great figure was willing to believe in him, why should he not believe in himself? If he truly wanted to make it big, this was the leap of faith that he would have to take. Seeing that fighting spirit that was ignited in Zhang Juxiao's eyes, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. He looked Zhang Juxiao straight in the eye and threw out the very last bomb. If you can win the champion seat in the tournament, I'll take you in as my 8th direct disciple. 8th direct disciple. Zhang Juxiao's breathing hastened upon hearing those words, and his face reddened in agitation. He could not believe what he was hearing. The only other celestial master teacher that the world had ever known was Kong Shi, and of his 72 direct disciples, even the weakest of them had successfully become an ancient sage. In fact, even the founder of the Sanctum of Sages, the legendary ancient sage Bo Shang, could not be considered one of his stronger direct disciples. From this, it could be seen just how formidable a thing it was to become the direct disciple of a celestial master teacher. The young man standing before him was a celestial master teacher, too, and while his 7 direct disciples were still little-known figures on the master-teacher continent, there was little doubt that they would rattle the continent at its core in the near future. If he could become the 8th direct disciple of the young man, his future would be boundless. Even the founder of our Zhang clan didn't possess extraordinary bloodline from birth. It was only after he reached the pinnacle that his abilities were passed down generation after generation through his bloodline. So what if I'm from the side family? That doesn't mean that I'm unable to surpass the others and reach the very top. The more Zhang Jiuxiao thought about the matter, the more excited he felt. Kings, dukes, generals, and ministers, did they only attain the influence that they possessed because power and nobility was etched into their bloodline? Who said that one's bloodline would determine one's final destination? If that was the case, despite so many outstanding geniuses possessing the purest of bloodlines being born in the Zhang clan over the past several dozen millenniums, why had none of them been able to surpass the founder? Of the 72 sages of Kongshi, none of them had been born with powerful innate bloodlines. Success did not hinge on one's bloodline, but relentless hard work and perseverance. It was only with the grit to push through the tough and unyielding will to forge a way to the top that the slim chance of getting a glimpse at the peak would open up to one. Of course, a good teacher to point out the right way was crucial too. Right now, those two factors were already in place. He had the best possible teacher in the world, and he also had the grit to climb to the top. Now, he just had to make the journey there. As long as he could clear this trial and become his teacher's 8th direct disciple, a whole new world would appear before him. Teacher, what do I have to do? Just give me your instructions, and I'll definitely achieve it. Deciding to leap right in, Zhang Jiuxiao looked at Zhang Xian with burning passion in his eyes. Good. Seeing that the young man had made up his mind, Zhang Xian nodded. All right, kneel down and pay respects to me. Right now? Zhang Jiuxiao was taken aback. Won't I be qualified to become your 8th direct disciple only after I emerge as the champion in the tournament? He dared not believe his ears. It was just a moment ago that his teacher had said that he would only take him as his direct disciple after he became the champion of the tournament. It should have been something very far away and uncertain, so why would... In response to Zhang Jiuxiao's doubt, Zhang Xian directed a confident smile at Zhang Jiuxiao and said, Since I said that I'll make you the champion of the tournament, you'll definitely emerge as the champion. What harm is there in conducting the acknowledgement ceremony in advance? Hearing those words, Zhang Jiuxiao felt goosebumps rising on his skin, and his heart began beating faster and faster in agitation. The unwavering confidence of his teacher had eliminated every shred of uncertainty from his mind. He felt that as long as his teacher said that he could do it, he would definitely be able to achieve it. All of a sudden, those insurmountable mountains that had once stood in his path did not seem impossible to scale anymore. Zhang Jiuxiao kneeled onto the floor and conducted 8 resounding kowtows before solemnly rising to his feet, completing the teacher acknowledgement ceremony. Teacher, what should I do now? He asked. Since his teacher had such deep confidence in him, he clearly had a plan in mind. Currently, your cultivation is only at the Grand Dominion realm. If you wish to win the tournament, you will have to raise your cultivation swiftly. It would be nigh impossible to push your cultivation up to Saint 8 Dan within a single night, unless... At that point, Zhang Xian paused for a moment as he looked in a certain direction. We make use of the Zhang clan's blood reservoir. Chapter 1453 Bloodline Enhancement, Blood Reservoir? Zhang Jiuxiao scratched his head in embarrassment upon hearing those words. That's a place where only the core members of the Zhang clan are allowed to enter. Someone like me isn't qualified to enter at all. The Zhang clan's blood reservoir was a place of utmost importance. Only those whose bloodline had reached a certain level of purity would be allowed to enter the area and cultivate. People like him had no rights to enter at all. I'll bring you in, Zhang Xian said. If he wanted to raise Zhang Jiuxiao's cultivation from Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion realm to a level where he could subdue experts of Zhang Chun's level, normal training methods wouldn't work at all. After all, the other party didn't possess the library of Heaven's Path and couldn't cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art. On the other hand, the cultivation of its simplified version took a significantly longer period of time. Given so, there was only one last resort, using the Zhang clan's blood reservoir to alter the flow of time. With this, they would be able to increase the time on their hand by 12-fold, thus raising the possibility of success significantly. You'll bring me in? Zhang Jiuxiao was taken aback. Aren't there seals and formations preventing unauthorized personnel from entering? If everyone could enter the blood reservoir of the Zhang clan so easily, the Zhang clan would probably have been destroyed a long time ago. Considering how his teacher was an outsider who had just arrived in the Zhang clan, how could he possibly be able to enter the blood reservoir, let alone bring him in? I might have no way to enter it if it had been a while ago, but right now, it isn't a problem anymore. Zhang Xian harumphed. Previously, when Zhang Wuchen let him in, he had taken a close look at the formation. Despite its ingenuity, it was still exposed to be riddled with flaws under the discerning gaze of the Library of Heaven's Path. Just using any single one of those flaws was enough for him to sneak in without catching anyone's notice. Let's go. Without much explanation, Zhang Xian led the way forward. It didn't take too long for them to arrive before the entrance of the blood reservoir once more. This is the place. Taking in a deep breath, Zhang Xian circled around the entrance before stopping at a certain spot and tapping lightly on the formation before him. Wong. There was a slight buzz, and the massive gates sealing the blood reservoir slowly opened. At the same time, a small opening appeared in the entrance formation as well. Hurry up and enter. Zhang Xian quickly walked in, and Zhang Juxiao followed closely behind him. The formation quickly closed up once more, and from the outside, it was impossible to tell that someone had been here. This is the blood reservoir? As soon as Zhang Juxiao stepped in, he immediately felt his cells trembling in excitement and his primordial spirit shaking nonstop. Not bad. Try activating your bloodline and see if you can harmonize with the time quintessence in here, Zhang Xian instructed. Yes, teacher. Zhang Juxiao nodded before swiftly sitting on the ground to meditate. He activated his bloodline and attempted to forge a connection with the surrounding time quintessence. But soon, he stood up with an awful look on his face. Till this instant, he finally understood why those of the side family like him wasn't allowed to enter the blood reservoir. It wasn't that the Zhang clan was miserly and was discriminating against them, but that their bloodline was simply too thin. Even if they were to enter the blood reservoir, they would still be unable to fuse together with the time quintessence and cultivate like the inner clan members. And since they couldn't do it, there was no point for them to waste their time coming here either. Teacher. Zhang Juxiao looked at his teacher with a look of guilt on his face. His teacher had gone through all the trouble of bringing him here, but in the end, due to his own problems, he was unable to trigger the blood reservoir. Even though this was something which he couldn't control either, he felt like he had let his teacher down. Calm down. Seeing that Zhang Juxiao was unable to forge a link with the time quintessence, Zhang Xian frowned. For the time being, you should carry on cultivating first. I'll think of a solution. Yes, teacher. Zhang Juxiao closed his eyes and began cultivating. On the other hand, Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight and began scanning the area. Beautiful flowing currents reminiscent of rainbows could be seen all around him, but as if oil floating on top of water, Zhang Juxiao was simply unable to immerse himself within it no matter how he tried to activate his bloodline. It's due the lacking purity of his bloodline. Zhang Xian frowned. The time quintessence in the blood reservoir was left behind by the founder of the Zhang clan as a gift to his descendants. While Zhang Juxiao possessed the Zhang clan's bloodline too, it was so thin that he couldn't even activate its ability. As a result, the most he could do was only to draw the rainbow toward himself, but immersing himself completely into it was far beyond his means. If only his bloodline is a little purer, Zhang Xian couldn't help but think. In the midst of his lamentation, his library of Heaven's Path abruptly jolted, following which, a golden page materialized before his eyes before flying forth with a resounding whistle, heading straight for the cultivating Zhang Juxiao. Shit! Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. The Book of Heaven's Path was a weapon which even 9-star poison masters were completely helpless before. Given Zhang Juxiao's current strength, there was no way he would be able to withstand it. He hadn't thought of killing anyone, so why would it fly out all of a sudden? Zhang Xian tried to stop the golden page, but it was already too late. It dived right toward Zhang Juxiao's glabella, but instead of smashing him into meat paste, it slipped into his mind instead, following which, he clearly saw the surrounding time quintessence bubbling furiously, gushing toward the meditating young man in the fastest time possible. Is this bloodline enhancement? Zhang Xian widened his eyes, clearly shocked by the effects produced. It was just a moment ago that he wished for Zhang Juxiao's bloodline to be purified when the golden page suddenly flew forward. Could it be that other than rising his soul depth, assimilate the content of the books in the library of heaven's path for his own, sealing vicious and crushing others to death, it had the ability to enhance one's bloodline too? If that was the truth, it would be truly fearsome. One must know that he had studied unique bloodlines several times, but even with the help of the library of heaven's path, he was still unable to find a feasible way to purify them. Who could have thought that the golden page would actually wield such a capability? Teacher, my bloodline. At this moment, Zhang Juxiao had also sensed the changes ongoing in his body, and he trembled in agitation despite not being too sure what was going on. I have helped you purify your bloodline. Here are some pinnacle spirit stones. Use them and quickly make a breakthrough, Zhang Xian said as he flicked his wrist and tossed over all 3 of the pinnacle spirit stones he had left. Even though he had taken Zhang Juxiao as his direct disciple, he still didn't feel too comfortable speaking about the golden page before him. Thus, he decided to simply circumvent the topic altogether. Yes, teacher. While Zhang Juxiao had no idea how his teacher managed to do it, he knew that this wasn't the time to be asking about it. Grabbing one of the pinnacle spirit stones tightly in his hand, he closed his eyes and began furiously absorbing the spiritual energy inside. Hong Long Long. Due to the enhancement in his bloodline, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy became much faster than before. All of the meridians which had been blocked previously swiftly cleared up, and it almost seemed as if cultivation bottlenecks was a concept that didn't apply to him. Pacha! Pacha! In the blink of an eye, he had already successfully reinforced his recent breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm. Knowing that Zhang Juxiao had stopped due to the lack of a suitable cultivation technique, Zhang Xian swiftly tapped his finger and imparted to him a simplified version of the Grand Dominion Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. With the enhancement in the purity of his bloodline, Zhang Juxiao was finally able to draw the surrounding time quintessence into his body, and he used this 12-fold slowdown in time to comprehend the cultivation technique he had just been imparted with. It didn't take him too long to fully grasp it. At this point, Zhang Juxiao was intending to break out of the unique state he was in to make the breakthrough in his cultivation, but Zhang Xian stopped him. Instead, he imparted to him a simplified version of the Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art as well. While this cultivation technique had yet to reach the level of a true Heaven's Path cultivation technique yet, it only had a single flaw. Even though it was difficult for Zhang Xian to swallow, to Zhang Juxiao, it could already be considered as an incomparably ingenious cultivation technique. Still, this single flaw made the simplified Heaven's Path Divine Art derived from it needlessly more complex than it should be, thus making it significantly more difficult to comprehend. Chapter 1454. The tournament begins this time. Zhang Juxiao spent a much longer time than before. It was only till the sun had risen in the east did Zhang Juxiao finally open his eyes, and a sharp brilliance could be seen reflected in his eyes. How is it? Zhang Xian asked. Teacher, I have managed to grasp the cultivation technique all the way up to Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. I believe that I shouldn't take me too long to reach it if I were to start cultivating now. Zhang Juxiao replied excitedly. Even though the blood reservoir was able to grant a cultivator the time of an entire year within the passing of a month in the real world, this temporal distortion only applied to one's consciousness. It wasn't, in the truest sense, a slowdown of time. As such, while Zhang Juxiao was able to achieve a deep understanding of Grand Dominion Realm and Phantasmal Space Realm by making use of the 12-fold time, in truth, his real cultivation hadn't changed at all. He was still the same Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator he was when he first entered the blood reservoir. Nevertheless, having fully familiarized himself with the cultivation technique, he should be able to raise his cultivation swiftly if he were to start cultivating now. It was also using such a method that the offspring of the Zhang clan was able to constantly stay above the geniuses of the other clans. Zhang Xian took a look at the sky, and after confirming the time, he frowned. The sun has already risen, so the tournament should be starting very soon. There isn't any time for you to cultivate anymore. We have to head there right away. While making our way over, grab onto one of the pinnacle spirit stones I have given you and cultivate. Try to at least make a breakthrough before the tournament begins. If Zhang Jiuxiao had been any faster in his comprehension of the cultivation techniques, they might still have been able to make it in time. However, it seemed like his expectations were too high after all. At this current time, they didn't have any time to dilly-dally anymore. It seemed like the only thing they could do was to try to have Zhang Jiuxiao raise his cultivation as much as possible while they make their way over. All right. Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. Grabbing a pinnacle spirit stone tightly in his hand, he absorbed the spiritual energy in it swiftly as he hurriedly followed behind his teacher. The place where the tournament is held is the sparring grounds in the Zhang clan. However, teacher, outsiders are prohibited from entering the sparring grounds, so I fear that you might not have the authorization to enter the grounds as an outsider. Zhang Jiuxiao said hesitantly after leaving the blood reservoir. Even outsiders weren't allowed to spectate this internal tournament, so there should be little doubt that his teacher wouldn't be able to enter either. Are clan members allowed to bring their subordinates into the sparring ring? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Of course. Injuries are common in such tournaments, so they would have to bring someone in to take care of them. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. Very well. I'll play as your subordinate and enter the sparring grounds together with you then. Zhang Xian said. This won't do. You are my teacher, how can I treat you as my subordinate? Something like that is simply too. Zhang Jiuxiao seemed to be put in a spot. It would be deeply insolent of him to regard his teacher as his own subordinate. There was no way he could do something as unfilial as that. Even though you have gone through the cultivation techniques several times in your head, it's still inevitable that you might accidentally make some mistakes while cultivating them. To be safe, you'll need me to offer you pointers on the spot, Zhang Xian said. Zhang Jiuxiao might have grasped the cultivation method of the simplified version of the Heaven's Path Divine Art all the way up to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, but there would still be all kinds of practical issues that he might face while cultivating his way up. To be safe, it would be best for Zhang Xian to be around to offer pointers and ensure that nothing went awry. I understand. Understanding his teacher's intentions, Zhang Jiuxiao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. With a slight jolt, Zhang Xian's appearance swiftly morphed into that of a yellow-skinned old man. As formidable as his disguise art was, there were simply too many experts in the Zhang clan. If he were to feign as a subordinate, at least no one would pay much attention to him. On the other hand, if he were to feign as Zhang Jiuxiao and participated in the tournament on his behalf, there was a good chance that he would be swiftly exposed. If it was truly that easy to impersonate as one of the core members of the number 1 Sage clan, it would have been destroyed ages ago. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Xian had no choice but to raise Zhang Jiuxiao's cultivation and have him make a move in his stead. On the other hand, seeing how even he was unable to recognize the disguised Zhang Xian, Zhang Jiuxiao heaved a sigh of relief. After which, he swiftly led the way forward to the sparring grounds. Zhang Jiuxiao, it would be best for you not to use your bloodline in the tournament later on, or else it would be difficult to explain the vast difference in the purity of your bloodline, Zhang Xian instructed. If it were to be known that there was actually a way to raise the purity of one's unique bloodline, all sage clans on the Master Teacher continent would swiftly go into a frenzy. Once that happened, there could be deep trouble. In any case, it was just an internal tournament. It shouldn't come to the point where he would need to use his bloodline ability. Rest assured, teacher. Understanding the possible implications of the matter, Zhang Jiuxiao nodded grimly in response. Gathered in the Zhang clan's sparring grounds were all of the talented members of the younger generation. The first elder was seated at the topmost seat, and seeing the spirited and confident looks on the faces below, he nodded his head in approval. Typically speaking, most clans tended to decline over time, whether it was due to their talent pool drying up or a culture of complacency going around the younger generation. However, even after several dozen millenniums of heritage, while the offspring of the Zhang clan was indeed a little spoilt, most of them were still driven to grow stronger. It was precisely with such a culture that the Zhang clan was able to remain at the very top over so many years, their position unmovable by anyone. In this tournament, we'll be competing not in supporting occupations or any other capabilities but true fighting prowess. Those who believe that they have the strength to challenge the ring, step forward. Those who lack trust in their strength, back off. Every single one of you will be able to utilize any means in your possession, but if I were to find that any of you have resorted to depraved arts prohibited by the Master-Teacher Pavilion such as poison and the sword, not only will you be eliminated from the tournament, don't expect me to let you off easily either. The first elder's voice boomed across the entire sparring field as he glanced down on the faces beneath imposingly. Yes, the crowd beneath replied resoundingly. In this tournament, occupational means were fair game, meaning that participants were allowed to use demonic tunes, celestial designer creations, tamed beasts, so on and so forth. But poison and the sword were not allowed for very obvious reasons. All right, I hereby declare the start of the tournament. Voila! As those words were spoken, the 8 dueling rings on the sparring field immediately sprung to life. The Zhang clan offspring who were in for the first round swiftly leaped onto their respective rings. Dueling Ring D, 4th battle, Zhang Linqing and Zhang Zhouxiao. After 3 matches, an elder supervising the duel shouted to the crowd. Hula! Zhang Linqing leaped onto the dueling ring and drove his Zhenqi, revealing his Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle cultivation. Even though he was one of the sideline members in the Zhang clan, unable to access the better resources, he was still in a much better off position than Zhang Zhouxiao. Where's Zhang Zhouxiao? Does he dare not face his challenge? Zhang Linqing glanced around the area after noting that Zhang Zhouxiao was nowhere to be seen. He had looked into his opponent for the match beforehand. The other party was just an offspring of the side family who had managed to get into the Sanctum of Sages by some stroke of luck, thus winning himself an invitation to the clan conference by sheer luck. Otherwise, given his identity, he wouldn't even be allowed through the main door. Thus, in his view, this duel was just for show. He would be able to advance up easily without much trouble. I know who Zhang Zhouxiao is. He's a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle cultivator. He probably is shuddering somewhere in fear at the notion of facing Linqing, not daring to show up at all. He's from the side family after all. What can we expect from him? Elder Fengchen, I don't think that fellow will be showing up anymore. Let's just declare it as his loss. Seeing that Zhang Zhouxiao was nowhere to be seen, a huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd below. A mere offspring of the side family, even if present, would stand no chance of advancing through the ranks. Since that was the case, they might as well just declare his loss straight instead of wasting time here. After all, how could an offspring of the side family possibly compare up to core members like them? I'll give him a tease time. If he isn't here after that, I'll take it as he has forfeited the match. The person presiding over the duel, Elder Fengchen, waved his hand to suppress the commotion and said calmly. There was an elder supervising each of the dueling rings in order to ensure the fairness of the duels. Even though Zhang Zhouxiao hadn't appeared yet, from the official rules, they would still have to give him some time before considering it as a forfeit. This is pointless. It's obvious that that fellow had fled in fear. It's just a few minutes. What are you getting so anxious about? Actually, I'd love to see him appear and challenge Linqing. It would be fun to see him struggling desperately. The Zhang clan members beneath the dueling ring chuckled softly in disdain. The clear hierarchy in the Zhang clan had put them in a position of superiority from birth. So, to them, those of the side family were complete nobodies who weren't even worth a mention. It seems like he really won't be coming after all. Time crept by amidst those chatters, and very soon, a tease time was up. Seeing that there was still no one in sight, Elder Fengchen shook his head and declared, since Zhang Zhouxiao isn't here yet, I'll take it as he has. Pardon me, I'm late. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the sky above, following which, a tall and slender figure descended onto the dueling ring. 15 minutes. Chapter 1455 First Round, Victory Boom. The impact from falling onto the dueling ring jolted a cloud of dust into the air. Zhang Zhouxiao wiped away the sweat on his forehead. It was fortunate that his teacher had pushed him forward for a significant part of the journey, or else they really would have failed to make it in time. He looked below the dueling ring and saw that the middle-aged man whom his teacher was disguised as was currently standing by an inconspicuous corner, smiling at him. Then, he turned his eyes to Zhang Linqing and said, I should have made it in time, right? So what if you have made it in time? Zhang Linqing shook his head with a sneer as he raised up a single finger. Zhang Jiuxiao tilted his head in confusion, unsure about what that finger gesture meant. Against you. A single move is all I need. Zhang Linqing declared proudly. Even if your cultivation has reached Grand Dominion Realm primary stage, it's still nothing at all to me. Let me show you the difference between the core members of the Zhang clan and those of the side family like you. After saying those words, Zhang Linqing took a step forward, and 6 shadows immediately appeared all around him in the blink of an eye. With a seemingly light downward thrust of his palm, a ferocious might burst forth. It might have appeared as if his attacks lacked skill and preciseness, but the palm strike had, in actuality, sealed the surrounding space, making it impossible for others to escape from it. Formidable. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. As expected of a member of the main family, he was not to be underestimated. Any other Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator might have panicked in this situation, but Zhang Jiuxiao had already deepened his understanding of cultivation up to Saint Seven Dan Pinnacle in the Blood Reservoir. On top of that, having been taught by Zhang Xian, his understanding of battle techniques did not even pale in comparison to top Zhang clan geniuses like Zhang Chun, so naturally, he would not fall for such a simple move. Thus, he lightly took a step backward and drifted out of range of the palm strike. At the same time, he still continued holding the pinnacle spirit stone tightly in his left hand, furiously absorbing spiritual energy from it. While the speed of his retreat could not be said to be fast, it still caused Zhang Linqing's attacks and possible follow-ups to fall empty. In other words, his first move had ended in a complete failure, failing to harm Zhang Jiuxiao in the least or achieve any strategic purpose. Zhang Linqing harumphed. I'll admit, you do have some means, but this is as far as you'll go. He had not expected this nobody of the side family to actually be able to find the opening in his attack and evade his offense. With a livid expression, he turned his palm into a claw and struck forward. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Zhang Jiuxiao immediately felt as if his body had been bound by a rope, and a powerful force pulled his body toward Zhang Linqing. Given the huge disparity in power between the both of them at the moment, he knew that it would be disadvantageous for him to get into close-quarters combat with Zhang Linqing. Thus, taking a deep breath, he drew the spiritual energy from the pinnacle spirit stone in his hand with greater intensity before and roared, "Come on, make a breakthrough." Zhang Jiuxiao's aura burst into the clouds, and following which, his strength began to surge forth. In the blink of an eye, he had already torn down the bottleneck before him to rush straight toward Grand Dominion Realm Intermediate Stage. This breakthrough had caused his aura and fighting prowess to rise by nearly twofold, allowing him to hold his own against the powerful might that Zhang Linqing was using to pull him in. You are still able to make a breakthrough? Zhang Linqing widened his eyes in astonishment. He knew that Zhang Jiuxiao had only achieved a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage in recent days, so he should still have been busy reinforcing his cultivation during this period of time. Yet, he had actually managed to find enough momentum within him to make a breakthrough in the midst of their duel. However, so what if he had reached Grand Dominion Realm Intermediate Stage? He was still a far way off from reaching the pinnacle. Don't you think it's a little too late for you to be sharpening your edge? Zhang Linqing sneered coldly as he drove the zhenqi in his body with greater ferocity, causing the prowess of his tug to intensify. GGG. Deep gorges emerged on the surface. Zhang Jiuxiao found himself succumbing to the strength once more, and his body began to be gradually dragged in Zhang Linqing's direction. Zhang Linqing had been at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle for quite a number of years now, and he had already familiarized himself fully with his cultivation technique and abilities. As such, his movements were extremely fluid, completely devoid of the stiffness that those who had just reached the realm would have. Too late? You should learn to hold your tongue until the very end. With a sneer, Zhang Jiuxiao threw the pinnacle spirit stone back into his storage ring before abruptly stomping his feet forcefully. Boom! 2 massive pits appeared on the ground, and Zhang Jiuxiao's forward-moving body immediately stabilized on the spot. His strength might still have been a little lacking against the other party at Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage, but Intermediate Stage was more than enough. Even though the core members of the Zhang clan were capable of challenging opponents beyond their cultivation realm, one would do well not to forget about the incredible purity of his bloodline at the moment. Even without activating the ability of his unique bloodline, it would still enhance his physical abilities significantly, such that defeating an opponent of 2 cultivation stages higher than him would not pose too much of a problem. What? Zhang Linqing could hardly believe his eyes. He tried to further intensify the strength of his pull, but the other party did not budge in the slightest. In this moment, he realized that he had been underestimating his opponent all this while. The smug look on his face was replaced with grimness, and transforming his claw into a punch, he dashed forward to strike. In the depths of his heart, he still felt that it was beneath him to be fighting against an offspring of the Side family, but after the previous 2 blows that they had traded, he had no choice but to recognize the possibility that he might lose this match if he did not get serious. And that was not something that he could accept. Boom! As his punch surged forth, a sphere of power that somewhat resembled the shape of an umbrella appeared at the tip of his fist, crushing the surrounding air so much that it creaked furiously in protest, on the verge of crumbling apart at any moment. It's a Saint high-tier battle technique, Fist of Void. This is a fist that channels all of the strength a cultivator harnesses in their body through a unique method and releases it in a single burst. The overwhelming strength in the resulting punch can even cause a void to be created in the air, making it a technique that's extremely difficult to defend against. That's a technique that only the core members of the Zhang clan are able to practice. A mere offspring of the Side family like him probably hasn't even seen it before. Let's see how he plans to deal with something like that. Everyone's eyes were gathered upon Zhang Jiuxiao, curious to see how the young lad would fare against an attack of this caliber. On the other hand, Zhang Jiuxiao completely disregarded the commotion around him. In this moment, there was not the slightest hint of nervousness or anxiety in his heart. Before the overwhelming attack rushing toward him, he slowly closed his eyes instead. Through his spiritual perception, he could feel the other party's fist art growing slower and slower, almost like an old man practicing the Taiji fist. So, this is the benefit of possessing a pure bloodline, Zhang Jiuxiao thought as an excited smile crept onto his lips. He had not fully awakened his enhanced bloodline yet, but he could already feel the groundbreaking changes in his body. Zhang Linqing's attack was impressive, but to him, it appeared as if it was moving in slow motion, allowing him to uncover all of the flaws in it easily. Teacher once said that to deal with such a forceful attack, all that has to be done is to strike its crux and tear it apart. Zhang Jiuxiao thought as he utilized his finger as a sword and tapped it lightly ahead of him. Voila! Before Zhang Jiuxiao's finger could reach Zhang Linqing, a crack already appeared in the latter's fist of void, and like fragile glass, the umbrella-shaped sphere of power swiftly shattered. A look of horror appeared on Zhang Linqing's previously triumphant face. Pong! Struck in the middle of his chest, Zhang Linqing fell forcefully onto the ground. Excruciating pain engulfed every inch of his veins, and a gush of fresh blood spilled out of his mouth. Why you? Zhang Linqing stared at the young man before him in disbelief. He knew just how powerful his fist of void was, and under normal circumstances, not even a Saint 7 Dan phantasmal space realm primary stage cultivator would have dared to face it head-on. Yet, not only did his opponent do so, he even overcame it with ease. From this, it was apparent that the other party had already reached a level far beyond his. Was this really the strength that an offspring of the Side family should possess? It was illogical. How could he be so strong? You have lost. Instead of answering Zhang Linqing's questions, Zhang Jiuxiao placed his hands behind his back and gazed down at him nonchalantly. While Zhang Jiuxiao was standing imposingly before his opponent, beneath the dueling ring, a certain middle-aged man was trembling uncontrollably with rage. That moronic show-off. He could have settled this duel in a single move, and yet, he just had to waste his effort and use 3 instead. Why the heck did I accept such an unreliable disciple? In some of the Asian countries with significant Chinese population, it isn't a rare sight to see old men practicing the Taiji fist in the parks. The Taiji fist is known for its slowness as its aim is not quick movements but harmonizing with nature, neutralizing attacks by going with the flow instead of against it. Chapter 1456. I can make a breakthrough now. While Zhang Xian was on the verge of spurting blood, the other core members in the sparring grounds had their mouths hanging agape, unable to speak a word at all. Given that Zhang Jiuxiao was an offspring of the Side family and was far weaker, they had thought that Zhang Linqing would be able to destroy him in an instant. Who could have known that after 3 moves, Zhang Jiuxiao would be the one standing triumphantly on the stage? Not expecting such a conclusion either, Elder Fengchen was stunned for a moment before he remembered his role and hurriedly announced, Zhang Jiuxiao has won. In his long life, there had only been an occasion or two where he had seen a cultivator defeating an opponent far stronger than him with just a single finger. But again, anything could happen in the dueling ring. It was not all that uncommon for weaker cultivators to defeat stronger opponents, and as such, while he did find it rather incredible, he did not think too much into it. Next round, Zhang Lin and Zhang Fengyan. After achieving victory, Zhang Jiuxiao headed down from the dueling ring and sat down to rest. He took out the pinnacle spirit stone once more and absorbed the spiritual energy within it to convert it into his strength. What he was lacking the most at that moment was time, so he could not waste even a single second. On the other hand, after being helped down from the dueling ring, Zhang Linqing immediately found himself surrounded by his peers. What happened up there? A tall young man asked. As everything had happened too quickly, and Zhang Jiuxiao had struck his opening squarely, most of those within the crowd did not manage to make sense out of what was happening. There's something weird about that fellow. Zhang Linqing shook his head. To be honest, even he himself was still unable to understand how he had lost. His cultivation was higher than the other parties, and the battle technique that he had executed was far superior as well, yet it had still ended in his loss. He really found himself unable to come to terms with it. A cold harumph suddenly sounded, and a slender young man walked over. To think that an inner clan member like you would lose to a mere member of the Side family. Linqing, you have really disgraced all of us this time around. If I were in your place, I would have killed myself out of embarrassment. Zhang Chuanyi, what do you mean by that? Zhang Linqing's face turned livid with rage. Nothing. I just feel embarrassed on your behalf. The young man named Zhang Chuanyi replied with a look of disdain. You. Zhang Linqing clenched his fists tightly in anger. Zhang Chuanyi had come from the same lineage as him, and the both of them had often argued with one another. As angry as he felt at the moment, he found himself unable to speak a single word of rebuttal after the tragic loss that he had suffered. Thus, he took a few deep breaths and replied coldly, If I remember correctly, you will be facing him next, right? I hope you remember what you have said here and don't disgrace yourself later on. Disgrace myself? You must be joking. Is there even the slightest possibility that I will lose against a mere Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage cultivator? Zhang Chuanyi waved his hand furiously, and an indomitable aura burst forth from his body. Half-phantasmal space? Zhang Linqing narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had often fought with the other party, and their cultivation had always been equal to one another. How did the other party achieve the breakthrough after just a night of absence? Even though there was only a cultivation stage of difference between Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle and Half-Phantasmal Space Realm, in truth, there was a world of difference between the two realms. Indeed, what's most important to a cultivator is their cultivation. Before true strength, skills and battle techniques mean nothing at all. If your cultivation had been at Half-Phantasmal Space Realm, do you think that the fellow would have been able to withstand your Fist of Void? Zhang Chuanyi sneered coldly. Zhang Linqing's body stiffened. The other party was right. If his attack had been any stronger, even if Zhang Jiuxiao had struck his opening, the latter's finger would only have been snapped in two. There was no way his attack would have been neutralized. Rest assured, even though we are rivals, no matter what, we are still from the same lineage. Since you have been bullied by an outsider, I'll surely exact vengeance for you. Zhang Chuanyi sneered coldly as he turned his gaze in Zhang Jiuxiao's direction, and a cold light flickered across his eyes. I won't be as soft as you later on. I'll make sure to defeat him in a single blow. Hearing those words, Zhang Linqing was silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Having fought with Zhang Chuanyi for many years, he knew just how powerful the other party was. Now that the other party had taken a step ahead of him and reached half-phantasmal space realm, he should be able to subdue that fellow from the side family with ease. The tournament continued, and it was roughly an hour later before the second round commenced. As expected, Zhang Chuanyi was indeed paired with Zhang Jiuxiao. Just as he had said previously, Zhang Chuanyi used his full strength as soon as he got onto the field. It was hard to tell whether he did it intentionally or not, but he executed the fist of void as well. The mighty force commanded behind the fist caused even the seal cast on the dueling ring to waver slightly. Zhang Jiuxiao frowned in the face of the fist. Instead of launching a counterattack as he had done with Zhang Linqing, he chose to take evasive measures this time around. "Do you think that I'd allow you to dodge my attack that easily?" Zhang Chuanyi sneered coldly. Utilizing his newfound abilities as a half-phantasmal space realm cultivator, he sealed the surrounding space completely, such that even one's spiritual perception would not be allowed to enter or leave the space. "It seems like I won't be able to match him with my current level of strength." Seeing that the enemy's palm was going to fall on him at any moment, Zhang Jiuxiao muttered beneath his breath. "Since that's the case, I'll just have to make a breakthrough." Boom. Before Zhang Chuanyi could even react, he suddenly felt a powerful force bursting forth from the young man in front of him. In the blink of an eye, that Grand Dominion Realm Intermediate Stage fellow had already successfully taken a step forward into Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage. With the advancement of his cultivation, Zhang Jiuxiao's strength had risen by leaps and bounds once more. He swiftly raised his hand and retaliated against the fist of void with a punch of his own. Pong! The two fists collided, and both parties were pushed back simultaneously. How is this possible? Zhang Chuanyi widened his eyes in disbelief. He had clearly seen the young man making a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm Intermediate Stage while he was battling with Zhang Linqing earlier. So how could he continue making a breakthrough right now? Not even cultivation impartation could be this fast. "I don't believe it," Zhang Chuanyi roared as he dashed forward once more. This time, he chose not to use the Fist of Void but the battle technique that he specialized in. Hoo. Flitting swiftly around the dueling ring, Zhang Chuanyi's afterimages filled the entire area, forming a circular cage that trapped Zhang Jiuxiao in place. Saint High-Tier Battle Technique. Revolving Dragon Art. This battle technique was aligned with the essence of a confinement formation, and once executed, even his longtime rival, Zhang Linqing, would find himself in a pickle. Even if Zhang Jiuxiao had made a breakthrough, he was still only at Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage. There was no way that he could escape from there. What swift movements! Trapped at the center of the circle, Zhang Jiuxiao felt himself being deprived of not just spiritual energy but oxygen as well, and giddiness was starting to fill his head. His face soon turned grim. "You should be glad that you have managed to force me to the point where I have to use this move. You'll be able to boast about this to others for the rest of your life." Zhang Chuanyi sneered coldly as he thrust his palms several times. Pong. From the whirling shadows around him, several palms suddenly struck Zhang Jiuxiao without any forewarning, and he ended up being struck squarely before he could even react. Rest assured, I won't let you lose that easily. I'll slowly drive it deep into your mind that there's no way mere offspring of the side family like you will be able to stand against core members like us. Zhang Chuanyi smirked as he continued his attack. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiao was still fumbling around, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. "Aren't you good at making breakthroughs? Why don't you make a breakthrough right now?" Seeing the awful complexion on the young man's face, Zhang Chuanyi burst into laughter. "You had your fun making breakthroughs earlier, didn't you? Why don't you do it again?" Zhang Jiuxiao patted his forehead in realization. "Oh, you're right. I could just make a breakthrough, right? How silly of me." Following which, before Zhang Chuanyi could even process what was going on, the aura of the fellow trapped at the center suddenly surged once more, and in just half a breath, he had already overcome his bottleneck and reached Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. The next instant, Zhang Chuanyi suddenly felt a powerful force grabbing his neck. Like a rabbit, he was lifted up into the air. Chapter 1457 Breakthroughs are as easy as drinking a cup of water one, not expecting the other party to be able to continue achieving breakthroughs and even grab his neck in a single move. Zhang Chuani struggled with all of his might, as if a fish being pulled onto the shore. He had just mocked Zhang Linqing and sworn to defeat Zhang Jiuxiao a moment ago, but everything had gone contrary to his expectations. Was that man really a member of the side family? Even the most talented members of the main family were not able to make breakthroughs so frighteningly fast. He made 2 consecutive breakthroughs in a match? From beneath the stage, Zhang Linqing saw the sight and staggered in shock, nearly fainting in that instant. He had thought that he had only lost to Zhang Jiuxiao by a hair's breadth, but who would have thought that the other party had much more in him? Before he knew it, the other party was already of the same cultivation realm as him. To make the breakthrough to Grand Dominion realm, Zhang Linqing had prepared for 2 whole years and paid a hefty price, but the other party did the same within just a short hour. Was he still a human? An uproar broke out amid the crowd below, and even the supervising elder Fengchen found his throat turning dry. He had been in the clan for many years, and he had seen plenty of outstanding geniuses. There had also been quite a few who had made breakthroughs in their cultivation during crucial moments in a battle and successfully turned the tables on their opponents, but to achieve a breakthrough on a whim, and not to mention, in short intervals one after another, this was really the first one that he had seen. This was not talent anymore, but absurdity. That dimwit. If he had followed my instructions, he should have already reached the phantasmal space realm by now. To still be at Grand Dominion realm pinnacle. Just how did I manage to get myself this fool of a disciple? In contrast to the shocked crowd, Zhang Xian was berating Zhang Jiuxiao beneath his breath, angered by his latest disciple's slow progress. Given the enhancement in Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline, its partial awakening in the blood reservoir, and the importation of the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, he was bound to be able to make consecutive breakthroughs one after another. But an hour had already passed, and he had only raised his cultivation by 3 stages. This was too freaking slow. Had he known that the fellow was actually such a dunce, he never would have accepted him as his direct disciple. This was an embarrassment, a permanent smirch on his clean record. On the highest platform erected on the sparring grounds, the first elder was currently stroking his beard calmly while overlooking the duels when an elder suddenly rushed in and whispered something into his ears. You said that an offspring of the side family has managed to advance into the 3rd round? That's right, first elder. The elder nodded. That person is Zhang Jiuxiao. His first opponent was Zhang Linqing, a Grand Dominion realm pinnacle cultivator from the main family. At the start of the match, Zhang Jiuxiao was only at Grand Dominion realm primary stage, but in the course of the battle, he managed to overcome his limits and make a breakthrough, thus defeating the latter in a single move. The fact that he's able to make a breakthrough in the midst of a battle shows that he's a person of incredible mental resilience. There aren't too many members in the Zhang clan who are able to do that. It seems that even though Zhang Jiuxiao is from the side family, he's a talent that we should keep our eyes on. The first elder nodded in approval. It was a consolation to him to see how outstanding the younger generation of the Zhang clan was. The elder continued his explanation. You're right, first elder. In the 2nd round, Zhang Jiuxiao was faced with Zhang Chuani, a half-phantasmal space realm cultivator from the main family. He made a breakthrough once more to Grand Dominion realm advanced stage, eventually forcing Zhang Chuani to execute the Saint high-tier battle technique, Dragon Revolving Art. The first elder nodded again. The Dragon Revolving Art can be considered one of the stronger Saint high-tier battle techniques. I have seen Zhang Chuani before. He's a decently talented individual who will become a valuable asset to the Zhang clan in the future. A moment later, he glanced at the elder with a look of confusion. If Zhang Chuani used the technique while activating his bloodline ability, while its offensive power might be a little lacking, it should have been able to reach a speed far beyond Zhang Jiuxiao's ability to deal with, especially given the significant gap between both of their cultivation. How did Zhang Jiuxiao manage to emerge victorious? It's just as you've said, Zhang Jiuxiao was cornered by the technique. So he made another breakthrough and rose to Grand Dominion realm pinnacle, the elder said with a bitter smile. He made another breakthrough? The first elder was stunned. You mean to say that Zhang Jiuxiao was at Grand Dominion realm primary stage early in the morning, and he managed to make 3 consecutive breakthroughs and is currently a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle cultivator right now? Not only so, based on what we've heard, he was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle a few days back, the Elder said. To be able to rise to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle that swiftly, that's one whole cultivation realm. Where's that lad? The First Elder asked anxiously. He's on Dueling Ring D, in the midst of fighting against Zhang Ningxin. Zhang Ningxin? The talented grandson of Elder Wuxiao? He should have reached Phantasmal Space Realm Primary Stage, right? The First Elder asked as he turned his gaze over to Dueling Ring D. Indeed. The person standing opposite to him is Zhang Jiuxiao, the Elder said. The First Elder took a closer look and saw that the person facing Zhang Ningxin was a young man in his mid-20s. The young man's cultivation was only at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, and it did not seem that he had practiced any particularly profound battle techniques either, causing his fighting prowess to be slightly lacking. However, his combat sense and ability to adapt in battle were formidable. Zhang Ningxin's attacks were sharp and powerful, such that any other Grand Dominion Pinnacle cultivator facing him would have succumbed by now, but the young man was always able to dodge at his attacks at the critical moment in inconceivable ways. After watching for a while, a deep frown appeared on the First Elder's forehead as he asked, "Don't you find it weird? Given how he's able to dodge Zhang Ningxin's attacks with ease, he must have already seen through his attacks. Since that's the case, why doesn't he try to counterattack?" So far, the two of them had already traded more than a dozen blows, but despite possessing the higher cultivation, Zhang Ningxin did not appear to be in an advantageous position in this duel. It was as if he was being read like a book. The weaker Zhang Jiuxiao would always move according to whatever attack he was planning to make and dodge it in advance. But since Zhang Jiuxiao had the ability to read Zhang Ningxin's moves, why did he not attempt to counterattack? It would be foolish to take a constant defensive stance in a battle. Defense should only be considered a temporary approach in order to find the perfect opportunity to counterattack. No matter how well Zhang Jiuxiao was dodging Zhang Ningxin's attacks, it was only a matter of time before he slipped up. Noticing the same problem, the Elder pondered for a moment before replying, "I think he probably has no way to counterattack. After all, there's a huge disparity in their strength." No way to counterattack. The First Elder repeated those words before a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he narrowed his eyes in shock. "No, you're wrong. It isn't that he has no way to counterattack, but that..." At this point, the First Elder found himself unable to continue speaking anymore, as if he could hardly believe the thought in his mind. "What?" The Elder looked over with a doubtful look. "The reason he isn't exerting any strength is so as to conserve it to push for a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space realm," the First Elder exclaimed with tightly clenched fists. "He's conserving his strength?" The Elder was stunned. Didn't he just make a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle? It's precisely because he has just made a breakthrough and depleted his energy that he has to save up as much of it as possible in order to build up the momentum required to push for a breakthrough to higher realms, the First Elder said hoarsely. "Look at his left hand. From the very start of the battle, he has not opened his grip even once." "You're right." The Elder nodded in realization. Zhang Jiuxiao had been placed in several seemingly precarious situations under Zhang Ningxin's relentless offense, but even so, he had still kept his left hand firmly by his side, not releasing his grip at all. He had thought that this was a battle plan that Zhang Jiuxiao was using, so he did not pay much heed to it then. "What he's holding in his palm is a pinnacle spirit stone," the First Elder said. The Elder was stunned for a moment before quickly activating his spiritual perception. Upon clearly seeing what was in Zhang Jiuxiao's hand, he widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "Does this mean to say that while coping against Zhang Ningxin's offense, he's still absorbing energy from the spirit stone and raising his cultivation? Isn't that obvious?" the First Elder said with a quivering voice. He had seen plenty of formidable geniuses in his time, but he had never seen one who was that confident in himself. To be cultivating in the midst of a battle against an opponent far stronger than him. Was he not afraid of death? Or did he simply have that much confidence in his strength? "You are courting death. I was still planning on hiding it, but you are forcing my hand." While the two old men were still in shock on the dueling ring, Zhang Ningxin suddenly bellowed furiously, and his aura began surging up. Zhang Ningxin is going to make a breakthrough too, the elder exclaimed hoarsely. Chapter 1458 Breakthroughs are as easy as drinking a cup of water too. They had expected Zhang Jiuxiao to make a breakthrough first after learning that he was cultivating in the midst of the battle, but who would have thought that Zhang Ningxin would beat him to it? A powerful might rippled through the dueling ring as massive spurts of spiritual energy descended from the sky, diving into Zhang Ningxin's glabella. His strength swiftly grew stronger and stronger, to the point where his aura felt reminiscent of a titan. Zhang Ningxin reached Phantasmal Space Realm Primary Stage quite some time ago. He should have been able to achieve a breakthrough 3 months ago, but he chose to suppress it till now. The more a cultivator tries to suppress their breakthrough, the greater the momentum and strength they will gain right after the breakthrough. Given that Zhang Jiuxiao has barely been coping with Zhang Ningxin's attacks all this while, after his breakthrough, he will stand even less of a chance. The gap between Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle and Phantasmal Space Realm Intermediate Stage is simply too huge. There's no way Zhang Jiuxiao can win now. Heh, isn't that fellow good at making breakthroughs? Try to match that then. Such words could be heard from the crowd below. The news of Zhang Jiuxiao's consecutive breakthroughs had already spread far and wide among the core members of the Zhang clan, causing the attention on Dueling Ring D to far exceed that of the other dueling rings. It was no joke to say that everyone's eyes were currently on this battle. Everyone had been to see if the offspring of the Side family would be able to continue his miraculous breakthroughs, but no one had ever thought that Zhang Ningxin would beat him to it. A powerful gush of Zhenqi flowed through Zhang Ningxin's body, causing a sound reminiscent of the rapid tides of a river to fill the air. Standing at the very center of the dueling ring, Zhang Ningxin looked at Zhang Jiuxiao with coldness in his eyes. You must be proud. Despite being a mere offspring of the Side family, you were able to force me into using my trump card. Hula. Without waiting for Zhang Jiuxiao's response, his claws flew forth, launching another round of offense. With his cultivation reaching Phantasmal Space Intermediate Stage, his fighting prowess had almost been doubled. Even as the claw was still making its way to him, Zhang Jiuxiao felt like a massive hand was holding his body in place, and no matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free from it. In his current state, even if he was still able to see through the flaws in Zhang Ningxin's attacks, he was no longer able to evade them in advance. Jia. Zhang Jiuxiao's body was slowly lifted into the air. Aren't you good at making breakthroughs? Come on, make a breakthrough for me, won't you? Zhang Ningxin sneered. It was one thing for Zhang Jiuxiao to be able to achieve successive breakthroughs within the Grand Dominion realm, but a breakthrough to the Phantasmal Space realm would require a much higher command of the spatial laws, so how could it possibly be that easy? If it was that easy, the number of clan members who had successfully reached Phantasmal Space Realm beneath 30 would be far more than 50. Despite being trapped in place, there was not the slightest sign of panic to be seen on Zhang Jiuxiao's face. Instead, he shook his head with a frustrated frown on his face. I would love to make a breakthrough too, but I just haven't fixed some of the details yet. Fixed? What details do you need to fix for a breakthrough? Zhang Ningxin burst into laughter. Hilarious. Stop putting up that fake bravado of yours. It's clear that you have already lost the momentum required for a breakthrough. If you had accumulated enough, a breakthrough would come easily to you. A breakthrough was something that came naturally once a person's cultivation had reached a certain point. As long as a cultivator's accumulation and comprehension had surpassed a certain point, they would be able to make a breakthrough. If one could achieve a breakthrough by fixing details as you have said, everyone would be an expert. Zhang Jiuxiao shrugged nonchalantly at Zhang Ningxin's questioning. I really am fixing some details. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Humph, try fixing all you want then. If you have the ability to make a breakthrough, I suggest you do it now. Otherwise, this match will have to end right here. Zhang Ningxin could not be bothered to waste his breath anymore, so he began tightening the force of his grip. Jia, Jia. A loud creaking sound reverberated in the air as the pressure on Zhang Jiuxiao's bones intensified. Sigh, I intended to find a way for me to achieve a breakthrough silently so that I wouldn't draw too much attention, but you just had to force me to make a breakthrough like that. Silently? Catch too much attention? Is that fellow's head still fine? He's currently only at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. What would be so eye-catching about him achieving a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space realm? The crowd was rendered dumbstruck by those ridiculous words. As expected of an offspring of the Side family, he sure was lacking in worldly experience. There would be several dozen members of the Zhang clan who made a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space realm each year. That fellow was simply making a big fuss out of nothing. On the erected platform, the elder asked, "First elder, do you think that he'll really be able to make a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space realm?" It had not even been an hour since the young man had raised his cultivation from Grand Dominion Realm primary stage to pinnacle. To be honest, it seemed a little too convenient for him to be able to make a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space realm right now. I can't tell. Under normal circumstances, rising to a new realm would require a massive amount of accumulation and familiarization ahead of the breakthrough. Considering how Zhang Jiuxiao made several breakthroughs not too long ago, I don't think that it's very likely for him to be able to push his cultivation up any further, the first elder analyzed contemplatively. It was no wonder the first elder would think as such. Such a rate of breakthrough was simply completely unheard of. Hong Long Long. Forget it. I can't lose the tournament just over something like that. Before the first elder could finish his words on the dueling ring, Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head in regret as he opened his arms wide, and all of a sudden, his body jolted. Following which, a resounding buzz echoed as an immense surge of energy exploded. His aura began surging swiftly, rising at an unstoppable pace as if a raging storm. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In this moment, even the sky above the sparring ground seemed to have darkened, and a huge congregation of dark clouds swiftly gathered above. This, seeing the gathering of the clouds, the first elder's face paled in shock. He isn't making a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space realm but straight to phantasmal space realm primary stage? Only a breakthrough from half-phantasmal space realm to phantasmal space realm primary stage would draw in a lightning tribulation. The fact that the dark clouds had started settling and meant that Zhang Jiuxiao had completely circumvented the half-phantasmal space realm to make a breakthrough to phantasmal space realm primary stage directly. It was no wonder he said that he needed to fix some details. A breakthrough to the phantasmal space realm meant that he had to face the phantasmal space ordeal. So of course, he would need to fix some details and make some preparation. Boom. In his moment of shock, lightning had already started gathering in the sky, ready to fall at any moment. Zhang Ningxin did not expect the other party to actually make a breakthrough to the phantasmal space realm and draw in a lightning tribulation. His palm trembled in fright, and he nearly lost control of his zhenqi. Even if you have made a breakthrough, I'll just have to defeat you before you face your lightning tribulation. Forcefully calming himself down, a cold glint flickered across Zhang Ningxin's eyes. Boom! He gathered all of the strength in his palm and struck down on Zhang Jiuxiao. At that moment, the lightning tribulation had yet to fully gather. He wanted to make use of this opening where Zhang Jiuxiao was in a vulnerable position to subdue him, and victory would be his to claim. Gotcha! But before Zhang Ningxin's palm strike could even reach its target, a streak of lightning fell on his head, causing smoke to rise from his head. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth as his body swayed weakly from side to side. Disbelief could be seen reflected in his eyes as he gasped. How could the lightning bolt be so powerful when the lightning tribulation hasn't fully formed yet? There's no way the phantasmal space ordeal could be this powerful. Who told you that this is the phantasmal space ordeal? Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head, following which a sound reminiscent of snapping bamboo echoed from his body. Phantasmal space realm primary stage. Phantasmal space realm intermediate stage. Phantasmal space realm advanced stage. Phantasmal space realm pinnacle. Half-dimension sundering realm. In an instant, he had already reached half-dimension sundering realm, and he was on his way to making a breakthrough to the dimension sundering realm. In other words, this lightning tribulation was actually the dimension sundering ordeal. Chapter 1459 Irreplicable, the dimension sundering ordeal? How could that be possible? Leaping two cultivation realms in a single breath, Everyone was stunned. Even the first elder was shocked beyond words. His cheeks were puffed crimson in agitation, and he opened and closed his mouth several times. But he was still unable to find his voice. It was just a moment ago that he had said that it was not too likely for the young man to make a breakthrough to the phantasmal space realm, but who would have thought that the other party would actually rocket right up to the dimension-sundering realm? It was a common saying in the master-teacher continent that formidable geniuses were able to achieve breakthroughs as easily as drinking water. But not even drinking water would be as fast as this. Was the young man really an offspring of the Side family and not the young prodigy in disguise? This can't be. This is impossible. Zhang Ningxin's face had turned completely pale in shock, and he retreated several steps while shaking his head in disbelief. For a Grand Dominion Realm pinnacle cultivator to charge straight toward the dimension-sundering realm, it was no wonder the other party said that he had to fix some of the details so as to avoid drawing too much attention. This was no longer at the level of drawing attention. This was at the level of stroke-inducing. To actually step across an entire realm, how in the world did he manage to do that? In order to advance from Phantasmal Space Realm primary stage to intermediate stage, Zhang Ningxin had spent many long months cultivating, and he had paid a hefty price to obtain the resources needed for him to hasten his cultivation. Yet, the other party had actually managed to make the breakthrough in an instant. The frustration he felt left him on the verge of spurting blood. At this point, it seemed more like he was the one from the Side family, whereas the other party was from the main family. While the crowd was shocked beyond words, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This is more like it. Back when Zhang Jiuxiao was cultivating, he had noticed that there was a tremendous surge of energy lying dormant within Zhang Jiuxiao, ready to burst forth at any moment. During the previous break, Zhang Xian had used the Library of Heaven's Path to analyze the surge of energy before telling Zhang Jiuxiao the way in which he could draw out that surge of energy. However, he had not thought that Zhang Jiuxiao would be able to push right for the dimension-sundering realm. If I'm not mistaken, this surge of energy was left in him after his bloodline was purified and partially awakened in the blood reservoir last night, Zhang Xian thought. Previously, he had used the golden page to enhance Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline, and at this moment, the purity of his bloodline was likely to exceed even that of the legendary young prodigy. With the current level of purity of his bloodline, not only would he be able to effectively absorb the time quintessence in the blood reservoir and activate it, he would also be able to raise his cultivation explosively, just like how Zhao Ye and Yuan Tao had done in the past. As the time that he had spent in the blood reservoir was severely limited, not to mention that he had spent most of the time going through the Saint 6 Dan and Saint 7 Dan cultivation techniques from Saint 6 Dan to Saint 7 Dan, he had not noticed the presence of the energy lying dormant in his body. It was only after he achieved a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle that Zhang Xian noticed it. Thus, he had told Zhang Jiuxiao to use a special method to activate it, but he did not think that it would be so effective. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the bottleneck of the phantasmal space realm and rushed right for the dimension-sundering realm. Most geniuses of the Sage clans would have their bloodlines activated from a young age, and they would slowly use the energy to raise their cultivation. On the other hand, Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline had only been activated after he reached the Grand Dominion realm, so the sheer scale of the energy that he had in there was not too difficult to imagine. As expected of the bloodline of the strongest Sage clan, Zhang Xian thought in envy. But of course, what's more important is that he has simulated the cultivation to the phantasmal space realm in his consciousness prior to his breakthrough, thus allowing him to control the energy within his body effectively. Otherwise, such swift successive breakthroughs would have been extremely hard to achieve, and in the worst-case scenario, his energy might even have run amok, causing him to literally explode. While the energy from his bloodline was a reason behind his swift breakthrough, equally important was how familiar he had become with the phantasmal space realm Heaven's Path divine art. Otherwise, tapping on this huge reserve of energy all of a sudden could really pose to be a great danger. In the worst-case scenario, he might have blown himself to dust. It could be said that this swift breakthrough was really dependent on luck and timing, and it was irreplicable. Not even Zhang Xian himself would be able to do the same. I need to quickly make a breakthrough, too. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing if I can't even match up to my own students, Zhang Xian thought awkwardly. Even a student whom he had just taken in was stronger than him. Could it be that he was more suited to be an educator than a cultivator? Seeing the people around him overtake him had really left with a deep feeling of defeat. If not for Sun Chang serving as a counter-benchmark for him, he really would have thought that he was not suited for cultivation. However, there's still a flaw in my phantasmal space realm heaven's path divine art. Recalling the cultivation technique that was still incomplete despite all of his efforts to perfect it, Zhang Xian frowned. He would have loved to make a breakthrough if he could, but until his cultivation technique was impeccable, he was too disgusted by the flaws in it to cultivate it. Given how many experts there are around here, as long as I can access their collection of cultivation technique manuals, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to fill in that one last flaw. Given so, I should be able to reach Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle within the next few days. Zhang Xian tossed aside his concerns and turned his gaze back to the dueling ring. More and more storm clouds were gathering in the area, ready to fall at any moment. In this moment, everyone in the sparring grounds was already panicking. No one was fighting anymore, and they had all fled out of the radius of the lightning tribulation, assessing the situation warily from a distance away. Even the first elder had backed out of the area with a livid expression. Watching as the storm clouds grew larger and larger, Zhang Jiuxiao was starting to panic. He anxiously sent telepathic messages over to Zhang Xian. "Teacher, what should I do? You are my direct disciple. You have to overcome this lightning tribulation with your own strength." Zhang Xian replied sternly with a wave of his hand. He would not mind helping others tide through their lightning tribulation, but not his own direct disciples. As dangerous as lightning tribulations were, they could be considered a trial to the cultivator. This was an experience that was crucial to make cultivators mature and grow. After all, Zhang Xian could not always be around to cover his students from their lightning tribulations, so he could not allow them to become dependent on him. "I understand." Seeing the determined look on his teacher's face, Zhang Jiuxiao realized that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Thus, he gritted his teeth and turned his gaze back to the sky. "Follow what I have taught you, and you should be able to overcome the lightning tribulation with ease," Zhang Xian instructed. Back when they were in the blood reservoir, he had imparted not only the simplified heaven's path divine art, but also a way to deal with the lightning tribulation. While Zhang Xian's method of dealing with lightning tribulations was something that others could not learn, he was still able to tally the insights of predecessors to devise a set of strategies that a cultivator could use to minimize the risk of the lightning tribulation. "I understand." Knowing that he only had himself to count on, Zhang Jiuxiao took in a deep breath and roared loudly before dashing right into the sky. From how he was willing to venture alone to the Qingyuan Empire just to vie for the slot to the Sanctum of Sages, it was not too hard to tell that he was a tenacious person full of grit. His teacher had already handed him all the tools that he needed. What he needed to do now was take the last step forward with his own strength. Slaw. Seemingly provoked by Zhang Jiuxiao's actions, the lightning tribulation crackled in fury. An 8-meter thick lightning bolt descended from the heavens. Gritting his teeth tightly together, Zhang Jiuxiao dashed fearlessly toward it. Boom! By the time the lightning bolt dissipated, Zhang Jiuxiao was already lying on the ground, his body scorched with severe burns. His body was convulsing slightly, seemingly having sustained severe injuries. Seeing this, Zhang Xian felt compelled to dash forward to support his student, but at the last moment, he forced himself to stay put and averted his gaze. He must survive this with his own strength. Only then will he mature and become independent. Zhang Xian believed that grooming a student was similar to raising a child. It was fine to guide them on every step of their journey when they were still younger and unprepared, but eventually, they had to learn to face the world on their own. While he had only taken in Zhang Jiuxiao a day ago, he believed that Zhang Jiuxiao was already ready for it. If anything, this trial was what he needed in order for him to affirm his own strength and gain confidence in his capability. It would sever the inferiority complex that he had always felt as an offspring from the side family, allowing him to stand on his own 2 feet. It was also with similar reasons that he had sent his other students out to venture out and find their own paths and reasons to fight. Parents love their children by planning ahead for them. Teachers love their students by creating opportunities for self-discovery so that they can learn and mature. Currently, Zhang Juxiao had reached this important juncture in this life. Charge through it, and he would be like a fish morphing into a divine dragon, soaring into the boundless heavens where the sky was the limit. On the other hand, if he failed, naturally, Zhang Xian would step in and save him, but by then, he would no longer be worthy of remaining as his direct disciple. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.